Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker, give me a specific
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker.
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Let us pray for our 47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you gave our 45th and now our 47th president a millimeter miracle. We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, we believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring. Or from the mighty mountains of New York, let freedom ring. From the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania, let freedom ring. From the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado, let freedom ring. From the curvaceous hilltops of California, but God, we're asking you not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day for all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual. Free at last, free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Thank you, Reverend Sewell, for that rousing invocation. And thank you to President Trump for sharing his pastor with us. Welcome to the show, everybody. Starting a little bit later than I imagined I would, but I fell asleep. And congratulations to Jalen Hurts and the Philadelphia Eagles. I was actually glad, and John Galt actually called the Eagles to win. Um, but I didn't watch the game. Haven't watched a football game all season, and just for some reason have kind of totally lost interest in it over the years. But I was particularly glad to see Jalen Hurts um, win the Super Bowl. Years ago, he was the starting quarterback for University of Alabama, and I can't remember why. I think he got injured. Tua Tagovailoa took over for him, and Tua did so well that Jalen Hurts lost the starting job, and I believe he wound up quitting and going somewhere else. I can't remember where he went to, but ever since that time he lost his starting job, I was always kind of like, damn, um, I really felt bad for him, and it's just excellent to see him, stick it out and win a Super Bowl. Uh, Also, at the beginning of the season, Mr. Galt had a huge. Well, he basically said that black quarterbacks essentially weren't as good as white quarterbacks because to win Super Bowls, you need to be a drop back passer. Basically be comfortable back in that pocket and deadly accurate, like a white quarterback would be. Hitting those touchdown strikes. So I'm happy to see Jalen Hurts um, win. I understand his first score was a running touchdown. So hopefully that settles. Hopefully that settles any questions that Mr. Galt might have, and it brings him a little bit closer to being less anti-black. See, black people can win the Super Bowl, John. So I look forward to helping you along with your the long road back to your trust in the black man. So on with the show. I Today I did my first two YouTube uploads. Ostensibly for my channel, but slowly but surely I'm getting the courage to actually do essays and upload them to the internet, to YouTube. So we'll look at those later on tonight, and we have an action-packed show. Not really, but it'll be entertaining enough, and this, in theory, will not be a long show. But we'll see how it turns out. Every time I say that, I wind up going for hours. So we'll see what the spirit, if the spirit hits us. Ah, you went to Oklahoma. Okay, Tom. He was benched during a poor outing. Oh, is that what it was? For some reason, I thought it was an injury, but it's been years ago, and I just don't keep up with football like I used to. Um, for some reason, as I've gotten older, I just have kind of lost interest in all sports with the occasional baseball game. So good to see you, Tom, by the way. Thanks for joining us. Folks, make sure that you tune in to the Tom Gully Show. Not only does he have the most cheerful YouTube chat on YouTube, but you learn a lot watching his show. That Get Smart show, Tom, uh, took me back down memory lane, and really appreciated it. So can't recommend the Tom Gully Show more. I would actually recommend him more than my show. It's much more informative. So with that said, let's move on to this wonderful, wonderful show that I have prepared. Richard Hanania He is he's a Substack author. Basically, he's a law school graduate, all this stuff, and he has interesting ideas, and maybe they're not that interesting after all. Of ideas on everything from IQ and race. That's really kind of his bailiwick, and I guess you could say somehow or another he manages to be neoconservative libertarian with a little sprinkle every now and again of MAGA. But he's worth knowing about and reading if the topic he's writing about is interesting enough. He tends to be a little, I don't know, a little bit hard to understand sometimes. Sometimes his ideas kind of are out in left field. And this particular essay is on nationalism. I happen to agree with a few of the things he talks about, and not so much others. This is a whole video that I uploaded, and there's commentary in it. And then I'll probably, even after the video's over, probably have some additional comments. But we'll see. Oops.
By Substack writer Richard Hanania. He is, I guess, a classical liberal. He's somewhere between classical liberal and libertarian. Couple essays. This first one is about nationalists. The title pretty much says it all. We'll go ahead and have the reader read it. And then during the essay, I may stop and make comments. I will kind of sum it up in the at the end of the essay, and then we'll move on to the second one.
Oh.
Nationalists already have the world they want, but need to pretend otherwise. Their views only make sense if you ignore basic facts. By Richard Hanania. Trump's cutting and freezing of foreign aid has created a discourse around the question of the degree to which the American government should put its own people first. As J.D. Vance said in a recent interview, representing the nationalist perspective, you love your family, and then you love your neighbor, and then you love your community, and then you love your fellow citizens in your own country, and then, after that, you can focus on and prioritize the rest of the world. A lot of the far left has completely inverted that. Huge if true. We might ask what evidence there is that the left, or the far left, whoever that is, prioritizes foreigners over American citizens. The U.S. spends about 1% of its federal budget on foreign aid. States and localities spend practically nothing on non-Americans, except in cases where there is a large number of immigrants, though they also pay taxes. Democrats feel pressure from the far left on trans, climate, and other issues, but raising the amount spent on foreign aid or otherwise expanding our circle of empathy seems to be a very low priority. Sometimes you'll hear America First types argue for restrictive immigration and trade policies and maintain that in these areas our leaders have prioritized the interests of foreigners. Yet they ignore the fact that analysts have produced a great deal of research and economic analysis arguing that such policies are good for Americans. Nationalists may disagree, but practically nobody of any influence is saying that the goal of public policy is to make foreigners better off, even if it comes at the expense of Americans. When the left criticizes Trump's views on tariffs, they focus on Americans having to pay higher prices, not the possibility that Chinese workers might lose jobs. This is what makes modern nationalism so incredibly bizarre. The world looks pretty much exactly as they want, which means they need to completely check out of reality in order to argue for their positions. The US spent $113 billion on food stamps in 2023. At the same time, all foreign aid totaled $72 billion. That means we spent over 1.5 times more on making tens of millions of Americans fatter than we did on all the wars, famines, AIDS, poverty, cancer, wife beating, child trafficking, etc., combined afflicting the nearly 8 billion foreigners in the world. Of course, in addition to food stamps, Americans get globs of money spent on their housing, education, healthcare, and police protection. Maybe you can attribute some part of what goes towards foreign policy to helping foreigners, since the US does protect other countries abroad and sometimes engage in humanitarian interventions. The national defense budget is about $850 billion to $900 billion a year. Let's pretend that, I don't know, maybe half of that is to benefit foreigners and the rest is to protect Americans? This seems way too high, but let's go with it. Half of spending on national defense plus all of foreign aid comes out to maybe 7% of the budget, going to help the nearly 8 billion people in the world. That's a little more substantial than the approximately 1% that goes to foreign aid alone. But Trump has always wanted to spend more on the military, and Democrats less. So if your gripe is with how much is budgeted for defense and you're a MAGA, you picked the wrong side. The number goes down even further when you count state and local spending, which doesn't have any foreign aid or national defense component. If you're considering government at all levels, there is no way you can get a number that's over 5% going to non-Americans. So America already looks out for her own people, while giving relative scraps to the rest of the world. One can set aside spending and just look at how the government treats citizens versus outsiders. Even if an American murders someone, he has constitutional rights, and we won't imprison him without giving him a fair trial. If you're a foreigner, however, you can be killed with a bomb just for being in the vicinity of someone who might commit a terrorist attack against the United States. If an American gets kidnapped on the other side of the world, his government will use diplomatic and financial pressure to bring him home, while it looks the other way when a village is massacred in Africa. An illegal immigrant might be sent to Honduras to live a life of poverty for getting pulled over in a traffic stop, while an American can be arrested dozens of times for actual crimes and continue walking the streets menacing his community. I'm not against a moderate form of nationalism. This seems to be the only way to organize society at this point in history. A government that treated foreigners as just as worthy of consideration as citizens would completely lack legitimacy and probably be unable to function or do good for anyone. What I can't find any sympathy for, however, is looking at the world as it exists and saying that the problem with the United States is that it does too much to advance the interests of people abroad. Nationalists claim to care about their own people, not to hate others. Yet such assertions are difficult to reconcile with their priorities. Whenever you hear someone is America first, it's never that he wants to cure cancer or fix the housing supply issue. Instead, he talks about Ukraine or foreign aid. He's relatively indifferent to most questions regarding how to make Americans' lives better, but he's certain that he doesn't want to help outsiders. Imagine a man who pays little attention to balancing his checkbook and doesn't put much effort towards organizing his finances. At the same time, he lives in a state of absolute paranoia that his wife might occasionally give $1 to a homeless person. When he finds out, he blows up at her. Our family first. What kind of person puts others ahead of their own family? A strange inverted morality you have. Then he goes back to keeping his money in a savings account instead of buying government bonds or mutual funds. It would be rational to conclude that when he complains about the dollar given to the homeless man, he's driven by malice more than love of his family. We can be more charitable when understanding nationalists. I don't think that most of them actually want to see foreigners suffer. Rather, the psychology seems to go something like this. Some people are attracted to tribalism as a moral principle. As with all moral principles, there is a temptation to signal that you adhere to it more than other people. There is a dilemma because the world is already nationalist by any reasonable definition. You can't be a nationalist and also stick to the facts, since even though most Americans are nationalists, few would think that 1% of the federal budget going abroad is worth worrying about. Therefore, the nationalist needs to ignore facts about the world and instead pretend that we live in a country where the American government, to a large extent, prioritizes the well-being of foreigners. This leads to bizarre policy takes like the idea that Ukraine is responsible for our debt by people who have no strong opinions regarding what to do about the coming entitlement crisis. Hostility to trade and immigration reflects this need to create an alternative reality. Instead of recognizing these are good things that benefit all parties involved, they need these issues to be zero-sum for their worldview to make any sense. In this framework, the nationalist isn't full of hate towards foreigners, nor love towards his own people. He is in love with a narrative that allows him to virtue signal, or perhaps vice signal in this case, in order to raise his own status within his political faction. Richard Hanania's newsletter is a reader-supported publication. To receive new posts and support my work, consider becoming a free or paid subscriber.
Interesting essay. I actually don't have too much to say about it, except for the following. I appreciate, his points about the basic hypocrisy, people who call themselves nationalist. And one of the more irritating things is, I guess he is more globalist than most people on the right. He's probably more on the side of, say, an Elon Musk, more so than a Steve Bannon. But I think both sides on this are being disingenuous. On the anti-foreign aid side, you've got people, cherry picking the most, admittedly, some ridiculous things that on the surface sound, kind of odd or frivolous or what have you. But living as long as I have, a lot of times things sound unnecessary or superfluous or, just extra until they get explained. The one thing that I don't appreciate about the discourse, the anti-USAID discourse, is that they're not really talking about the good that these programs do. Cherry picking, and I think the same thing about Hanania. He's cherry picking a bit when he, sounds like reluctantly wants to point out that Americans do actually get prioritized over foreigners. And there's a little bit of an argument with that, because a lot of people who come here illegally get some of the same benefits that American citizens do. But by and large, maybe to B. Brave's point, if you actually need help from the social safety net, you may have to hop through some hoops and do a bunch of paperwork, but you will get the help. So I quite frankly just think both sides are a little bit disingenuous. And something I said earlier, I actually think maybe it is a good thing. There's some people on the left who think that, both sides within the MAGA movement kind of hashing it out on their own is actually healthy. And I agree to a certain extent, but I also agree that, I don't know that Trump's going to be able to handle both sides deftly. Only time will tell. So that is the first essay. We'll go ahead and move on to the second one.
That's my first attempt at doing one of these video essay things. Some kinks to be worked out, apparently. I also want to add a couple things. I almost got to the point to where, Hanania's kind of disdain for people on welfare. He mentions, how, people are able to get food on assistance and continue to get fat, and, a couple other jibes he threw in there. I think people like Hanania, they just, for some reason or another, they play both sides of the argument, and they do neither well. There are so many details, so many nuances that get left out that, the first time I heard the essay, I was kind of, this sounds, kind of interesting. It's like, this is maybe the fourth time I've heard it. And I think every time I hear this essay, I just find more and more wrong with it. He's not a very good writer, frankly. Um, he is kind of touted as a right wing intellectual, and I keep looking for the deep understanding um, of the younger folks, the younger, the up and coming right of center people. Um, and I don't know, maybe it's just a matter of him being fairly young and he doesn't seem to get out much. I've got another essay coming up next, and I think it'll be more apparent how he just kind of doesn't get it. Um, so I also wanted to point out he does this quick transition from talking about leftists um, caring about the social safety or the safety network or the system, and he goes right into well, he goes from nationalists to describing leftists as being pro welfare, basically. Then he goes right into talking about globalism, and he doesn't seem to get that the left, progressives are well, the left has its own version of kind of uh, neocon, and they are both internationalists um, and they care about domestic policy. I don't know, I just didn't find the essay that crisp and clear, and he doesn't seem to be that willing to deal with nuance. So we'll go ahead and just move on to the next one. Um, Bear in mind, these are the first two uploads I've ever done. Um, so I have to kind of get my style a little bit more tight. I was kind of loose and drifting on these comments. I have a bad habit of not writing notes and doing stuff off the top of my head, and that shows as well. So this is the next one. This particular essay, it's titled "Richard Hanania Needs DEI to Make Some Black Friends," and after you hear it, you'll understand why I'm saying this.
Again, Richard Hanania talking about, well, supposed black nationalism, not balkanization. Um, this is a very interesting take that I don't particularly agree with. His definition of black nationalism is a bit odd. So I'm going to go ahead and let this be read through and then comment at the end.
America has black nationalism, not balkanization.
Liberals and conservatives are both wrong to center whites. By Richard Hanania. For the last several years, I've lived in an area east of Los Angeles called the San Gabriel Valley, where Asians and Hispanics make up a majority of the population. Up until 2021, I lived in the town of San Gabriel, which is 59% Asian and 27% Hispanic. I was one of the 10% of the population classified as non-Hispanic white. If you read right-wing media, much of which harps on the harms of diversity, you would think this area should be a cauldron of tension and racial animosity. Yet group conflict is completely absent from local politics, including the schools. The Asians work as engineers and landlords. Recent migrants from Mexico and South America get jobs as gardeners and nannies, and no one cares. I lived here during the racial reckoning of 2020, and with whites down to such a minuscule part of the population, I kept expecting the mob to come for some of the numerous war memorials that are found throughout the area, but no one ever did. Meanwhile, California during that year became the first state in the nation to create a reparations task force, despite no history of slavery and blacks making up less than 7% of its population. The LAPD is currently being sued for allegedly using excessive force against Black Lives Matter South Pasadena, an organization that represents a city that is about 4% black, though I've never heard of the police having a problem with the much larger Hispanic community in the area. The racial politics of California look like they do everywhere else in the country, despite the state having a unique demographic profile. On a similar note, look up the demographics of New Mexico and Hawaii, and think about how rarely you hear about racial tensions in those states. I think that what is happening, or not happening, in the San Gabriel Valley, and LA County and California more generally, shows how observers across the political spectrum get race in America wrong. They tend to think of whites and minorities as the two main relevant categories. For leftists, people of color have unique experiences that bind them together against a common oppressor. Conservatives think in terms of the same binary, except that whites aren't so bad in their story. The country is being threatened by increasing diversity, which makes it difficult to maintain a common culture and leads to ethnic squabbling. Yet instead of focusing on whites, a better understanding of American racial politics comes from realizing that the true divide is between blacks and everyone else. The correct model is not balkanization but, as Joseph Heath recently argued, a country with a minority that seeks representation and a degree of self-determination. Diversity really isn't our weakness or our strength. It's simply not that important as a political force, at least compared to black nationalism. Ethno-nationalism is defined as a movement that puts ethnicity at the center of individuals' relationship to the political world. It focuses on advancing the material interest at the expense of others, and nationality cannot be represented by outsiders. The law doesn't simply guarantee the right to vote, but has been interpreted to actively require blacks make up a majority of voter own kind, and maintain their own educational establishments, dorms, and graduation ceremonies. While there are some brands that cater more to Hispanics than others, it is difficult to imagine that a clothing company would appeal to them simply by announcing it makes apparel for us by us. When blacks lose demographic dominance in an area, it is considered problematic, if not a major political issue. Of course, one thing black nationalism in the United States doesn't ask for is political independence. In fact, it knows that it must rely on the goodwill of white society, or its judges, and bureaucrats at least, and asks for more giveaways. This is in part framed as a matter of historical justice. Under black nationalist thought, everything that the rest of the country has exists through the efforts of slaves. This seems like a cope more than anything, but black political elites have an incentive to cater to this delusion, since they live pretty good lives under a racialized American regime. Demands for self-determination are therefore localized and limited in scope, but other than this, black nationalism in the U.S. looks like a fairly typical ethno-nationalist movement. Some kinds of racialized politics exist among Chinese Americans, Jews, Hispanics, etc. But everything in life is a matter of degrees. If you live in a black area, racial concerns basically dominate local politics. Even if you live in a not-so-black place like California, you'll run into quite a bit of it. But you can spend your life in a city that is majority Asian and Hispanic, send your kids to public school, and follow the local news, and race will be a complete non-issue. More and more, the white-centric framework is breaking down. Hispanics seem to like Trump's style, are on board with DeSantis' anti-woke project in Florida, and don't even seem to prioritize higher immigration all that much. Asians are pushing back against pro-crime and anti-merit policies, particularly in San Francisco. All this is not something I would have predicted 10 or 15 years ago, so I have updated my views quite a bit, although most right-wingers appear incapable of shifting their opinions based on new evidence. Leftists meanwhile seem to have lost some of their old enthusiasm for the Browning of America, a phrase one rarely even hears anymore. Now they have to worry about ways to censor what information and arguments people have access to in two languages. At the same time, anti-immigration politics is as strong as ever on the right, because it's really driven by implicit white identitarianism, and is a good electoral strategy too since old people find border hoppers scary. Racial change has already been baked into the future, so the entire debate over whether the nation is going to be 44% or 49% white in 30 years isn't that interesting, at least from a demographic balance perspective. People who prioritize stopping immigration on cultural grounds, like Amy Wax, sometimes sound to me like they believe we currently have the option of becoming a homogeneous nation-state, when that's completely off the table. I used to read right-wingers who around 2010 would argue that as the white share of the population declined, the country would have less time for special pleading from blacks, as every group pursued its own parochial interests. It hasn't worked out like that, and our politics is even more black-centric than it was back then. Both the right and left make the same mistake, which is underestimating the power of two key forces: America's capacity for assimilation and its obsession with black people. Both of these forces have shown themselves immune to demographic change. Academics and journalists tried to beat the whites versus everyone else narrative into our heads during the Obama era. In response, leftists went all in on wokeness, while conservatives adopted white identity politics, with Fox News and right-wing influencers now sounding like VDare did 10 years ago, minus the hereditarianism. This should have exacerbated white-Hispanic tensions, but we've instead seen a decrease in racial polarization when it comes to voting behavior. When I've traveled overseas, I've been struck by the extent to which educated people speak English and are obsessed with American politics and pop culture. The idea that we'd have large zones of unassimilated masses living within the United States itself was never plausible. Hispanics and Asians who go to college may begin to think in terms of identity politics. Those that don't are largely alienated by wokeness and often find themselves friendly to conspiracy theories and charmed by Trump. In other words, they largely behave like white people, which is what you'd expect in a nation that was good at assimilating outsiders. Meanwhile, blacks remain first and foremost in our minds when we think about race issues. Some people put the blame on white liberals for this, and there is something to that idea, but what is commonly missed is that democracies tend to give people what they want, and a minority is going to be able to exercise power if it is united around an ethno-nationalist approach to politics. This country is obsessed with black issues in large part because blacks themselves approach politics through a racialized framework. I don't think it's white liberals who cause the inner city to erupt in protest when a career criminal is killed by police, or who make blacks attend segregated graduation ceremonies. While growing up in the south suburbs of Chicago, I had several jobs where the majority of my coworkers were blacks from the city. As mentioned, I now live mostly around Asians and Hispanics. Personal experience confirms what we see in our politics. Blacks will often bring up race unprompted. They'll randomly complain about how some cashier or boss discriminated against them, and even use humor, sometimes self-deprecating, that centers their personal identity. A leftist might say this is because they suffer more discrimination, but regardless of whether that's true or not, the tendency is still there. When I deal with someone from Mexico or Central America, they practically never mention their background, even though many are illegal migrants or dealing with immigration issues, which means that their identity objectively has a lot more relevance to their everyday life than it does for an American-born black citizen. I don't think elites are as powerful as they themselves assume they are, nor as powerful as their conservative critics contend. Our racial politics to a large extent reflect what people themselves care about. Focusing on diversity and the supposed threat of balkanization at the expense of black nationalism has serious costs for conservatives and classical liberals. As mentioned, it leads to too much fear of immigration. One issue is that this isn't like abortion, where conservatives are wrong, and it also kills them at the ballot box. Railing about the border actually mobilizes the base and wins votes, so it would be hard to change Republicans' approach to this issue. But smart people should realize that immigration isn't all that threatening, and adjust their priorities. I also think that focusing on black nationalism can help clarify the debate over whether wokeness is primarily a matter of law or culture, with all its implications. As I've said in some interviews, the answer depends on what aspect of wokeness we decide to focus on. One thing I believe I show pretty conclusively in my book is that the categories of Hispanics and AAPI are government creations, and we wouldn't even think in terms of such concepts if it wasn't for the law. From the origins of woke. As Scrutiny notes, in a racially, linguistically, and religiously diverse society, government classification made some inequalities more real and others invisible. According to Herbert Hammerman, who served for 15 years on the EEOC until 1981, the racial categories adopted by the government in the aftermath of the Civil Rights Act used to enforce anti-discrimination laws were the product of sheer historical accident. Yet they remain with us today. It is important to note that in the mid-1960s, Americans thought about race as a political issue in terms of the status of African Americans living in the South, one that was being solved through the Civil Rights Act and other laws passed under the Johnson administration. Practically nobody saw minorities as a government category that should separate certain individuals from the white majority and make them eligible for special government benefits. Yet while whites, blacks, and Native Americans were natural categories with deep roots in American history, even if their borders weren't always clear, who exactly were Spanish Americans and Orientals, the categories invented by the Eisenhower and Kennedy administrations. While categories like Hispanic, AAPI, and minority were constructed by the federal government and still aren't that deeply rooted in the culture outside of elite circles like journalism and academia, we could eliminate all civil rights law and abolish affirmative action, and black nationalism would still be there. Wherever blacks live in large numbers or form a significant part of an institution, they will to a large extent vote as a bloc and demand race-conscious rhetoric, policies, and practices. All of this leads to a perhaps counterintuitive recommendation, which is that fighting to get rid of racial classification and recognition for non-black minorities can be more important than going to war against black nationalism itself. Since blacks can be expected to have a racialized outlook anyway, the big returns in the policy space come from doing things like stopping Democrats from adding a Middle East or North African, MENA, category to the census, and if one wants to get more ambitious, aiming for the abolition of all racial classifications, perhaps with exceptions made for blacks and Native Americans. One could imagine a Republican administration rewriting the census to have the following questions. Are you a descendant of American slaves? Are you a Native American affiliated with a tribe? What is your ethnic background? Check all that apply. Question 3 would put Germans, Chinese, Palestinians, Hondurans, etc. all in the same category of not black and not native, that is, default American. Or one could simply abolish question 3 entirely, and leave the other two as concessions to political reality. One funny thing about writing the census is that it only occurs every 10 years, so you will usually have both Democrat and Republican administrations throughout each preceding decade. Trump happened to be the president in 2020, so there was no new MENA question that year. Biden has now resurrected the idea, but whether it actually gets implemented is going to probably depend on who wins in 2024, as by the next election after that the president would only take office in 2029 and then it may be too late to stop whatever has already been decided. Eliminating wokeness as law for everyone else should take priority over doing so for blacks, and the former would probably face less resistance. At a cultural level, understanding black nationalism as the essence of the American race question can foster more realism regarding the future of the country. If our problem is balkanization, one should be very pessimistic, because diversity is here to stay, and will keep increasing even if the borders were to be shut tomorrow, which they won't be. But if black nationalism is the issue, it is one that has been with us since the 1960s, and its power tends to rise and fall in cycles, rather than be continually growing. It is still a problem, but a manageable one that we might be able to face, if we ever started to become honest about it. Thanks for reading. Since you made it this far, you probably found this article useful. To keep receiving more like it, please
I actually do not quite understand how he's defining black nationalism. Uh, my understanding of black nationalism would be kind of like, people basically either want either wanting to set up an independent internal colony or relocate, like a Martin Delaney or Marcus Garvey, to Africa or somewhere else. Um, by his, to be honest with you, you could call someone like Lincoln a black nationalist, or anyone in the past in American history who wanted to, pack blacks up and send them back to Africa or where have you. I would say these days most of the black nationalists are people who keep yelling, "Go back to Africa" or "Go back to wherever it was you came from." I think he's horribly confused. Um, let's have a look at. Sometimes he'll put reference material. I'm kind of curious to know where he got the idea that most blacks or people who live in black areas are black nationalists. I don't quite get that. Let's see here. He doesn't really list any references. I don't know why. I'd like to know where he got this stuff from. In some ways, he kind of sounds like Be Brave. Um, basically wanting to, um, well, essentially what he's saying is black people, if he had his way, black people wouldn't be uh, default Americans. His comment about the census basically asking three questions or two questions. Are you Native American? Are you black? Or are you other? So essentially what he's looking to do is separate blacks and Native Americans out and lump everybody else together as quote default American. Some issues with that line. Maybe he was kidding, but I doubt it. His point about Amy Wax wanting racial homogeneity. I've listened to Amy Wax over the past maybe 3, 4 years. Occasionally I'll watch an interview or read something by her. She's actually not looking for so much racial uh, um, homogeneity as much as um, cultural and political. She, for instance, wonders why Asians, South Asians in particular, come over here and would even vote Democrat. She feels that Asians voting Democrat are basically voting against their own self interests. Um, Her views on immigration, she would prefer to have Northern Europeans immigrate to the United States and prioritize over other parts of the immigrants from other parts of the world because she feels that Northern Europeans have more in culture, more in common with American culture, basically a Western culture, sort of thing. Um, I've never actually heard her say, "Hey, I want white people, only to immigrate." She specifically says Northern Europe, and she specifically talks about Western and American culture. So, and I know Hanania has talked to Amy Wax, and they actually, communicate back and forth over Substack every now and again. So I don't know where he's getting that point from. I basically cannot think of many black nationalists. I don't know that much about Tariq Nasheed or Dr. Umar. The little bit that I may have heard, I would call them black supremacists. And, definitely Tariq Nasheed is anti-immigration, but I would almost say they're, at least Tariq Nasheed is almost America first and America for FBAs, Foundational Black Americans first. So I don't know where he's getting the black nationalist part, but I think he's dead wrong. He sounds like somebody who doesn't either have any black friends and a diverse set of black friends, or he doesn't talk to black people much. Maybe he would benefit by, even finding some black conservatives. I don't know that even black conservatives would go as far as to say black nationalism is a problem. Mr. Hanania needs a friend. So anyway, that's pretty much all I have to say about this essay. I think it's kind of, I don't know. I think there's some misconceptions he has about the black community. In any case, if once you hear this, make sure that you like the video. Also, make sure that you comment if you have any. More than willing to, talk to anybody who has a comment or suggestion or anything like that on the show. At some point, I'll probably even show this video on the Stanley versus the World show. So talk to me then, and I appreciate any feedback you might give me.
I want to add a couple things. Like I said, every time I hear this guy, uh, this is probably the uh, third or fourth time I've heard this particular essay. California does have a history of slavery. Um, Slaves were brought from the South, from the Southeast. It doesn't have like, an extensive history of slavery like, the East Coast or east of the Mississippi states do. But where he gets the idea that there's no history of slavery in California, maybe I don't know. I guess I'm tired of making excuses for him. Um, he doesn't do his due diligence, and a lot of young writers don't. And my conspiracy theory, and you all know I'm not really that much of a conspiracy theorist, but I think these people actually depend on their audiences not knowing American history in particular, and just about stuff in general. Um, the other thing I want to say is that these folks on the right will always talk about, well, you're not slaves now, slavery ended. They just totally skip over Jim Crow. Jim Crow went on for another 100 years after slavery ended, and it really just technically ended a year before I was born. There are still people alive. My father is one of them who grew up in the Deep South who remember Jim Crow. Um, Jim Crow, the Jim Crow South is within living memory. And what folks don't seem to understand is that it's like a hangover, um, systematized, um, systematic racism has consequences, and the consequences are not reversed just because you change a law or two. Um, in California, the other thing that people don't seem to grasp is that there are two types of Jim Crow. I mean, there was the legal part of Jim Crow, but then there was also the cultural side of Jim Crow. Um, so there were certain stores up north, there were certain stores in California, in the West Coast that you just didn't go into. There was no law saying you couldn't go and shop it's somewhere like Saks Fifth Avenue, or go into some swanky restaurant. It was just that it just wasn't done by custom. So people just don't get nuance. And I'm finding that a lot of the younger, quote, intellectuals, um, the shortcomings in our education system, the seams are showing with essays like this. He just does not know. Even he lives in California and doesn't really know its history, and it leads him to make these gross errors. Like he's never read a history book. California had slavery. Not it wasn't legal, but it was custom, and slave owners bringing their slaves out west for things like the gold rush. Those people were still slaves. And the other thing, let's see, a couple other things I wrote down. His summary of the Voting Rights Act. Uh, Basically, the Voting Rights Act was put black nationalism into the law. That's just ridiculous. That's way over the top. I really want to know what his definition of black nationalism is. It sounds like his idea of black nationalism is if it's not total assimilation, then you are just being defiant and you're a nationalist. And this dude, he is highly regarded in some right wing circles, and his lack of understanding of American history um, is showing. Um, the VRA did not mandate drawing congressional districts. Congressional districts have been around since 1787. Um, how does he think the House of Representatives, they figured out? Um, how do you? I don't know. That's just an odd statement. What it did, the VRA did not require that you draw all black districts. Um, Necessarily. What it did is, hey, you can't be bisecting these districts, um, so to parse up pockets where the population is majority black. Um, this dude is just weird on his history, and I guess I'll start following him. I've actually known about him for quite some time. These two particular essays, when I read them the first time, were really kind of interesting and provocative. But the more I listen to it, it's like the more I'm finding that they're really lacking in their depth. Um, One last thing, the comment he makes about races being like AAPI and other racial designations being sheer historic accidents. That is, I don't even know where to go with that. Black codes have been around since like 1662 in pre-America. So, you know, um, I've seen interviews with this guy. You can see a few of them up on the screen. I've never seen him talk to anyone that I recognized as knowledgeable on American politics. He tends to hang out with kind of a bunch of fringe people. Um, and maybe what I'll do is get his book and read it, though I won't be in a rush to do it. Some of his conclusions are just odd. So I'll leave it at that. I'm not going to bore you um, anymore with this rant, but I figured it would be worth at least exposing you all to, someone who you don't hear about every day. He does have a Substack, and if anybody's that interested, I'll be happy to drop the links in there. Or you can go to my channel. These two videos are uploaded. I actually put the his Substack information in the descriptions. So there's someone for everyone, and I'm sure someone out in this in this audience would like to know more about it. What's up, Black Manta? And Stank D, interesting question. How much do you think? How much do you think you would go for as a slave? $5. Well, thank God I don't have to contemplate that. I seriously doubt I would have lasted long as a slave. However, if you're raised from birth as a slave, I mean, I would imagine I'm probably a little bit, it's hard for me to say. I don't think I'd be the same person I am currently if I had been born back then. And I have a feeling you would not have been one of those 1%, the 1% that made up the planter class. I have a feeling you would have been Poe White, Stank D. So, what kind of job would you have had back then as a Poe White? Would you have been a farmer, dirt farmer? Would you have learned a trade and maybe apprenticed yourself to a blacksmith? Maybe you would have been an overseer on some rich person's plantation. Guessing that would be your dream job, whipping slaves. So let me know. I'm interested to know who you think you would have been back then. And I'm not going to even bother asking your race. You would have been an overseer either way. You know what? Hey, Black Manta, if just being a slave for whatever price wasn't offensive, I don't think they were really caring how much they were going for. I think the big deal is they were slaves. So, anyway, we can move on from this foolishness. Next up, John did a show earlier today, and my name came up, and of course, I was in the audience trolling. Why not? So, my name happened to come up. He started talking about Robert Smith, who, according to Fortune magazine, is the second richest black person in America. It's somewhere around 10 or 12 billion. Uh, he used to be number one, but there's a fellow that I can't remember his name now, but Ryan talked about him and looked up a video, and he's a he runs a company that does some sort of software, maybe it's networking software. I can't remember now. If I remember the name, I'll actually replay that video because I seem to be forgetful of names in my old age. But let's listen into that. Let's listen into John and see what criticisms he has of me. I can't actually remember now. What's up, Phoenix? Let's get to the right place here.
They lying, you sour.
Such foul behavior has to ugly him up.
These boots and these sidewalks were made for curves.
Oh wait, hold it.
Bray.
What is this? Did I get the right
Jesus.
video? Oh wait, hold it.
Bray, let me tell you something. You probably don't know what you're looking at right there, dude.
Let me. This is the video I want to show, and we'll come back to the video I started by accident. Is the racist roundtable starring John and Brave. I want to go in detail on that one because I didn't get to listen to it. Listened to like 5 minutes and then just got disgusted and left. So, it's been a few days. So I figured maybe I'd come back and listen to some of it and skip over it and, you know, basically trash it just for the record. And, Be Brave did a show about me today, something that he took out of context as usual and just totally flubbed it. And, I don't know why. I don't know why he just doesn't clip it and show it. Because if he clipped it, half the bullshit that he thinks I'm saying would probably be disproven. He is famous for taking his 70-year-old memory and saying that it's a direct quote when it's not really. And in any case, it was taken out of context. It was in response to a question. He just took the comment, didn't even acknowledge that it was an answer to a question, totally out of context. And why people, well, people, someone told me today, I think it was Richard or somebody, just said, hey, it's entertaining. And my retort was, well, it's entertaining but not very informational. As long as you realize that Be Brave show is nothing more than it's not worth any more than the sheer entertainment value. I'm okay with that. I wish he would stop putting my name in his titles, though. All right, so this is what I intended on showing.
Yeah, I'm back, right? Anyone ever heard of 19 Keys? 19 Keys.
Yeah, a bunch of people said it. Grifter.
Is that right? Damn. A buddy of mine, matter of fact, what's the guy's girl back from the beats, behind the beats, or whatever her name is?
Yeah, behind the beat.
Whoa, did I do that?
Oh, I got something for you, Craig. Oh, someone mentioned JT the Pocket Watcher. And
Yeah, this guy's really
this morning. I saw an episode.
I'd never heard of JT the Pocket Watcher, but I
I'm
wish I
gonna
hadn't
see
by
an
now.
episode of his, and a
Hey, how are you,
you gonna
OPC
love
Don? Pretty good so far.
Let
What's
me
up,
find this
Hurricane?
shit. Oh, I found it, crack. Oh, I hope Stanley's in the audience. Here it is. So, you've heard of that black guy, Robert Smith. Stanley mentions him from time to time. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Stanley, his name is
So
Robert.
Stanley's in the chat. Stanley's in the chat.
Okay.
He's still here.
Okay. Robert Smith, the guy you mentioned a bit. Now, I'll be honest. When he came out
more
with that,
amazing
when he came out with that, when he came out with that Morehouse thing, my initial thought was he didn't think this through. Because what if a parent borrowed money to pay for their child, then that child is going to be shit out of luck. Well, the parent going to be shit out of luck. And they did the right thing. I'm not.
Just so you know, not last year. I think it was the year before. Robert Smith was the commencement speaker for Morehouse University's graduation, and in that graduation, if I recall, he paid off everyone's student loans. I think that's what happened. So I'm not exactly sure how paying off student loans would hurt parents. John didn't get too much into detail, but the upshot of it is Robert Smith has gotten into some problems, kind of personal, financial, but the dude's a billionaire. Need I say more? But anyway, that's what John's talking about, the Morehouse commencement, where Robert Smith basically paid off, I think, the balance of any student loans that were outstanding. And John, for some reason or another, finds fault with that. And he kind of explains it, but I'm still kind of fuzzy on why he does. Guess I should ask him.
Not criticizing, but I just thought it wasn't thought all the way through. Then I read an article maybe in Wall Street Journal, something they were talking about how were the taxes going to be accounted for,
Who gives a
this is
fuck?
gift, right? Those type of things. And some parents would, some children would have, huge income in that year, considering, how many loans he had. And then, I think he wanted to buy a football team or something like that. And something came up and he got caught up in some shit in Texas, if I'm not mistaken. And so here's JT the Pocket Watcher talking about Robert Smith saying the man's a government informant. I said, oh, shit.
I made it up. I want y'all to pay attention.
Let me go back.
Suzanne
Here it is.
tries to hire a private investigator.
Hold on. We're going to go back a few seconds. I'll start watching this morning.
They were married in 1988. Suzanne. They were married in 1988. This is long before he was a billionaire. I believe he graduated in 1985. So she was there since day one. Suzanne is beautiful. He was married to Suzanne, but for whatever reason, Suzanne was suspecting that Robert could be cheating on her. So what does Suzanne do? Suzanne decides to hire a private investigator. Listen, this story would not be more amazing if I made it up. I want y'all to pay attention. Suzanne hires a private investigator. And this private investigator finds out that Robert F. Smith had a girlfriend. And Robert had set up and had the business pay for the girlfriend's expenses. He also had the business, made it look like the business paid for and rented out this New York City.
Hold on, Craig. This one I want you to get comment on right here. Let me see. This is it right here. Let's see.
Robert Brockman.
Yeah, this is it.
Is a billionaire from Texas. All right, billionaire from Texas. This man made his billions by selling software to car dealerships. Made his billions. Now, this is the man right here, Robert Brockman. This is the man who started Robert's fund with $1 billion. So he put the seed money in Robert F. Smith's hands to start the fund. Now, when he handed over the check, here's the problem. When Robert Brockman handed over the multiple millions all the way up to $1 billion, when he handed that check over to Robert Smith, that money came with some strings attached. And here's the problem. There's going to become a point in your life when someone's going to offer you an amazing deal. It looks as if they are going to basically hand deliver all your dreams. Most of the time, it's going to come with some strings attached. So I just want you to be aware that anyone can get got in this type of situation. When someone's willing to give you everything that it looks like you want, you need to be a little skeptical because it could get you in trouble. So here we go. Let me show you guys what ended up happening. Now, what I'm reading from right here, is from the Justice Department's statements on what they say happened in this situation. All right. If you look at the second paragraph, it says that beginning in or about 1997, while working as an investment banker at a leading global investment bank, I believe they're referring to Goldman Sachs. That's where Robert F. Smith was working at the time. Smith met and developed a business relationship with individual A. I believe this is Robert Brockman. He was at the time, he's the CEO of that company that sold software to car dealerships. Now, between 1997 and 1998, it was Robert Smith, right? Robert Smith's job was to help Robert Brockman try to sell his company. Robert Smith at the time, he's the expert in tech companies for Goldman Sachs. That's why they paired Robert Smith with Robert Brockman. Paired them together because he's the go-to guy when it comes to tech companies. Now, over this time where they're trying to sell the company, the deal falls through, right? Ultimately, Robert Brockman did not sell his company in this deal. But here's the thing. Over this 2-year period, Robert Smith really impresses Robert Brockman. I mean, he really impresses him all the way to the point where Brockman, the white billionaire from Texas, goes to Robert F. Smith, the black investment banker with Goldman Sachs. He goes to Smith and says, I'm so impressed by you, even though the deal didn't close. I'm so impressed by you. I want you to quit your job. Stop working for Goldman Sachs. Start your own investment firm. And I'm, Robert Brockman, I'm going to give you $1 billion to start the firm. Dreams come true, right? Dreams come true. Amazing situation. Here's the catch. Robert Brockman, the white billionaire from Texas, tells Robert Smith, the black man investment banker from Goldman Sachs, he tells him, but listen, you have to put half of your management fee that you take from the firm, you have to put it in an offshore foreign trust.
Explain that, Craig. I got two questions for you, Craig. The first question is, did he really believe in that man, or did he see a sucker?
I think that's probably a little bit of both.
He believed he'd be a good sucker? Is that what you think? Or you think he'd be a good sucker?
I mean, but he had the aptitude to deliver, right? Working at Goldman Sachs. Perfect.
Yeah. He had the pedigree.
Yeah.
He had the pedigree.
You have the pedigree. You got the abilities.
To make it, he had the pedigree to make it look legitimate. And he probably was hungry enough to take this deal that is a dream come true. Would you say that's fair?
Right, yeah.
And so when the man said, hey,
fair.
Put the money in an offshore account, he said, okay, cool, fuck it. This is my dream come true. Now, can you explain why someone would want it in an offshore account?
To trust too, right? So yeah, it's to hide taxes. You know, and you hide your assets from taxation. Yeah, there you go.
There you go. And so this is the guy's issue here. He wants the richest black man. I don't know if he's still the richest black man anymore. I'm not sure. Anyway, I'll let it
because that's what I do with my money. This is Robert Brockman, the white billionaire. He says he has his money in an offshore foreign trust. That way he does not have to pay tax. If I give you this $1 billion, you have to put half of your management fee that you're going to be earning from the firm, from the investment firm you're going to start. I want you to put it in a foreign trust. Matter of fact, I'm going to have the same lawyer that drew up my foreign trust. He's going to do your foreign trust. So listen, I know it's
now, Darren, again, like this was a guy that basically was hungry. This rich guy come along and say, I see you're hungry, you're ambitious, you be a good, basically, guy that come along and offshore my profits. It's like he was a what do they call it? Like a rube or a noob, like a noob or something, and he was used by this man.
Sounds crazy, but it's all in the paperwork. It's all right here. Now, at this point, Robert F. Smith, he's got a decision to make. Does he accept the money, start the firm, but he also knows he's hiding money in a foreign trust? Or does he decline, say no thank you, and try to start the firm anyway, but he's going to have to go around raising money amongst a bunch of different investors? Apparently, based on this statement of fact from the U.S. Department of Justice, Robert F. Smith decided to take the money from Robert Brockman and open up the foreign trust. All right, here we go. Here's where it gets kind of bad for me. The issue here is that in order to open the trust, okay, he's going to have to open the trust in a name of someone that's not his, right? He wants someone else's name on the trust. Who do you think he would go to in this situation? Who would he go to put their name on this foreign trust that's going to have multiple of millions of dollars in this trust? I mean, there's so many people you can think of. Ultimately, he decides to put the trust in the name of his wife's uncle. Follow me here. Follow me here. He puts it in his wife's uncle's name. His wife's uncle is a Jamaican living in the UK. So there's enough distance from himself that he feels like he's pretty safe. Now, he made many, many good decisions.
Stanley said, who the fuck is this fool? This guy is a certified financial planner. Damn, my screen just shut down. But yeah, he analyzes like scammers and things like that. That's what he does. So take it with a grain of salt, but this is what he does. This is what he talks about here. And so he goes around looking at people like this and tries to advise people to stay away from scammers. So that's kind of what he does. Let me put that back on the screen.
Okay.
And so he's saying that this black guy that is representing himself as the richest man in America, black man in America, is more or less a scam. And so this guy is taking a look at some documents.
These folks who are just, I can't help but just say, this black guy who represents himself as the richest black man, the fuck is he talking about? Fortune magazine is the one who ranked him at the first time I became aware of him, he was the richest black man in America. Now, this year, he's the second richest. But what the fuck do you mean he's representing himself? If you actually did your homework, you know that I brought it to people's attention because I read it in Fortune magazine, who does the rankings. So this just comes off, this whole episode here, just one more, plank in the platform that black conservatives just can't fucking help themselves. It's like it always comes off as anti-black. This guy, represents himself. He's in a scam. He put an offshore account in his wife's uncle's name. And actually, Get Crack will make the obvious point, and I thought the same thing. Number one, why is this even a big deal? And we'll let this play a little bit more because Crack's going to basically make the point that I would have made. And this was John's call-in show, so it wasn't like a panel discussion. And I don't even know, had it been a panel discussion, if I would have wasted time going up there. I fuss enough on these panels at the really disingenuous critique that just gets bandied about. And if Stanley says something, Stanley is more than likely read it somewhere. If I come up and say, hey, the dude, I more than likely said, hey, Fortune 500 or Fortune magazine ranks this guy as. I don't know where he gets the idea that Robert Smith is representing himself as something. It's not that level of scam, John. He's not bullshitting like they do in your neighborhood. The dude, Fortune 500 says it. They rank all the other billionaires. He just happens to be one of them.
So this is his words here.
In the money. I mean, a lot of great decision when it comes to investing this money. Professionally, Robert F. Smith is probably one of the best decision makers, deal makers there are. But see, that's professional. Personally, he did not make a lot of good decisions. And here's why. When you go through the documents, I have here a filing with the court that at one point it was sealed. You'll see right here where it says sealed, but the government unsealed it. I don't have anything special. You can find this document online yourself. But this document here, at one point it was sealed, but then at another point, the government unsealed it. And when you go through this document, you will find out that Robert F. Smith had a very messy divorce around 2014 through 2015. He had a really bad divorce. And dealing with this divorce, some things kind of came out. He was originally married to this beautiful black woman, Suzanne. They were married in 1988. This is long before he was a billionaire. I believe he graduated in 1985. So she was.
Let's see.
Tip number 1. Never try to hide money from the IRS. It normally does not turn out good. That's tip number 1. Tip number 2. If you ignore tip number 1 and you decide to hide money from the IRS, don't involve your wife in the deal. It can just get messy. All right. Tip number 3. If you decide to hide money from the IRS and you decide to involve your wife, don't cheat on your wife. It's not going to turn out good for you. And here's my last tip. If you ignored everything that I said before this, if you still decide you're going to hide money from the IRS, multiples of millions of dollars, you're going to hide money from the IRS, you're going to involve your wife, and you decide to cheat on your wife, please do me this last favor. Please do not cheat on your black wife who has been with you since day 1 with a white Playboy model. That never turns out good. Trust me, please. That never turns out good. Don't cheat on your black wife with the white Playboy model. It's not going to turn out good. All right, now back to the story. All right, so after the divorce and the information comes out, the IRS actually cites the information from the private investigator in the case. Now, you should be asking yourself this question. If Robert F. Smith is guilty of hiding multiples of millions of dollars from the IRS, why is he still walking around the streets?
Oh, Lord.
He should be in jail. No, but listen, I got you. Well, Robert was able to get a deal with the government. There was a couple of things he had to do to make sure that he did not go to jail. Now, number 1, he had to pay the $139 million of taxes that he avoided. Number 2, he had to revoke his claim for a $182 million tax refund. Now, let me explain this a little bit. Robert was making donations after he found out that he was being investigated by the government. After he found out he was being investigated by the government, he started to become very charitable based on the reports that I got. And as he was making these donations, he wanted a tax deduction like any U.S. citizen would. So to make this deal, he had to pay the $139 million in back taxes. And he also had to revoke his request for a $182 million refund. All right, so that was number 2. And number three, he had to agree to be an informant and cooperate with the government. Now, against who? Who is he cooperating against? Robert Brockman. Remember the white billionaire from Texas who made Robert F. Smith a billionaire? I mean, let's be real. Robert F. Smith would be an extremely successful person if it was not for Brockman. If Brockman never entered his life, Robert F. Smith would still be extremely successful. He would probably be a multi-millionaire still. But billionaire, richest black man in America, without starting a firm. If you read the government's paperwork, you will see that it was actually Brockman's idea for Smith to open the fund in the first place. And
that's why I say he was a stooge, correct? You understand? Like, he didn't have that idea. That man came and put that idea on him to hide money. You understand? Like, he couldn't sell it.
I mean, he's successful. He got the Playboy model. He only had to pay 180 something million for stealing billions. Slap on the wrist, basically. What's wrong with this story again? This is what everyone should do, right?
If you can do it.
And you know what? I think crack probably surprised John a little bit. Several issues here. Number one, I mean, if you just watch TV, apparently the FBI was actually kind of like wanting the bigger fish. So Robert F. Smith is worth $10+ billion. Um, Rich people getting off with the slap on the wrist, rich people cheating on their wives. Um, Billionaires seem to do that these days. There's Bill Gates. Robert Smith is in elite company here. Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos. Hey, um, you know, I think sometimes having that much money, there's so much temptation out there, given that, what your money could buy. You know, Guy's human. He's older, etc. I don't know that any of us, the two on the panel or me, could actually say, "Hey, I wouldn't have done it." I see John's in the yeah, John, it's okay to cheat and steal. Billionaires do it. The saying that billionaires don't get to be billionaires unless they cheat and lie and all that stuff. That's like one of those common aphorisms. Number one, this story is a year old. It's not like it just happened recently. Glad you caught us up. The bottom line is, I think the guy's a billionaire. He can afford his peccadillos. Um, I don't know who did he scam and steal from. It actually, I'm not sure that the scam and steal is that accurate. Um, and in my opinion, of the pocket watcher guy, those who can't be billionaires criticize them. So I wasn't impressed by the analysis. 183 million or whatever it was, and not getting his 100+ million tax break. Hey, dude's worth 10 billion. He took the hit. Don't know that that really even made much of a difference. Um, it wouldn't be me. I don't know that. I would. Well, shit, I don't know that I have the talent to be a billionaire. But had I the talent, I can't say whether I wouldn't have done what he did. People offshore accounts all the time. Have you ever heard of tax havens? Um, so I don't see what he did. Yeah, it probably wasn't the right thing to do or legal thing to do, but you hear stories about rich guys offshoring these accounts and having affairs and living that life all the time. Um, are you saying, John, that a black man should be more virtuous than a white man, a white billionaire? A black billionaire can't act like a white billionaire. Um, to me, it sounds just kind of like anti-black. And by the way, I hope you heard, Robert Smith doesn't represent himself as at the time he was the richest black man. Fortune magazine said it, and they've been doing it for decades. So if Fortune magazine says it, it's probably so. By the way, this year he's the second richest. There's a guy who owns a tech company that comes in ahead of Robert Smith. So probably that $200 billion, between not having the tax break and the 100 and almost 200 million he had to pay. Um, maybe that was the difference between him being the richest black man and or the second richest black man. By the way, the next closest billionaire was Michael Jordan at 3 billion. And he got his 3 billion because he sold that share in the Charlotte Hornets. So you know, having to sell it was bad, I guess, but at least it got him into Fortune magazine as a as a one of the richest black men in America. Let's see what else John has to say here. Again, I'm not criticizing. The white man made him rich. No, actually, John, the white man didn't make him rich. He made him richer. Um, if you know Robert Smith's story, actually showed, kind of, he sat down and talked with Earn Your Leisure, the Earn Your Leisure guys. He sat down and kind of went over his life story. He almost wound up working at Goldman Sachs by accident. And believe me, if you're going to work for Goldman Sachs, you might not be, rich, but you'll be well off. So the guy, basically had a deal. Whatever the deal was, went sour. But I believe Robert Smith was already, at least well off at the time. And you know what? If you, like I said, if you ever watch TV, the feds probably wanted the bigger fish, and Robert Smith cut a deal. Why wouldn't he cut a deal? Let's see. John says, you complain of racism. There's a case where white man made him rich. It was the white man's idea of money. What does racism have to do with this scam? I kind of lost your train of thought here. Racism, you'll have to connect those dots next time I talk to you, or hit the link, connect those dots for me. Um, just because a white man helped Robert Smith gets bigger means there's no racism? Is that what you're saying? Because I would beg to differ with that assessment. So anyway, that's pretty much where I wanted to get to in this video, and I still have respect for Robert F. Smith. I don't approve of the I don't approve of the behavior, and frankly, I didn't even know about it because it didn't make big news, at least the news that I cover. In my opinion, this is just another thing, another nefarious thing that the billionaire class does. Um, cheating on your wife with a Playboy model. Uh, there's Bill Gates. Who knows what Bill Gates did, um, to end that 20-some year marriage. And Jeff Bezos, you know, Jeff Bezos was so in love with the woman he cheated with, he made his wife the richest woman in the world, or richest woman in the country. So, it was worth billions for Bezos to be with his woman, his current woman. So, if you got the money, it allows you a certain amount of privilege, and apparently $10 billion is a get out of jail free card, or almost free. All right. Well, from John's show today, I hesitate to do this, but I guess I will, at least for a little while till I get bored with it. This is episode 3, Black Crime Victim Open Panel Call In. I think this is the show that John did with Be Brave, and for some reason I'm 2 minutes and 15 seconds in. Oh, I know why. So this is about where it began, I believe. And, I'm not going to watch the whole thing because it's about 2 hours long, but I wanted to at least get a feel for what they talked about. Oh, and by the way, I haven't mentioned it. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. And if you're new to the channel, subscribe to the channel and share the wealth with all your friends far and wide, so they know the greatness of the John Galt Urban Landlord platform. And also, if you would be so kind is to subscribe to my channel, Stanley Cross 6000. If you just type that, it'll take you to the channel. And I uploaded my first 2 videos today, which you have already seen, so you don't have to put yourself through that torture again. But they're old Stanley versus the World shows from John's channel. And Probably what I'll do is start, just kind of uploading video essays or reactions to essays. Um, so until I figure out something better to do. So let's go ahead and deal with this. But this is Be Brave and John, and I think other panelists come up there and join them. And pretty much everybody knows my thoughts on the magic that happens when John and Be Brave get together. It looks like somebody getting beat up there. What are those, school children? Why do I not hear this?
Brave, you see those brick paved sidewalks?
Looks
Those
nice.
sidewalks were made for stomping.
I guess they must have been, but they sure look nice. Too bad such foul behavior has to ugly them up.
These boots and these sidewalks were made for curb stomp. Brave.
Jesus.
Brave, let me tell you something. You probably don't know what you're looking at right there, do you?
No, I do not. I'm not
In
sure.
the real nice parts of Washington, D.C., they lined the sidewalks with bricks. Real nice part, not over here where I live, Brave. So what you're seeing is a real nice neighborhood right there. And the Negroes are coming in there ass whooping in these people's neighborhood, Brave.
Sure. But that's, they're not staying in their. They're not staying in their own areas. Hell no, they're not. Those are nice looking sidewalks too. Expensive homes and everything, I bet.
Brave, that's Capitol Hill. That's Capitol Hill. More than likely, Capitol Hill is one of those neighborhoods where they pave the roads with bricks so the Negroes can curb stomp people on the motherfuckers. And so I figured this would be a good day, Brave, for us to have calling. Sorry, say that one more time, Brave.
Are these kids, you think, from the neighborhood or no?
Brave, these $1 million houses. You think them Negroes live in $1 million houses where the roads are paved, where the streets are paved. Some of the streets are actually paved with bricks too.
I was just trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. People like to pretend like they're not spreading out and causing, the cancer isn't spreading. But I guess, let's be real.
But one of the things you probably didn't notice, Brave, and I've been talking about it for a very long time, the little white girl came along. Look, these are school children. Look at the little white girl, Brave. You're gonna see in a minute. I'm surprised these niggas ain't got no volume on this shit. You're gonna see the little white girl say, "Leave him alone. Look at it. Look at the backpack on the Brave. What's she doing in these schools, these Negroes? What's she doing in these schools, these Negroes, Brave?"
Got me. Somebody's parents are out for just dumb as hell, if you ask me. Is she gonna get herself hurt?
No, I don't think she's gonna get it. She just come to rescue these Negroes, Brave. And if it, let me put the link in the chat. Anybody want to call in? You've been a victim.
Actually, my question is, why is she even running towards it? Why doesn't she just stay back on the periphery so she doesn't get caught up in it? Apparently, the little white girl doesn't have much common sense, or her parents haven't advised her, like, don't get involved in shit you shouldn't be. But I digress.
Crime. If they just destroyed your neighbor, they didn't put a hand on you. Just destroyed everything you worked hard to buy. You feel free because you think we give you calls a break?
I don't know. It'd be nice. It'd be nice.
It would be nice because it got to be some victims if they're doing all this crime. That would be correct, Bray, right?
Yeah.
There would have to be victims.
Yeah.
There would have to be victims if they're committing crime. Is that right, Bray?
They're out there.
Did I miss something? What crime is the crime? The beating this kid's taken? I'm not sure. I guess I'll just let it play and figure it out.
Somewhere. That's for damn sure.
By 12 black men.
What?
Raped by 12 black men. Raped by 12 black
Raped
men.
by 12 black men. Have mercy. Maybe somebody will call in. Got to be some black victims out here somewhere. You know, Brave, I could fill this whole motherfucking hour with just my friends. Brave, all my fucking friends, I called one of the niggas this morning. He said, man, why you gonna talk about that? Why you gonna talk about that? Why don't you talk about something more positive? To get to the positive, we gotta get rid of this negative shit. That's what I believe, Brave. I don't know what you think, Brave.
Oh, I believe it. You're absolutely right. I don't understand how people can not talk about the trash that's on the street. And when they're talking about cleaning up, I would suspect the first thing you do is pay attention to the trash. If I'm cleaning up my yard, first thing I do is pick up the trash from the winter or something, with little there is.
And then you cut the yard, huh? You pick up the trash, and you cut the grass. And,
the trash first, and then I don't know what people are thinking when they don't want people to talk about this. It amazes me, John.
What's that, Brave? That's the bus. They're gonna take this nigga's shoes. You see that, Brave?
What do you think he did? He said something to him, or he's just in the wrong place at the wrong time?
Maybe he'll call in and tell us.
Maybe he'll let us know.
Brady, do you remember that time we was
they
on
are
CT?
taking? Are they taking his shoes?
Nigga, you don't believe me? You think I'm laughing here? Niggas will take your shoe. Hey, Brady, God damn it, Brady. This last week, motherfuckers took a belt off a nigga. Remember that?
Oh yes, come to think of it, yes. Jesus. So it's just commonplace to rob for fashion now. Why? Because these kids.
I have to note the glee to which all this dysfunction is being reacted to.
Kids are all wearing such expensive fashions. Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's what it is. That they took the shoes off the nigga.
Sure did.
Somebody here, God damn it, Brady, you fucking liberals and shit coming in. Social local Jimmy. He said, no one wants to talk to you about. Now, I think no one wants to talk to anybody about it. They can't mention it. They can't talk about it, Brady. Brady, do you remember when I was on CT channel? I was talking about my mama scared to ride the bus. Remember that, Brady?
Yes, I do.
What the nigga said? What the nigga said, Brady?
Well, let me see it. If I take back, they're supposed to say that's not the problem. The problem is you're supposed to chauffeur her around.
Mm-hmm.
They said nothing about riding the bus is a problem, though, for an old lady. None of them said anything about it.
Do you think this is what my mother could have been afraid of, Brady? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's what your mother could have been afraid of. And what's funny, John, it was the day, not long, 2 or 3 days after that, I distinctly remember one of CT's regular females got shoved down subway steps that was in on that. He was in on cussing you out cussing you out, thinking your mother should be able to ride the bus. It wasn't 2 days later, she was thrown down. She was pushed down the steps in the subway.
No way.
Didn't hear nothing about that, though. It was all about her and how she got shoved down the steps in the subway.
Wait. So you said a nigga was telling me that my mama, I should be hauling my mama around, and then she got her ass threw off the subway the same day?
About 2 days later, pushed down the stairs. One of the females that was in on cussing you out.
Maybe she went.
And down the stairs she went. Somebody pushed her down the stairs.
Maybe she's calling in. Is she all right?
No, she's all right. Yeah, no, she's got better. She doesn't call in much anymore. I'm not going to say who it is, but she was definitely in on cussing you out, talking like why you expect mother to do something like ride the public transportation? How dare we think an old person should be able to ride the goddamn public transportation? Hell, that ain't right.
You might remember this, Brady.
Appreciate you joining us this morning at 8 o'clock, and you saw it first right here on Fox 5. Harrowing moments on a Metro bus. A mob of people seen pushing a woman off that bus as terrified passengers looked on, all on camera.
Right now, the victim is standing by with our Melanie Alnwick to speak exclusively with Fox 5. Melanie, you're live with more on this. The video is difficult to watch. I can't imagine how that woman is feeling this morning.
Absolutely, Steve and Jeanette. The video is difficult to watch, and I'm here with Kyla Thornton, and Kyla and I were reviewing the video for a little bit. Kyla Thurston, and I know.
How old that woman look, Brady?
Yes, I'd say probably 45.
Well, I wonder what she did to these niggas.
You didn't want to watch any more of it. It's really hard for you to go back and review those moments. Tell us how you're doing right now, because that seems to be what most people are concerned about when they're responding to this.
On the mental aspect, I'm all right, but
she's a little older. Yeah,
she's older.
What you say, Brady?
She looks now. She's a little older than that. Is this the woman that was shoved down?
This woman that thrown off the bus.
Yeah, rolled off the bus.
You gonna see it, right? You gonna see it.
Goodness
In the
sake.
future, I would just hope that Metro could, I guess, find some type of way of preventing this from happening to someone in the future and have more safety precautions on behalf of. I didn't seclude any injuries, but I wouldn't want no one else to have to go through this, and it's emotional just thinking about it.
Yeah. What do you remember? Well, how did it all start?
I got on the bus, and it was a young lady that got on with some smaller
That lady got tattoos on her chest. I just happened to notice that, bro. But that doesn't matter.
children. I got up to give her the seat, and after that, the kids.
You hear that, Bray? She said she got up to get the nigga the seat.
What, a young lady?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Were cursing, so I was just like, can you all stop the foul language? And at that point, the kids became.
Jesus Christ. God damn.
Bray, I'm surprised we ain't got nobody in the back. Ain't nobody got their ass whooped on the bus. Nobody want to call in.
They started being disrespectful. Like,
Yeah, they want to get their
me. Then next thing you know, there
call
was
in and
things,
talk about
objects
it.
being thrown at me. And I was just like, thank you, Lord, because throughout the whole incident, only thing I could recall was the kids hitting me and kicking me, and I had no defense.
So, right, in the video, you're saying, thank you, Lord, thank you, Lord. You're saying that
Lord
to
Jesus.
protect yourself
Right.
mentally.
Right.
Jesus.
Bray, blacks are called. I mean, it causes major destruction for everybody. Anybody want to call in? What it call us?
Everything around them they destroy. Everything. Gang of kids attacking them.
Yep. I was just waiting for it. Blacks, not some blacks, not blacks who live in certain neighborhoods, just blacks. Uh, I don't know. Apparently we have just gotten away from, precise use of language. I don't know whether, I guess everybody who watches this show is supposed to know automatically that it's not all blacks, it's just some blacks. But it would help someone like me who I guess tends to be fairly literal to kind of know exactly who they're talking about. But no, Humble, I'm not about to go off. It's late, and going off on something I already know is gonna be, just a pretty edgy take. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna even watch the whole thing. I just wanted to watch a little bit of it since I couldn't watch it when it was live.
An older woman on a bus. Who else does that? Who else does that in the USA? Hell, I don't think you can find that anywhere in the fucking world, John.
I just about to say the world.
Yeah, the whole goddamn world, you wouldn't find this other than black people doing it, black kids doing it.
Brave, I ridden the bus in third world, man. Motherfucker be peaceful, quiet, damn near. Other than the music they playing, it be quiet, bro. Ain't nobody bothering nobody, especially not the old one.
Amazing.
And then what happened in terms of you were asking the bus driver to stop the bus?
I asked several times prior to the stop that I was getting off at to stop the bus, stop the bus, stop the bus. The bus driver made no attempts to stop the bus. He didn't alert local authorities or anything to my defense.
And so I saw.
Actually, I've been thinking about it off and on all day. I'm still trying to figure out why people get upset when black people living in a dysfunctional neighborhood, no matter what the racial makeup might be, moving out of a bad neighborhood to me seems like something you would do. It's basic survival. If you don't want to live in a neighborhood and can afford to move out of a neighborhood where there's a bunch of drugs and violence, who the fuck would stay? It's the people who stay and can get out, to me, that seem weird. If you're in a war zone, it is abnormal to run towards the war zone. Some people are trained to do it. Some people are kind of natural, you know, you know, have hero complexes. But by and large, normal people want to leave dangerous situations, not stay and kind of hang out and revel in it.
On the video, it looks like at one point the bus does stop, or the doors may be open or don't open.
Black Manta, that's an interesting comment. Um, are you when you say you get used to it, does that mean you grow to love it? Or my thing is that why get used to it if you don't have to? So if you can just expand on that a bit, I guess you get used to it if you don't have other choices. But if you have the choice, um, why do it? Especially if you have kids. Um, you know, I could go on and draw all kinds of conclusions and put together conspiracy theories about why someone would want to, but um, to me, it just seems like if you can get out, get out. Did did I, Fred? Yeah. Phoenix Fish? Yes. Let me put it to you this way. If not being anti-black is pro-black, then I'm pro-black. And yeah, I'm gonna ask someone who desires to live in a dangerous place, why the hell do you want to live in a dangerous place? I'm not going to necessarily criticize unless I know the person really well, but I will ask why. And to me, that seems fairly normal too. This bullshit about, wanting to save your people, I don't know. I mean, every, you may have a calling, and some people do to work with, the dysfunctional. I don't happen to have that calling, and I would imagine, few are called, uh, but many are chosen. Really? Let's see, you got the hardest part for me when I got out of the hood was the boredom. Well, you know what? If you can get used to the excitement, Black Manta, I would imagine you can get used to the boredom. Take up take up bird watching or something out in that peaceful environment. Oh yeah, if you don't have other choices, Fred, I'm never going to criticize somebody who has limited choices. I would have to sympathize. That kind of person, I would actually be inclined to do what I could to help. If you don't have choices, if you're a kid and you're kind of stuck there, if I knew about it and could help, I'd do it in a heartbeat. However, it's the people who stay there by choice, for whatever reason, that's influencing the choice. I do have to ask, why do you stay there? And, if the answer is, oh, I want to be near my people, well, I guess I have to accept that, but I still think it's weird. I've actually, funny enough, years ago when I lived in Norfolk, um, I had kind of the same. I was talking to a pastor of a black church, and I can't remember how I ran into him. It was business or something. So I get to talking to him, and he happened to ask me, "Well, brother, where do you live?" Told him where I lived, and his question was, "Well, why aren't you living with your people?" So I looked at him a second, and I went, "Well, I am living with my people. I'm living with the people that I have stuff in common with." Now, if your thing is, "Hey, I want to live with people that I haven't I want to live with people that I have something in common with," I guess I can accept that, but I still think it's kind of odd. If the people you have stuff in common with are committing crimes and doing drugs, is it healthy to have that in common with them? So, yeah, I can see some people are getting agitated with me in the audience, but I don't give a fuck. My opinion is just as valuable as anyone else's, and I think it's weird to live in a place that's dangerous by choice. Some have family. They need to be getting their families out too. But again, I'm not here to tell people what to do. I'm just here to comment on what they do. And I think it's weird. So we can move on with that.
Open. Were you trying to get off? I was trying to get off, but it was weird. So the bus driver just kept going. And even after I'm yelling out the top of my lungs, stop the bus, let me off the bus. The bus driver.
Okay, John, I'm not saying all people commit, I'm not saying all people are doing drugs and doing crimes. I mentioned the danger. If it is a high crime area with bullets flying everywhere and a lot of killings going on, and somebody mentioned that you showed a video of finding somebody, some drug addict in an alley somewhere, if a lot of that is happening, um, I would kind of want to move away from all that. Now, if you love it, I will still think it's weird. I will still ask why you love it, but in the end, I don't really give a fuck. You know, I'm just asking questions out of sheer curiosity. I could give a fuck less where people live, especially if they have a choice in the matter. But I might ask why if I know you. Um, but it's not that big a deal, and it's certainly not even worth having a fight back and forth. I personally find it weird that people would want to live in a. I've heard people call it a war zone, Chirac. If you can afford to move away from Chirac, even if there's family there, even unless like if your sick mother lives there, I can understand wanting to be close, but that should be the next goal. I can afford to get out. Let's see if I can afford to get my mother out. Think of it as like immigration. You will immigrate out to the suburbs, and you need to be working to bring your family to join you as fellow immigrants from the inner city. Fred, I have no clue. I keep saying this is Georgia. This is this is Carroll County, Georgia. Um, I have black neighbors. I have white neighbors. Now, my immediate next door neighbors are white, but they're black people in my neighborhood. It's the city that I live in, the small town that I live in, is roughly 50-50. But I don't know. I think the reason is the county went for Trump. So, like, America is a racist country and Republicans are associated with whiteness. So, because the county went Republican, it means I live in a white neighborhood. That's as near as I can piece together the logic. Let's see, Phoenix, you could personally live in the hood, but I would never raise my family there. Yeah, that you certainly don't want your kids around, anything that could be dangerous. I mean, it's all risk. Yeah, sure, you could live there, but it's pretty risky, especially for kids, um, who aren't really, aware of danger all the time. Now, why you would personally want to live there, I would ask why, but it's probably you're a sane guy. I've talked to you before. You have your reasons, and you sound like the kind of guy who knows what he's doing. Let's see. I bet the lady on the screen wishes she could move away from the blocks that beat her. I bet she does. I bet she wishes she could move away. But maybe she will now. If she was wanting to live there, because she wanted to live with her people, maybe the beatdown will, maybe the beatdown will convince her that, gee, maybe they're not my people after all. I want to live around some peaceful people. Um, so, and by the way, I will remind everybody that I grew up in a black neighborhood, so I do know black neighborhoods can be safe. I'm not, I literally came from a town back in the day. It was a small city that was 50% black, 50% white, and there, as a matter of fact, it was de facto segregated. There wasn't laws there, but black people tended to live, in black neighborhoods, and white people tended to live in white neighborhoods. And by the time I was in high school, you'd get some successful blacks moving off into the white neighborhoods and stuff. But it just so happens that the neighborhood I grew up in was a pretty nice neighborhood, and you could actually walk around at night. There are plenty of times, walking back. But this was decades ago. I'm not going to get too wrapped up in it, but I do know for sure that there is such a thing as a safe black neighborhood. My grandmother, my father's from a small town in South Georgia. My grandmother lived in the black, side of town, and as kids, that black part of town, my sister and I, we'd spend summers there. They wouldn't, want us out after dark, but who wants a 7-year-old wandering around a town they don't live in uh, after dark? But we walk around wherever we wanted to go, um, sun up to sundown, pretty much. So there is such a thing as a black neighborhood. I understand times have changed, but my father still lives in the neighborhood I grew up in. It There are some white people in there now, but it's still a nice neighborhood. I was there over Christmas. Yeah, that's a good point, John. She was on a bus, so she might have been away from her neighborhood. No, John. If there was segregation, it was de facto segregation. I didn't. I When I was growing up in the '70s and the '80s, there wasn't any segregation. Um, but even today, people do tend to want to live around their own kind. Whether that kind is cultural or racial. People do. Birds of a feather. But segregation had nothing to do with it. Um, well, I mean, if it did have anything to do with it, it was between people's ears. Let's see. What's up? What's up, Clue? How you doing? Oh, she lives nearby. Well, John, you live in the hood, so yeah, you know what you're talking about then. Yeah, apparently taking the metro in DC can be a dangerous thing. Um, it looks like where she's standing doesn't look so bad. Doesn't look Kind of look suburban. There's some greenery there. But anyway, I hope maybe if this might convince her to move away, might not. And frankly, I don't care. I just really have some comments.
But never stop.
And so then eventually the bus stops at another stop. Which stop was that?
That was right there out from the IHOP on Alabama Avenue, and
Ray, that's right around the corner from me.
Jeez, oh
It's
man.
literally like 4 blocks away. I can
Yeah.
walk to that motherfucker.
Jeez, oh.
when the doors were open.
This is a black neighborhood, very real black neighborhood. And this is right around the corner from Jungle. Was it right?
I'm just saying, it just seems like you don't even have to leave your neighborhood for this material. Hell, it's just all over the city. Jeez, ow, man.
Open, and I was trying to get off the bus, and the kids just started assaulting me and kicking me and pushing me off the bus.
Were you hurt?
Mentally, yeah, but not physically. I got like a little bruise on my arm. My jacket's like ripped off of me.
You see, guys, there's the rip on her.
Gee, right.
Like a lion or some guy, Gray.
Jacket right there.
I got a little creep in
Well,
my
damn,
arm
did,
neck from the kicking, but other than that, the Lord
well, wait.
sustained me.
Hold on
What
one
do you have
second.
to
I
say
a
about
question.
the?
Now, John, you're in the audience. Did they interview her right after the beatdown, or is she wearing the jacket intentionally to show, you know, a day or so or whenever after the actual incident?
The woman who provided the video to Fox and let people know what actually happened to you.
I'm in tears about the video from hearing her because that's the only reason I came forth. Because, like I said, I would want to prevent this from happening to anyone else. And I'm just going to say to that young lady, thank you for reaching out.
Ray, did you catch that? The only reason she came forward is a video. There are plenty of people get this shit happening to them. They don't get video, Bray.
I was wondering when she said that. I'm thinking, well, goddamn, you know, is there any way to? In other words, if there wasn't any footage of it, she wouldn't have filed a complaint.
Hell no.
Jesus.
Just asshole. You just take it, man. Keep them pushing. You see it here, they pushing her off the bus.
And I'm speaking up on behalf.
She about to cry, Bray. This is what they're doing to people. This is a woman trying her best, probably making it. She looks like she probably worked somewhere.
Hell yeah. And this one not wanting to hear vulgar language, thinking it was the old days when she was young. Got all screwed up. Times have changed. I bet she knows now times have changed.
Now here's a 70-fucking-year-old man talking about thinking it was the old days. If anybody thinks it's the old days, it's Be Brave and I Thunk.
Bray, let me ask you this. How do you think she feels when she sees young black kids and they did this to her? Like, do you think she's forever been changed?
Now, I do understand that we all share a common humanity, and there is good and bad in all of us. To quote Stevie Wonder and Paul McCartney. But why on earth is John asking a 70-year-old white racist how a black woman might feel? That is odd to me.
Yes, but I'll bet you a dime to a dollar. There's still an indifference to what's going on.
Yeah.
How many victims?
Yeah, that black woman, according to Be Brave, is indifferent.
There are, I bet she's still a bit indifferent to it. I'll bet you, John, she would make excuses. She's a 70%er. She'd probably make excuses for black crime, even after getting jumped by herself. It'd be nice to hear what she thinks now, damn it.
I wish you were calling.
Man, that would be nice. What do you think about your little black children now, Missy?
And that's part of the reason that made me speak.
Oh, God damn. Oh, you know what? The 1950s is calling Be Brave. Let's see. Hey, Humble. That's a pretty funny comment. I might have to use that. I don't like using people's names in my show titles, but I'm tempted. That might have to be a show title. I'm definitely going to keep this one in mind. I'm going to write it down now.
Out because this is untolerated. You know, it's like, you know, you got kids going to school, but the parents should be held responsible for actions like this. Like I said, I didn't want to come forth, but watching the video myself personally, it kind of like, it startled me, and I'm still.
Bray, you see they picked this motherfucker up and threw her off the bus. You see it, Bray?
Yeah, I see it. It's amazing. Like you say, John, I think you could go the world over and wouldn't find a repeat of this. 3 kids throwing an old woman off a bus.
Brave, I call niggas this morning. Niggas I know that been victims of crime. Say, feel free to call in, nigga. Get it out. What are you talking about that? Nigga, I didn't rob you. I didn't rob him, Brave.
I'm startled about it.
Yeah, yeah. Would it be okay if I give you a hug?
That's fine.
Jesus. On and on it goes, John, because what didn't she say? What didn't she say? She did not say it's the same damn group of people doing it every damn time. That's what she didn't say. That's why it
Now,
should
see,
never stop.
if this were,
Yeah,
if this were a higher production value, they'd be playing "Bridge Over Troubled Water" in the background. We need to do better, Fox 5.
yeah, white woman wouldn't dare ask her about who did it or anything like that. No. Or else if it's like, is there anything in common that this crime has with other crimes that she's seen? No. We can't talk about that shit. We just gotta. Oh my, that's why in a big city. I don't know if I'm just glad I don't live in a big city. I'd be dead. If I ride the bus, I'd be dead.
Listen to shit, bro. You gave her a hug, bro.
Care about you.
And my family even was concerned about it, but like I said, I didn't want to come forth at first, but I don't fear nobody but the Lord. So, it's not like I'm feeling like I'm going to be retaliated by it, because even when I spoke to my neighbor about it, my neighbor even started crying from looking at the video because it was harsh and it's unacceptable.
Hold on a second, Kyla.
Yeah.
She's got to talk about retaliation. And you think people, 70% of blacks aren't out of their fucking minds that defend this shit? First thing that come to her mind was worrying about retaliation. Not only did they damn near
This dumb motherfucker here still going on with that 70% of, I don't know why people fucking tolerate this. I guess anything for a show.
near killer, now she's got to talk about whether she is or isn't worried about retaliation, because it's a very real thing. I'm telling you, man, they got the 70% of the blacks don't understand, John, that these kids are tearing up the blacks way worse than they're doing any.
Yeah, 70% of the blacks don't know what their kids are doing. Yeah, this is just fucking. Yeah, I can see right now that I'll watch a little bit more of this, then I'll move on to some more serious stuff. But I don't know. I mean, you know what? Interestingly enough, I see the numbers creeping up. Maybe this is good content. Yeah, I know, Fred. I know.
Anybody else. Jesus Christ, they're making it so you can't even live around them. It's amazing.
Can't ride the bus.
Can't ride a bus.
Can't walk the streets. And if you do, they trash it, and trash receptacles overthrown. That shows you that brave. And just listen to the hurt in this woman's voice.
Our anchors have a question for you. She can't hear you, so tell
Sure.
me, and then I'll pass it along.
Well, listen, we just wanted to ask her, because Metro obviously has said safety is paramount, right, across the system. Anytime an incident happens, safety is paramount. I'm just curious if she has any suggestions for Metro as to how people like her could feel more safe on Metro so they continue to ride.
Okay. So our anchor, Steve Chenevy, said Metro always talks about safety and safety being paramount. And do you have any suggestions for how people can feel more safe on Metro? What do you want Metro to know?
First and foremost, when I first started yelling for the bus driver's assistance as far as them letting me off the bus, I think that bus should have came to a stop. That bus driver should have alerted local authorities, or at least made sure that I was okay. It was whereas though it was nonchalant and neglect on every.
He probably didn't want his ass
Metro, and I'm
beat.
sorry to say that, but he made no attempts to even assist me, let alone get the attention from local authorities to make sure that I was all right. And then after I was thrown off the bus, it wasn't like he, got out or said, well, let me call the ambulance. or
Why
police
is
or
she
anything.
trying
What do
to
you think
stay
he
on the
done would have
bus?
happened to that bus driver if he'd tried to help that woman, bro?
Got herself killed.
Well, my question is, why is she trying to stay on the bus? Something is fishy with this story. Number one, did she say, John has joined me, folks. Did she say why they attacked her?
Well, she said she asked him to stop cursing. Remember, she said, you know, the foul language. And she said she gave up her seat to them, and then they just attacked her. You
I
know,
wonder if she was late for work because, again,
and she probably was getting off
you know,
work.
well, you know what? It's an older lady. Um, Obviously, she was alone on the bus.
Mhm.
And I have to say, you know what? Apparently, common sense didn't tell her that, hey, this is a dangerous situation. Maybe I'll get off this bus and catch the next one. Now,
Yeah,
I
man,
don't
you
know.
know,
Maybe she was in a rush to get somewhere or something like that.
man,
But
you
if
know,
somebody's beating your ass and telling you to get off the bus, I notice, let me rewind it a little bit. She's holding on to the pole or something. What the fuck is she doing?
well,
What point what
she probably
point
wanted
is
to
she
brace her
trying to
fall.
prove?
Well, she's probably trying to
Um,
brace her fall here. And that's what I'm
you know
assuming.
what?
That she ain't
Uh,
just trying to free
I
fall.
think I'm John. Let me roll it ahead
It was
because
worse.
she's
It
not.
was
She's
nonchalant
already on
and
the ground.
neglect on every part on we had for Metro. And I'm sorry to say
She's
that, but he
she's
made no
not
attempt to
gonna
even
fall.
assist me, let alone get the attention from local authorities to make sure that I was all right. And then after I
See
was
how
thrown
she's
off the
holding
bus,
on? She's
it wasn't
already on
like
Yeah,
the
he,
yeah,
ground.
yeah. She's already
got
out.
out
Yeah,
or
yeah.
said, well,
So what
let
the
me call
fuck
the
is she
ambulance or the
doing?
police or anything.
What do you think he done would have happened to that bus driver if he'd have tried to help
I
that young
don't
lady?
get.
Got himself killed. He got himself killed. He knew it. He said these bastards will come back with these bastards. Now all of a sudden I'm an ops. You 70% of you black people don't get this shit, do you?
Yeah,
Crazy
70%.
bastards. Every last one of you
70% of
70%
these black
are
people
crazy
don't
out
get
your
it.
goddamn minds.
It galls
Poor
me.
little woman
It
can't ride on a
galls
bus.
me that Be Brave gets to say something like this unchecked. And it's funny. I really do wonder if he ever sat down with his own kind, if they wouldn't fucking laugh at his dumb ass.
You know, my buddy Philippe called in and he took issue with B Brave's number too. He said he
Well,
thinks
it's
it's
not a
higher.
number. Be Brave. He just pulled that number out of his ass and he's double and tripling down on it. Anybody with any sense of proportion would, you know what? If you're going to use that number, you need to have some hard evidence. And he keeps going, I don't need evidence, and people just keep letting him get away with it. And you know, just the last thing, and I know I cut you off a little bit.
Now go ahead.
You have noticed that Be Brave has said he will not come up here and talk to me about race because I'm not going to let him get away with it. I'm going to shit on him. I'm going to ad hominem him.
Yeah.
I'm going to do whatever necessary to ridicule that fucking, low brow. Like, basically what he's saying is I'm white and I'm white and that's the number. And I'm going to double down on it because I'm white. I just don't understand how people, have. Well, Richard, I think it was Richard or Nate, pretty much said that they watch him for the entertainment. And
Brave is hella entertaining. You got to give him that. You know, not many.
you know what though? He's kind of a one-trick pony.
Well, you know, he has about two tricks. He's the corporate meritocracy guy.
Well,
And
see, the problem with that is, I haven't asked him, voice to voice or on a panel, but I did type it in his chat today, and I want to note that I keep going to watch the train wreck too, at least for a little bit of the time.
I tell you, that shit is entertaining.
But if we're gonna follow his logic, how does he know that the corporate, the corporate overlords are not just showing him what they want him to see?
Well,
Where
I think where Brave. If I can speak for Brave, where he's coming from, he's saying, man, they got us all where they want us, right? And he's saying,
okay, including him. So
right,
how does he know that what he's seeing isn't just what the narrative they want him to have.
Well, I think, and I'm speaking for him because, I kind of get an idea of where he's coming from. And so,
Oh,
if I could speak for him, I think what he's saying is that, like, these people have us all, tied up. They control everything. There's nothing we can do about that. But there are some things that we can control in terms of, making it peaceful, where,
Like
we can live
what?
in peace. Where, there isn't this black flight where people are running from neighborhoods and then they can't be honest while they're running. It'd be fine. I think it may be fine if they were just being honest. But no one can really be honest, honestly. And I think honestly, that's why Brave.
What does that even mean? Nobody can be honest.
Well,
Honest about what?
Well, look at how few people there are like Be Brave, right? That's how he
Well,
feels
thank
it.
God there are few people like that. He's an ignorant asshole.
But there are probably many people that agree with a lot
Okay,
of things that Be
let me
Brave is
make
saying.
myself clear if I haven't.
Yeah.
There is zero value in any of his points. It's all crackpot weird.
But if I were to go on YouTube right now, there are guys out here that talking about
Okay,
their
well, just
capitalism.
because it happens on YouTube doesn't justify it.
No, I guess not. I'm not. Follow my logic though. There are people that on YouTube and they were talking about it on Brave Stream today, talking about like blacks that think they're aboriginals and they're the original man. It's all kind of talk. By and large, every group can engage in that, but seemingly the white men that want to engage in talk like Be Brave, they really can't do it. They have jobs and on the line. The blacks, they can say what they want to
Thank
say.
God for that. Thank God there's some social pressure still left.
But the blacks can say what they want to say, and they don't.
That's not true.
They don't. Well, they can say a lot of things without being canceled. Where if it's the whole whataboutism.
Okay,
if you replace black with white or white with black, the outcomes are different in society. And I think.
Okay, well then what I'm hearing is people like Be Brave are just bitter. Okay, but what they fail to understand is that we all live in the same American fishbowl. Don't fucking blame black people because white America wants to allow black people to say shit like this.
Well,
It's not okay. It is what Be Brave does not understand, that a lot of what he's complaining about is a white problem. Okay, they need to fix the shit. Okay, they don't control, crime rates and, black people being criminals. But the bottom line is if he's getting pissed off because blacks can say anything they want to say, well, the fucking same system that allows him to say what he wants to say is allowing black people to say it. We don't live in separate governments. It's all one government.
Well, I think that, again, what Brave is saying is that, you have to really ask yourself, why aren't there more white men like Brave online?
Because they're genetically superior, apparently. Whatever form of mild retardation he has, it isn't catching.
But there are blacks that do the same shtick. Like CT does the same shtick. He says a lot of the same things. Right?
You know my thoughts on CT.
I understand, but but CT's able to get up here and do it, right? And
CT shouldn't do it either.
Well, but he does. He's able to do it. And then there are people that go even more radical than CT. When I'm walking around downtown DC, sometimes there are black radical groups that are talking really hateful things. And the white people just walk by, laugh at it. Sometimes I'm sure they have thoughts, but they can't say anything. And that's just so unnatural.
Okay. I totally disagree with you here. I think what you're doing is taking up for your friend.
Now, Stanley, if you listen to the rest of this interview, if you just scroll toward the end, we took a phone call from a police officer. He worked for the subway. It's just random. He's just calling.
In DC or New York?
In DC. In DC. No, he's looking for a room for rent. And so,
really?
Yeah, the Metro cop subway. And so in the phone call, I'm digging deep. I'm doing my hood credit check, and I said, "What do you do for a living?" He said, "I work in Metro." I said, "Well, do you drive buses?" And he said, "No, I'm a transit cop." So they've hired dozens and dozens of transit cops, and more or less all they can do is just stand there and let the kids do whatever the hell they want to do. And he more or less explained that. that unless they're really just getting out of hand, there's nothing he can do. And I don't think that hands off to these children, regardless of their
Okay,
race.
well, you know what? I would dig deeper than that. Loud kids or kids cutting up. No, you can't arrest them, unless they're actually committing a crime.
Well, here's the thing.
That's not a big deal. That's
Yeah,
how
I
the
agree.
law works.
I agree with you. I don't disagree with you, but kids cutting up could be jumping the subway turnstiles, and he kind of went into that. All they really can do in DC, and I've talked about it here, is ask them for ID and ask them to leave. You can't arrest them. If you're in New York or something, they may arrest you. Or in Virginia, for sure, you jump the turnstile, you go to jail, right? You're gonna have an interaction with the police where he's looking to take you to jail. It's a little different in DC, a little bit more lenient because of the demographics, and instead of being firm, they've tended to go the other direction to be very lenient on these kids. And one could quibble, say it's the effective approach. I don't know, but it doesn't seem to be working if you have kids doing this on the bus and you're telling the police to kind of be hands off with them. So I'll give you an example of what I mean. DC has a rule: no eating on the bus and train. Everyone does it for the most part now, anyway. But back when it used to be kind of you didn't do it and your peers would kind of enforce it. A little black girl, she was on the train eating something, right? And the police came up to her and she showed out, and he eventually arrested her. And the liberals came to her defense and saying, he shouldn't have arrested her for eating. Well, the rules were against eating, clearly defined. And even though many people do it, this cop wanted to enforce the rule. Well, I wouldn't even say many people did it.
Where were her parents? Why are the liberals talking? Why aren't her parents?
Well, she probably was getting out of school, right? So she's coming home from school and she's eating on the train or the bus or the train. It was a train. And the police put her in handcuffs. I don't think they took her to jail or anything, but more that she was being defiant. So that,
Well, did they call her parents?
I'm sure they did call the parents at some point. But the bigger point was that the liberal people here really came down hard on the police and said, you should have left her alone. Yeah, she's just a little girl. Because policing can get ugly, right? If you don't obey the law, then they have to use force, and if they're using force on a little girl, it looks ugly. And so the liberals came down on the police officer, and then from that point on, kind of all the police officers kind of start backing back. People eating on the train, no problem.
Okay, well, I know your natural urge to blame the liberals, and that's why things have gotten out of hand. I'm going to go back to the fundamentals of I would love to talk to her parents and know how they addressed it. Okay, the one thing my parents used to tell me, and that's, maybe for slightly different reasons, but you know what? You better not goddamn embarrass me. Okay, if you're fucking, doing something you shouldn't be doing and the cops tell you to stop, you damn well better be doing it, because if I have to get involved, my father used to literally say this: you're going to be sorry, the cops are going to be sorry, everybody involved is going to be sorry. So what you need to do is do right. Okay, and if the parents aren't instructing the children to know that, there are going to be consequences, that girl sounds like her parents weren't doing what they were supposed to do. And we want to blame the liberals when it's actually a parenting issue.
Well, the thing is, we don't know what the parents said.
No, we don't. That's why we should know. But the parents are always wrong and the cops are always right.
Let me give you an example of an interesting story. B. Berry was talking about it a couple weeks ago. It made national news about a year or so ago. And it's very interesting kind of how the media can skew something in some ways just by not showing you something. You remember that cop that shot that woman that was about to be stabbed by another woman? Remember her?
Yeah, I remember the story.
Remember that, right? Well, one of the things that was interesting, and I kept looking for it, the media did not interview the woman that was about to be stabbed. Maybe the local media did. Maybe in her hometown or something like that. But they interviewed, the national media interviewed people that were saying the cop shouldn't have shot her. Let me finish. But they never interviewed the woman whose life was saved. You have to dig hard to find that.
Okay, well,
And that was
I'm sure her lawyer told her not to talk to the
well,
press
but
because she was bullying the girl who stabbed her. The cops basically didn't realize it was the girl with the knife who actually called the cops. So if indeed, because you said you don't actually know, if indeed the woman or the girl whose life was saved, I'm sure she had to lawyer up. Somebody probably told her not to talk to the press because she's not going to come off as a hero in this story. And this was known at the time, okay, that actually it was the woman that the cops saved who started the whole incident.
so well, you correct me if I'm wrong. So the woman that was about to be stabbed kind of deserved it. Did
I'm
she?
not going to say she deserved it. Did I say anything like
No,
that? I
I'm just trying to.
I said that she caused the whole incident. She was bullying the girl with the knife. I would be willing to bet that someone told her, "Hey, don't talk to the press.
What do
You're not going to come out of this smelling like a rose." I would have told her not to talk to the press.
do you think she would have been at risk of being charged for something? Because
Well, I
I don't
don't give a
remember.
shit about any of that.
I'm
No,
just
I don't
asking.
think she would. I don't think
Okay,
she. See, because you're drifting away from my point.
I'm asking because I don't
Okay.
remember all the words.
Now, by the way, I think the cop in that circumstance did what he was trained to do. What are you going to do? A life was at stake. They're trained to save lives. So he took the shot. He did the right thing. I don't have a problem with what the cops did. It was an unfortunate situation. The girl was like really young. I wish she had just had the sense enough to get as far away as she could and wait for the cops. But the girl, you're saying no one interviewed her. Assuming no one interviewed her, um, I'm guessing and I'm betting that she was told not to talk to the press. She was not innocent. No, she didn't deserve to die. The cops did the right thing. The girl with the knife went too far and shouldn't have pulled the knife. But the bottom line is there were no heroes other than the cop in that story
Hmm.
or innocents.
So what was the girl that was about to be stabbed guilty of? If she, I didn't accuse. I didn't say she was
I
innocent,
didn't
but
say
what
she.
was?
I said she started the incident.
No,
I
when
don't
you say
know
she
if
started,
she's.
like what? Like what? How, did she call the girl a name? Did
If
she
I
hit the girl?
recall, the girl with the knife was adopted or in foster care or something like that. It was
Mhm.
or maybe it was a foster home, like one of those group home things.
Mm.
But the girl with the knife was being bullied by the girl she was trying to stab. So, bullying isn't necessarily a crime. I'm not saying the girl committed a crime. I'm saying had she been interviewed, she would. The situation was known shortly after the shooting. So it was fairly common knowledge what the situation was. It was unfortunate that the girl pulled a knife and got killed, but the girl she was about to stab was not an angel. Don't be talking to the press because they're going to ask you questions like, what did you do? It's going to get uncomfortable. You're not going to come out off as an innocent damsel in distress.
Now, what kind of lawyer? Who would have paid for her
I
lawyer?
have no clue. I'm surmising.
Yeah, 'cause, like what was she like?
I'm
Just, why would she
surmising.
have a
I
lawyer?
don't know the details. It was a while ago. I literally said that I'm guessing.
Oh, so I'm looking
That
it
could
up
be
here.
that could be a reason.
I'm looking up. They were arguing about housekeeping. Her and two other young women argued over a messy house and unmade bed before a fight that ended with the fatal police shooting of the black teenager. Wow, damn. It was over keeping the house clean. The older one told him to clean up the house because mom doesn't like the house dirty. So that's how it all started. Damn.
So,
No, I'm just I didn't know what led up to that.
well, the
Jeez.
bottom line is the girl who who wanted to manage the housekeeping would not. I'm guessing that one of the reasons, if indeed she wasn't interviewed, she could have been, like you said, locally. But if that is true that she never got interviewed, I'm guessing it's because she was not a damsel in distress. She was bullied.
Mm. All over a messy ass house. Jeez.
Yeah,
Christ.
well, these kids, if I recall, it was some sort of group home, maybe.
Mm.
I don't know that there was a lot of adult supervision. Apparently, there wasn't.
Jeez. I did not know that. I didn't really follow the story. The bigger part of the story was probably the LeBron James aspect of it. That's where the media kind of focused their eye. But damn, I didn't know it was over a messy ass house. Oh shit, that makes it worse.
Yeah, well, if it could possibly be worse, I guess that would be it. But it was a bad situation all around. I just think
shit.
that I just think that going in, I think that parenting, like in the case of the girl who gets arrested for eating, somebody should be telling her, hey, don't embarrass me.
And back to that, that's what I was going to say to you, Stanley. We don't know what her parents said. Her parents may have said just what you said, but it was these organizations and people that.
Okay, see, you are more concerned about that. I'm not concerned about it at all.
You didn't even let me finish what I was going to say. We're sure.
Well, you're just gonna say it, no, even if I'm not concerned about it. So go right ahead.
What I was going to say is that like the girl's family may have been like, "What the fuck you doing eating? And you embarrassing me." But someone took up her cause and attacked the police instead. I'm talking about here in DC.
Well, you know what? If I were those parents, and I had done my due diligence with the kid, and she did it anyway, I would have probably contacted those liberal groups or held a press conference and said, hey, these liberal groups do not speak for me. This is what I have to say on the incident. If they want to go on and on about, the cops, they will do it without my support.
You ever heard
there are ways to deal with these sorts of things.
Stanley, you ever heard of the black complaint? They always put the worst people on the news. You ever heard black people say that?
Nope.
So oftentimes you go
because generally it's the worst people. I mean, if they're the worst people, the news are going to want to talk to them.
Yeah, whatever. But it's like a standard thought. Well, they always put the worst people on the news.
I have literally never heard a black person say that.
I've heard people say that.
I've never heard anybody say that.
Yeah, they go to the ghetto, they find some woman with a snaggletooth or someone defending a criminal and say they put that person on the news. And I think similarly, they choose who they put on the news and who they don't.
Well, of course they do. It's called production.
Right. And so if you have
if you're doing a story on hungry children, you want the one who looks the hungriest.
But just as easy as they could have interviewed the woman or not interviewed the woman and said, what did you think about your child being, harassed by the police or whatever? They didn't ask her, or at least it wasn't on the news that I saw.
Okay, you actually don't know what went on. You literally just said we don't know if maybe the parents did what they should have been doing.
She may have just had them in the home, but in the media, in the mainstream, the police had to back off because organizations took the fight.
You know what? If I had been the cop or the cop's boss, I would have said we were just doing our job, enforcing the rules. If you don't like the rules, somebody go tell city council to change it.
Yeah, it doesn't take much for the police to back
up. I don't
up.
know why the cops would even bother backing down.
Yeah, I would back up. I wouldn't fuck that. I didn't see you eating if I thought it was going to be a problem.
I would have. No, I'm just saying that, sometimes if the cops are right, maybe they ought to hire a public relations person and fight back. If they're right, they're right. Now it could very well be that, you know what, he could have just taken that whatever it was she was eating and be done with it. Now, I don't know the situation. I don't know the details. Maybe the girl just acted out so much that she had to be handcuffed and
Yeah, I think she
taken
had to
off
be.
the train.
Yeah, I think
But
she had to be. Yeah.
there are a lot of things that I don't know, and quite frankly, don't particularly care about because it sounds like it's happened a while ago.
Hey, did you watch the Super Bowl? I think you said you didn't watch the
No,
Super Bowl, right?
no, but I did acknowledge that you picked the Eagles, and
Yeah, I heard you say that.
I'm glad
Mhm.
to say Jalen. I'm glad to see Jalen Hurts be successful. Since you're up here, what about black quarterbacks now? I mentioned that too.
Yeah. Well, they had 2 black quarterbacks in the NFL in the
Well,
Super
no,
Bowl.
you talked about, the quarterbacking style, not being good in the pocket, not being accurate passers. Um, One was good enough because I know Jalen can do both. I don't recall how good a passer he was, but Alabama isn't a place. Shit,
Nice.
Oklahoma, I don't think, didn't he?
No. And that's one of those things that I do tip my hat to the young man. I was gonna do a stream about him later, coming from a different angle that you probably would like. I've been listening more and more about it. His father was a football coach. And again, I think that these are the traits that you pick up from a father in coaching, in football. And you listen to some of the things he says, in some of the interviews that I listened to the father. He did some local interviews down in Houston. The guy's still a coach.
Mhm.
And I watched the guy because he went to Alabama, and the boy had, he's clearly very well raised because when he was at Alabama, I think he was benched.
Yeah, I
And then,
guess he was, but for some reason, I guess, and I'm not interested enough to go back, but it seems like he had no. What it was is Tua got injured and Jalen
Mhm.
Hurts is the
Mhm.
second string came in. Yeah, he did get benched.
Well, Jalen was the first string. Tua took him out. Tua got hurt, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's
And he
what
had
it
to come
was.
back in. And one, he came back in, he was very well prepared, helped Alabama
He
win the
was.
national championship. Right?
As a matter of fact, he won a big game for them, right?
He made a big play to win the big game, if I'm not mistaken, if my memory serves me correctly.
Yeah, I seem to remember that.
He's like a hero in Alabama, even though he transferred. And the reason why he's a hero is because of the way he came back. A lot of people would have just transferred and said, fuck it, I'm out.
Yes.
I got benched.
Yep.
And that was the coach's son in him. You know what I mean? And I think that made a difference. The guy, he's not the best passer, but he's very coachable and he's tough. And, I did a stream quickly about Cam Newton where he said, I'd rather win the MVP than win a championship. No one ever talks about this boy winning MVP, and he don't give a shit. He just want to win. And that trait will get other people
Well,
to give 110%, and that is what
I
leading
think
is
that
about.
I think Cam Newton's doing some coping there. He's never been on a team that came close. So of course he's
Well, he
gonna.
did come close. He was in the Super Bowl, and this was the moment that they were asking him about.
Well, wait, when was he in the Super Bowl
He made it 1 year. His best year, he made it to the Super Bowl.
with the
And there,
Panthers?
and there was a seminal
I
moment
don't
where he
remember that.
where he fumbled the ball. I think he fumbled, or there was a fumble, and he could have dove after tried to get the ball. He did
I
not do
think
it.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Who
And
were
so
they
that's
playing? Do you recall?
I can't remember. Maybe the Patriots. Somebody I can't remember.
Because it was back when I used to watch football.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
can't. You probably know what I think about Cam Newton.
But Cam Newton is kind of what I think about, in that Cam Newton would have been a Hall of Fame defensive end. Hall of Fame. Undoubted first ballot Hall of Fame. Athletic ability. But he'll go down as a mediocre quarterback. He's out of position. And that's what, I think, and he wasn't willing to even work hard enough to get into position. He was an MVP kind of guy. That position serves you better as a wide receiver or defensive end, where you make a lot of individual plays. He's a solo rapper. And that's Cam Newton, you know, in a nutshell. And those same traits that he's unable to be a leader on the team, he's not going to be able to really start a business outside of, you know, football. He's going to find it very difficult.
Why do you care so much?
Well, I think, you know, I think there are teachable moments to regular people. You understand?
Oh, really?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. The same
Well,
way
I
you
thought
talk about
Charles Barkley was very clear that athletes should not be role models.
Well, I think how they got there can be a role model, can be inspiring to people.
You know
You see
what?
someone
I
like
guess
you see someone like Jalen Hurts and what he's accomplished when he could have just said, "Fuck it, I'm out," right? But then they called him back in. He came in and helped win the championship. You know, man.
okay. Well, I know people like using sports analogies and all. I'm not
Mhm.
one of them.
Well, it's something that a lot of people watch that you can, you know, make an analogy where a lot of people would get it's common. You know, everyone tomorrow will be talking about the Super Bowl, but very few people are going to be talking about, you know, kind of the influence of that young man's father to give him kind of the resilience and shit like that. You know, to go through a long season, you know, without getting too high, too low. That's what a quarterback has to be. You know, when you lose a game, you can't get too low. You got to be serious. You
Right.
got to
And
lead
I
people. It's
think
very
I
difficult.
think he is a fine example for future athletes. But
Yeah.
outside of the sports arena, I
Mhm.
don't see him. I don't see
Well,
him
outside of the
as any
sports
sort
arena,
of role model.
outside of the sports arena, I'm not talking about a role model. I haven't mentioned that
Or
word yet.
or you know the coaching part.
Mm.
Strictly good stuff for athletes.
Well,
Normal people who aren't athletes, I think there's a limited value.
well, I think that it is kind of the as Booker T. Washington would say, one generation.
Well, I don't think Booker T. Washington is someone I respect him, of course. He had what he had to say, but he's by no means
Well, other people
anybody
have
I
said.
would
Well,
emulate.
I think he was actually quoting someone else who said, you know, one generation, you know, toils while you know cuts down the trees, and the next generation comes along and lays the foundation for the house or whatever. And I think what you see in the Jalen guy is that his father, you know, laid a good foundation for the son to springboard to have, you know, tremendous success.
Right, and there are many different types of
Right.
foundations.
There are many different types.
His father as a coach,
Right. And you know,
coached him the best way he could. Now,
well,
had his father been a scientist, results might have been different.
very well could have been different. The guy may have been a scientist instead of going to another profession. But you know, again, his father may not have been as athletic as this guy, but you know, he did give him the fundamental skills that he needed to be successful. That the guy could take it, and when he hit those rough spots, he had someone that he could lean on, and that's what the father was talking about. The
But you know
transfer.
what? The funny
Mm,
thing about parenting,
mm,
you know, my son tends to be good at things that I'm good at, if not
mhm.
better.
And
Parents do the best they can with whatever skills they have. Had my
mm,
son been, you know, a jock, I probably would have been all right, but probably would have had to, you know, hire a private coach or, you know, whatever, you know, he
yeah,
would need to,
yeah,
you know, to make the most of those skills. But, you know, the way genetics and nurture works, kids sometimes wind up kind of doing what their parents do or developing those
yeah,
skills the parents know how to develop. That's how you get, you know, people named Carpenter,
yeah,
you know.
yeah. You know, Michael's Sons Plumbing and shit like that. You see that every town there are sons and plumbing. You know, whatever.
Yes.
Um, but you know, above and beyond that, in case you know, everyone's son is not going to be follow that path into a plumber. But again, that boy, you know, if the young man hadn't played football, you know, if he had gotten hurt, I think some of those traits that his father instilled in him on the football field, you know, work hard, work harder, you know, like, you know, the boy has a very good work ethic in
Mhm.
football, from my understanding. He likely would have taken that or will take that once he leaves the football field into his professional endeavors, away from football. And I think that those type of things, are very important. And I think that's the story that gets lost in the
Well,
championship.
maybe he'll be a coach.
Maybe a coach, I doubt it. You probably go into more, lucrative endeavors because he has the look, he has the demeanor, the intelligence to speak, and he has the leadership skills that I think will take him very far. To be honest with you,
It's good to hear.
yeah, he seemed like a very down to earth Alabama. So
Did you
he's
did you
winning.
see the halftime show? How was that?
I didn't see it, man. I was at my mother's house. I had been drinking a little bit, so I fell asleep. I watched the recap of it. I'm not
How
really.
is your mother?
No, she's doing all right. She's doing pretty
Good.
good. Yeah. I'm not really into music, Stanley. So, what the music content of it, I can't really, I can't really judge. I was going to
Well, I
ask you.
haven't heard. I did see like one reaction to it. It wasn't bad. It was pretty much said he provided 13 minutes of something. It was a good word. I can't think of what it is. But bottom line is, I haven't seen anything negative so far.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things. The whole, if you zoom out a bit, I think the whole thing, just touches on, in the music community. There's one camp that's pro Drake. There's another camp that's pro Kendrick Lamar. And so I heard that there was a guy that ran off with a Palestinian flag that was a part of the whatever. And I guess they had to remove him. And, I guess Kendrick Lamar's group said, even though he was part of the group, we didn't know that he was going to do that. And so, I find that part to be interesting is that these, what do they call them, halftime shows, the NFL will sue these people. They will go after these people very, very aggressively. And they're going to have to figure out a way to stop these things as the country gets more and more polarized about certain issues. And then you have the Super Bowl come and you have someone waving a Gaza flag. That's not going to fly. And it's so uncontrollable that, it's going to be interesting to see how they respond to that.
Well,
be interesting. Yeah.
that's good, but they better respond in a specific way, or in a way that's not going to drive away people, because obviously Palestinians watch football too.
Yeah, I would imagine, this is one of the things you probably push back on this. Football, and I've said this, it's becoming much more black.
Mm-hmm.
Unlike basketball, where it's becoming a lot more European, it's a domestic sport, football. And so you have to pull from the talent that's domestic. They're trying to get African players, but I don't think it's going to work. They're more inclined to play soccer. You're not going to be able to fill the ranks with them very easily. And so,
Well, I think what's going to happen, and it probably has happened, years ago, but it's going to become blacker and poorer. I already see parents basically discouraging their kids from playing football.
yeah. And, that is going to, lead to, in my opinion, if that concussion thing is real, if it's real, and I'm not a doctor, so I cannot say, but if it's real, then you're going to have largely black players getting head damage, and largely poor black players getting head damage. It's not a sustainable business, where any political win could go against you as well when you're dealing with, this demographic. It's not anything against them. It's saying, it's like OSHA type violation. You're putting people at risk of being brain damaged, and the NFL is already
Well,
about that.
my way of thinking about it, it's a very small percentage of athletes who wind up at that level. If I had my way, we would we'd be transitioning to flag football.
Yeah, I think that's where.
Which, by the way, my niece is playing for some small college in Alabama. She got a partial scholarship. It was their first year of women's flag football, and my sister and brother-in-law. I guess it was it yesterday? No, no, no. It was a weekend before that. Um, they drove to Alabama to see the first game and all that jazz. Because the season's just starting for women's flag football, apparently. But the reason I bring it up is Michael Vick, and I don't know what became of it, probably folded, but Michael Vick in Atlanta was trying to start a professional or semi-professional flag football league. So
Yeah, I don't think that's.
I well, I don't know. I've
You know,
never heard people. There is like I think there is a men's flag football league in Atlanta,
I think
or they play, like intramural or whatever.
like I think that you see the problems that Ice Cube has had, and I think the bigger part of sports, in my opinion, nowadays, and maybe it's always been this way, it probably has. It's just like a real estate play, and on top of that real estate play is a gambling play. You heard about the Dallas Mavericks being bought by the Adelsons, big Republican people. You heard about that? Anyone hear about that?
Mavericks? They bought them from Cuban?
Yeah, I think they bought it from Cuba. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's good. Yeah, the Adelsons are
The first thing
they
they said,
got their money in gaming, right?
hell yeah, the first thing they said to Texas,
What's
we'll
that?
move this team if you don't legalize gambling, right? And that is really what sport is all about. I remember reading like these NFL owners own percentages of, like, someone Solid Snake put FanDuel, all these other betting apps and stuff like that. They own the data fees, if I'm not mistaken. Someone correct me in the audience if I'm wrong. But those data fees, man, like, that shit's worth more money than the damn players on the field. The
Yep.
players on the field are more or less irrelevant. Like, it's the data feed that you're selling, to all these different fantasy football apps. That shit's worth billions of dollars, bro. And there are no liabilities like it is with players on the field.
Right.
Yeah, it's very interesting seeing how it's all turned out. They've more or less commoditized the players. That's very
Well, it was inevitable. The comparisons to slavery are are becoming more true rather than less true. They used to insure slaves, against injury and that sort of
yeah.
thing. So, slaves were basically commodities.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's very interesting way of looking at it. Like, the data off the players is worth more than most of the players,
Well, the data off you digitize them, for
Yeah.
Madden, whatever year the new Madden comes out. And actually the data mining, of the customers, when people buy season ticketing, for instance, there's
Yeah.
a bunch of stuff, that you glean off of those clients. So, Live Nation, Ticketmaster, those people, again, that data is gold.
Like, I don't even think that the baseball and football teams, I don't even think they need to even have fans in the stadium to be profitable. Seriously. Hell, they did it in COVID, right? Like,
Uh-huh.
the fans are probably so little of the revenue that they don't even matter anymore. They really don't matter,
Right.
They think they do, right? That's why you hear fans out, oh, we've been supporting this team. Like, bro, that little money you paying on season tickets is like a drop in the bucket to the bigger
Oh
bucks.
yeah, for things like season tickets, the aftermarket, you make a lot of money. Yeah, you're right. Where you're going to make the money is, people who can't make the game and put their season tickets up for sale.
I'm talking about like TV revenue, right? Like,
Oh,
you see what I'm saying? Like, that's where the big money is in sports. Like, even
right.
radio, bro. Like, the radio contracts on these shits is amazing. You can't watch this shit on YouTube. They block it. They've done such a good job at protecting their content.
Right.
That they do a good job of protecting their content for those TV contracts. That's where the big money is.
Stank D says the Super Bowl is also one of the largest human trafficking events every year. I've asked him to connect those dots.
I think he's talking about all the prostitutes brought in. I heard the prostitutes brought in.
Well, well, I would think there's a bunch of, like independent contractors, if you want to call them that too.
All out for the money, strippers, everything's out.
Yeah, I'm watching the second season of The Wire now, and human trafficking is part of that.
I had a theory, Stanley. I'm gonna get a cup of coffee. I'm gonna run it past you. I mentioned it on B Braves channel. I'll be right back.
Okay. Well, let's see. I guess while John's away, we'll play a little bit more of this.
Hollers for a bus driver to help her. He can't help her because he knows his life will be in danger. And you 70%ers talk about like shit ain't bad or something. God damn, John, this is fucking weird, man. It's like I'm in some goddamn Twilight Zone, man.
Brave, I had a nigga text me the other day about the video. I guess he watched the first stream. He said, which incident rate would be higher, acts of racism or black acts of crime?
God damn.
Bro, that's a question I got, Brave.
Jesus Christ. Did you know the person?
Very well. I know him very well, Brave. I know him very well. And he says, what incident rate would be higher, acts of racism or black acts of crime? He said, I'll wait, but it shouldn't take long. I didn't answer the question. I want you to answer it, Brave. What do you think would be higher?
First of all, I'd ask him to what degree of acts of racism are you just speaking about people not wanting to be around black 70% of the black animals? Is that the racism you're speaking of? Second of all, the incidence of black crime is probably still higher than actual acts of overt racism, is what I'd have said. And third of all, I'd have said, when somebody is racist to you, are they goddamn are they fucking beating you to death while they're doing it? Jesus
He's still alive, bro. He even on the news yet complaining about nobody whooping his ass. We're gonna move on from her. And you remember the last time? Yeah, I'm bad, Brave. Damn, okay. I call you Brave. Yeah, I had this thought, Stanley. I thought about since you're watching The Wire, I guess it's appropriate to make the analogy. You know, Avon, have you watched it enough to get the kind of idea of what's going on, at least from my
yeah. Well, this is my second time through it. Okay. Everybody around here had been mentioning it so much, I figured I'd go back because It's been some years, but yeah, I get a sense in the second season, Avon and is it D'Angelo
Right.
wind up in
Mhm.
jail, if you remember. So
Yeah.
basically, Avon is running the prison pretty much. Uh, he's gotten a guard, convicted. This guard was guilty, but basically got the guard put in jail. And this last episode is where D'Angelo gets killed in prison, and they try and pass it off as a suicide.
Man, you know what? I tell you, I spent New Year's in Lancaster, Pennsylvania 1 year. And I was sitting at the bar. I can't remember the name of the bar. I wear a T-shirt around here sometime. And one of the detectives from the actual Baltimore was there. He's like a lead detective. And he said he knew the Barksdale guy, the real
Oh,
Barksdale.
really?
Yeah. And he was telling me stories about Baltimore. He was a Baltimore County police officer, but I guess they had to do joint arrests and shit like that. People in Baltimore go in and out of the county.
Yeah, it's Baltimore County and then Baltimore City.
Yeah, and all the Baltimore City residents probably shop in the county, Owens Mill and shit like that. Small. Anyway, so one of my takes on The Wire was that and I mentioned it on Brave. I think Stringer Bell by himself wouldn't have worked. Avon Barkley by himself wouldn't have worked. Together they made kind of a dynamic duo of sort, or an effective duo for what they were trying to accomplish. You could quibble with what they were doing, but they needed both of them to make it work. Does that make sense?
Well, I've seen, believe it or not, captains of ships and handpicked XOs where they've known each other for a while and served together before.
Yeah.
And oftentimes a captain gets to kind of, if he's lucky enough, to handpick his XO. So I've seen, that kind of relationship where one kind of knows the other.
Yeah.
One on one, they can kind of, the XO can be frank, with the captain, about
Yeah.
issues.
And I think that I've heard Black people express the sentiment in a more cruder fashion when they lament about Cabrini Greens and Robert Taylor Home being torn down. You ever heard how some of the Black people, the old school, the old line Blacks, have said about Cabrini Green and Robert Taylor Homes being torn down? You ever heard?
No, but we had a very smaller scale thing happen where a place called Yamacraw that was literally almost within walking distance of the bridge, Talmadge Bridge over to South Carolina. It's right downtown. As a matter of fact, you could walk. It's like a 5-minute walk across Bay Street from the hood, Yamacraw, to River Street.
And
But anyway, yeah, it got torn. I didn't even realize last time I was in Savannah, I went over by there, and it had been torn down 20 years ago. I didn't realize. I had a girlfriend who lived in that hood. That was the hood chick I talked about.
if you talk to a lot of the old school Blacks, like in Chicago, they would point to the tearing down of the projects as the root cause of all the mayhem going on in Chicago now. I don't know if they're right or wrong. That's what they said. And I think deep down, what they're saying is that, and they talk, you go watch some of those old documentaries, and they were talking about, more or less, there were big men, that kept the house in order, the project in order. And, I always say like a Stringer Bell Avon type duo is kind of what's needed. You need some smarts and you need some street smarts to, run a lot of these, like a snake, like Solid Snake and whoever owns the store or whatever. Like, that's Stringer and Avon right there. It doesn't work with one of them by themselves, but it works perfectly with both of them together, And
Right.
yeah,
Well,
yeah.
the thing is, I think, well, two things. And people, I don't know whether it's just me or whether it actually is a thing with other people, but they will talk about, a place like Cabrini Green that was pretty dysfunctional, um, you know, um, and then when it gets worse, they act like it went from zero, there was no crime, when Cabrini Green was there. So all of a sudden now there is crime, or it got worse. Well, sometimes in my mind, if something is terrible and it becomes horrible, well, you know what? It was terrible before, now it's horrible. Are we really going to get, just totally upset about that?
Yeah.
I tend to think historically, most people apparently don't, but I will go, well, gee, Cabrini Green wasn't that great to begin with, so that it's gotten worse. Yeah, it's horrible that it's gotten worse, but it was never that great to begin with. And to your theory about big men, I'm guessing one of the benefits of tearing down Cabrini Green was, hey, we're going to displace a bunch of motherfuckers.
Yeah.
We're going
Well,
to we're going to get rid of these big men by taking away their territory. And what happened is the cancer metastasized. And the thing is once those big men go, the way the education system works, the way people may or may not have gotten displaced, we're not raising big men.
I will agree with that.
You're saying we need big men? Well,
Yeah.
I'm saying we're likely not to get them.
Yeah, no, I definitely. I mean, you may get them in a terrible form, and I think that's why blacks are.
Well, nobody's training leaders.
Well, I think leaders. That's an interesting thing. Do you think leaders are born trained, or what?
I think leaders are groomed. Now I'm sure there's got to be, something to their, some people are born leaders, but you were talking about Jalen Hurts and his father.
Right.
His father was a professional coach, and it could be that he's raising someone, with extraordinary ability who has the ability to be a coach. That's like a perfect combination.
Yeah, I mean, if his
I
father's
think even if leaders are born, if they're not nurtured, that talent gets stunted. It becomes
so you think they're born and then they have to be groomed?
no, I don't know if they're born. I'm guessing that's probably true, but I think you have to be born with the building blocks.
Right, yeah. I agree.
Now, a lot of those building blocks are based around personality. I'm guessing that someone who may be a leader will groom a person who's a leader also. I don't know. I think leaders are born, but I do think that the talent has to be groomed. I
Yeah.
don't think you can make leaders, especially after like child, basically you'll know if somebody's a leader by the time they get to first grade.
Man, that's interesting.
I've seen it before.
Yeah.
Those will be the kids that, other kids will gravitate to,
Yeah.
um,
Yeah.
for whatever the reason. These kids will be smart, they'll be good athletes, they will be confident.
Yeah.
They will not care, if someone, calls them a name or two. They will be okay. They will have confidence in themselves. I think that's probably the most important thing that a leader can have.
Yeah, I think so.
Even if it's not deserved, leaders will have confidence in themselves.
Yeah, you gotta
Trump
believe
doesn't.
it.
Trump is a total fuck up, but he is very confident in himself, and he inspires others to be confident in himself.
Yeah. The man has a lot of energy, man. I was telling
Yeah,
Brave.
but you know what? We can talk about that next. when I was in the Navy and I've seen it other places, there are people who will look busy. There'll be a lot of fuss and muss around them, but they're not getting shit done. They're just kind of churning.
Well, I guess what
So
I'm saying,
I think that's what Trump is doing now. He's got a lot of activity and, a lot of shit going on, a lot of balls in the air.
I
I'm gonna see how much of him he catches
think you'd
because
have to
these
be fair though.
executive orders. But anyway, I'm getting off the topic.
Yeah, I think you had to be fair though. Just being brutally honest. At 78, man, the man moves like.
Oh, I don't care about any of
Yeah, I
that.
understand. That's you not care.
He
But,
may be genetically blessed that way.
yeah, that's
What
what I'm
I'm
saying.
saying is I don't get fooled by appearances because I've
Yeah,
seen it plenty before. He's
yeah,
not
yeah,
other than I think he's making headway on the immigration stuff,
yeah.
but the other stuff, these executive orders, nah, he's not. He's throwing a lot of balls up there. A lot of this stuff's going to have to be adjudicated. It's window dressing. He's
Mm.
frenetic. He's doing press conferences every day. It's dynamic. It's all cool. But if you actually look behind the curtain, nothing. Immigration is where he has actually done something. Hardly anything else.
Yeah, I think that's
Tariffs on
his stick.
China, he got.
Yeah, that's what he wanted to do. Yeah, I
Okay,
don't really
Phoenix
follow.
Fish. Let me interrupt you here.
Mm.
Phoenix Fish. I understand that it's the right wing trope. The Trump derangement syndrome. What you don't understand is it's actually people who vote for Trump who have the derangement syndrome. Y'all think y'all are being fooled by Trump's energy and his bluster. Uh, there are people who have the talent to look busy, but they're actually not making headway. I've seen this plenty of times in the military. They talk a lot, but they're actually not getting anything accomplished.
Yeah, so back to the Super Bowl. One of the other things I saw was they said Serena Williams did the Crip walk out there.
Serena
And
Williams?
yeah, I don't know. I didn't
Who
see
knew
it.
she could dance?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess what's interesting, people are pointing out that her sister was killed by a gang member or something. I vaguely remember that.
You mean there was a third sister?
Yeah, she was killed.
I
Serena's sister.
never heard that story because
Yeah,
Venus, Venus.
yeah, the sister killed. I think she was killed in Compton or Watts. So.
They were
Yetunde,
from
her name is Yetunde.
really.
Matter of fact, a rapper named The Game mentioned her in one of her songs, and people are now tweeting about it. Yeah, people are tweeting about it.
Oh, poor Phoenix Fish.
She was shot in Compton in a gang-related incident. Man was sentenced to voluntary manslaughter, sentenced to 15 years in prison. She's looking better though. I like this look on her. She looks a little slimmer.
Yeah. Well, hopefully. I mean, she was big because she was working out.
Yeah.
It may just be that now that I guess she's retired, she should just be doing enough to stay toned.
Yeah, she look like she's getting down to a more natural size, at least in the video I was looking at there. Yeah. Venus Williams. You got some of that tough guy playing in the back, huh?
Oh yeah. It's a good song actually. He gave me two, but there's one called Psychedelic. It's actually really good. If you want the file, I'll send it to you.
Oh, put it in the
I
back
don't
channel.
know. No, I'll put it
in
in the
media.
Slack for you because it's going to be the actual file.
You can't put it in the media's assets or whatever.
Oh, it's in there. If you know how to get
Okay.
it out of there, it's
Oh
there
yeah,
right
that's
now.
right. That's right. You can't get that shit out of there. That's right.
Right. Well, I have the files. I'll
Oh yeah,
put
it's
them.
in.
I'll either email them or
It's crazy
put
to
them in the
make it where
Slack.
you can't get that shit out of there, huh?
Oh, there's probably a way. Like if you know how to get behind the GUI or the UI,
Mm-hmm.
there's probably a way you could do it. You know, if you can get like underneath the hood, because I mean, it's probably just in a database somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Did you see the layout I had on that solo stream?
Oh
One
yeah, I
that
saw it. It looked good.
it's kind of slick, huh? You got
Now
that.
the question I have is, was it sucking up a bunch of resources? Because you know there was a lot of buffering.
Yeah, you know what I think it is. I lowered the I think FPS was it frames per second.
Right.
So I lowered that. So that I'm gonna try to see if that helps out a little bit. So I put a clock there so I can see, not because I didn't put it there because of that, but one of the benefits is I can see how delayed YouTube is versus where I'm talking, because I can see the clock on my screen too. And this shit
Oh
was like
yeah,
a minute
okay.
and a half behind, you know.
There is quite a bit of delay. Um, Seconds. I mean, it's palpable because if you ever notice, when you start the stream, there's like maybe a 5, um, and it might be, you know how TV has that 7-second delay.
Yeah.
The delay might actually be intentional.
Mm.
That's a guess. I don't know if it actually is. I mean, there's always going to be a little bit of a delay.
Yeah, when I start the stream, I usually have this playing, but it's in the background. Let me know if you can hear it.
Oh yeah, I can hear something.
It's very low though, right?
Right.
Can you hear what she's saying? Do you know what that's from
No.
either?
No.
Mm. She's saying, "Get your ass in here, boy. You hear me calling you."
What is this? What is it?
It's from the beginning of an Ice Cube song. I can't remember where, but I always heard it.
Oh, okay.
But it just sounds so southern to me, you know, growing up in the
Oh
South.
no, it. Did you hear a porch door slam?
You know, my grandmother used to. My mother, they just come out the front door. Get your ass in here, boy. You know, just holler up the street like, "Yo, get your ass in here." Yeah.
No, now that would not happen. At least like my mother would never do something like that.
You know, maybe not to get your ass in here, but like, you know, my mother was like,
You know what? You know how parents like right our house is second from the corner, like my next door neighbor's on the corner. And then I had a childhood friend who lived opposite on the across the street on the other corner. Well, that street that bisects my street and several other streets, um, it wasn't a very busy street back in the day. Um, so basically, besides my friend's house, we'd be out in the street playing football. We have to stop occasionally to let a car pass or
"Yeah, we
something,
used to
but
do this shit." Yeah.
especially in the evenings, like after rush hour, you go out there for an hour and not be interrupted by a car. But anyway, once it got dark, I could see my house from the street.
Yeah.
And my mother would flash the light off and on, the front porch light.
Yeah.
And yeah, you catch shit for that. When
Yeah,
when
my
it gets
grandmother
dark, that light's flashing, and old Dolores is calling you. You better go home.
My grandmother lived in the projects, and it was more or less, I would say, older people project, like grandmamas
hmm
and shit.
hmm
And it was just like, grandma ain't gonna come out there looking for you. She be like, boy, get your ass in here. Come here, boy. And stop going in and out. To be screaming outside, stop coming in and out of my house all day. And it was a kind of a familial thing, where everyone kind of did it in their own way. I remember a lady used to always come across the street and get a cup of sugar, and
Really?
hell yeah, man, hell
But
yeah.
just to talk, just to have a reason to come over and talk.
She'd probably be out of sugar, so maybe it'd be a cup of flour or like
Damn.
that. It was real, a cup of flour, sugar, a little grease, a couple eggs, a couple eggs to finish off something she cooking. Yeah, it was very like now I ain't gonna say rural, but communal in a way.
Well, that's a good thing.
It wasn't bad. Like I said, it was the housing project. It wasn't bad. I'll be right back.
Okay. I'll play a little bit more of this spectacle.
Being beaten to death, I meant damn near. I mean, that woman that got hit in the back of the head, that could have been very bad.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Tom.
You remember last time? Well, damn, we've been on the trains and the buses. The blacks are really causing a lot of mayhem on the trains and the buses. But we started off this stream and we were talking about the neighborhood up by my house. Nice neighborhood. Remember that, Brave?
Yep.
The boys are back at it again, Brave.
Jesus.
They're back. More video, Brave.
God.
You can see look like a Hispanic-looking man walking the street, and he got some boys behind him. They're just looking for a little conversation, a cordial.
That does look almost like the same place.
Same damn. It's the same damn neighborhood, Brave. It's the same damn neighborhood.
Jesus. You 70% fucking you blacks make me sick with your stupid shit that you spewed out. Trying to defend this shit. You people are out of your fucking minds.
He just walk home, mind his business, Brave.
Look at her. Look at her.
Boy,
70% is what?
Look at them houses, Brave.
Yeah.
You bet to play. Hey, let me ask you this. Give me your fair assessment, because I don't think I've talked to you about it. I think the show would actually be kind of a hit, Stanley, to be honest with you.
Well, this is the most I've watched of the show.
Yeah.
Little bits and pieces of 22
Yeah, I know.
minutes. I was there for about 5 minutes of the original show, and it just wasn't hitting the way it should. So I figured, you know what, I'm gonna go ahead and I'll watch it in replay.
I think we're working out. We get better and better. The longer we do it, assuming Brady keeps it up. But I think it can be a hit. I think so, Stanley. Because it's very different. You know what I'm saying? The show is very, very different.
I don't know. It's just basically bashing blacks, and now where it could be different is y'all do it. As a matter of fact, I might do it one Friday night. I'll put the show up, and every time B Brave says 70%, everybody takes a drink.
That might be interesting too. But I think that from the standpoint, he's white, I'm black.
Yeah, but John, you know what? We're not talking, high intellectual level. I guess it'll be a hit. It could probably be as big as CT's channel, but I wonder. I've actually had a couple friends who who've raised an eyebrow. A couple black friends. One of them's from Alabama.
I would love for them to call in. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't think they're going to be calling in.
Yeah, I think that we will get some, like, the King Shenard. We had night. I don't think we've ever had Nightish up here. Have we ever had Nightish up here?
I don't know. Not that I can recall.
King
Shenard. King Shenard.
Yeah, he comes up. Yeah.
Yeah, he was up. Was it yesterday?
But I don't think we've ever had Nightish up here. And Nightish came up on the panel to go back and forth with Brave. And
Well, who was that guy on Brave's show? It
yeah.
was when you came on Brave's
Oh, I
show
don't know who the
yesterday
hell that was.
afternoon. Yeah, that dude
That dude's
had
fucking crazy.
no, you know what? Now he was
I didn't hear
crazy
all the
with because
conversation.
apparently he was one of the one of those who think that blacks are indigenous to America.
Okay.
But some of what he said was right. Um, I'll tell you who really shocks me is Leet.
Why is that?
That girl has problems.
Yeah, she's a right wing. I don't know. I haven't
Well,
heard
you
her
know what?
much.
She's more than right wing.
Uh-huh.
Being a little conservative doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
She's dumb in
Oh,
right
is that
wing.
right?
Just like Be Brave is dumb in right wing. I can appreciate even Richard Hanania, the
I've
guy.
heard of Richard Hanania.
Yeah, I did a couple
I heard
video
you play that.
essay upload things.
He used to
Now
write, right? I can't
he
remember
still
what he used
does.
to
He
write.
writes. He's does Substack. That's
Yeah.
actually where I know him from is his Substack newsletter.
I think he used to write in Uns
He
somewhere.
probably did. As a
Yeah.
matter of fact, he is. I don't know if he ever identified as a what is it? What do they call it? Paleo conservative? I don't
What
know
the
if
hell
he
is
ever identified as something like that, but they're little bits and pieces of elements. He's kind of all over the place. He had some neocon stuff. He had some MAGA stuff, but I guess it's mostly neocon. But he believes in race science, IQ science. Um, so he's one of those. Smart guy. He's a law school graduate. And he talks to some fairly elite conservatives. He talked to Jared Taylor, did I think did a video interview or something like that. Amy Wax, but he deals with some people who are genuine racists like Jared Taylor. And Be Brave is just a less educated version of a Jared Taylor.
You think Jared Taylor is racist?
Yes.
I think I'm trying to think of something he said that would make me think.
The stuff he was talking about, the New York City schools, he took a lot of that out of context. And as a matter of fact, I meant to talk to Kimmy because I downloaded, I actually downloaded the curriculum for that program that he was criticizing. I have to find it. It's on my computer somewhere because I was going to do probably a segment of his show. As a matter of fact,
You should
I may
react to
do
it.
that. I may do that in because I did a couple uploads to my channel for the first time today, just to see if I could do it, and it worked out fairly well. Some volume issues, but I think maybe that'll be the next thing I do because the curriculum is right there online for you to download where it goes into details. It's not mandatory. Okay. It is supplemental material. I think even the teacher has a choice whether to include it in the lesson plans or not. It's not being forced. I don't know if Jared Taylor, because I watched part of what you showed. I don't know if he uses the word forced, but the impression I got is it was somehow mandatory. It is not mandatory.
I think the more racial stuff you bring into the schools, the more you destroy them. I think,
Okay, and I think the exact opposite. It is 100%, I think 180 degrees out from that.
yeah.
America was founded on race. It is still a racist country, and pretending it's not is detrimental to kids,
Yeah.
especially black kids.
Mhm.
And I don't even entertain the argument that like Leet, for instance, basically said that she won't even bother. She wants to homeschool her kids. She doesn't have kids. She's not married. What got her on my shit list, and I'm being a little dramatic here, but she happened to mention that, she would not teach her kids about slavery because she doesn't want them to think they're slaves. And I was like, what? You can teach American history without making it personal. Who's telling kids that they're slaves? So
Well,
to me,
well,
that was literally the dumbest thing I had heard all week. And I, of course, called her on it. I basically said, you can teach, the history of American slavery without getting your kids thinking that they're slaves. And if you're not, maybe she was being hyperbolic, but just saying something like that, it's disgusting, to be honest. To
well,
hear a black person say that,
a lot of I think today, you hear a lot of people talk about reparation. And I guess primarily their basis would be slavery. There could be some other things that happen in history that they
well, Jim Crow, as a matter of fact, reparations are primarily about Reconstruction in Jim Crow. Slavery, you can make the argument, I think successfully, that like it or not, immoral or not, it was the law of the land. It's when slavery ended, in my opinion, that the real damage was done. You kept non-slaves in virtual bondage for 100 more years, when generational wealth could have been made.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with any of that.
Well, you can't. It's the truth.
But I guess what I'm saying is that today, we have pushes for reparations based upon some things that happened a long, long time ago, and I think that, and I'm not sure, I didn't hear what Leak said, but I think a lot of people, what they take from slavery is someone owes them something, and that very well could have.
Well, technically, they're right.
And there very well could be an argument that you
Well,
can
there
make.
is an argument. If
That
you
you
know anything about what happened over on the Sea Islands of South Carolina, yeah. If you know anything about Bruce's Beach in Manhattan Beach, California, now that happened in the 20s. Yeah, there's shit that's owed because land was taken.
I can't even argue the point. But I think the waters have been so muddied now.
By white people, by like the Dunning School back in the 30s and 40s. Woodrow Wilson was a history professor, was intimately familiar with that sort of thing, where they basically rewrote in the South. They rewrote the history of the Civil War. So yeah, it was muddied, but it was muddied 100 years ago.
Well, and I think it's further been muddied, which groups get it, how much, where,
Oh, fuck all that. That's the devil in the details. We can't even get to the point to where it's owed or not. Okay, I don't care about who gets it. We haven't even made it to a committee to study it.
Well,
All
didn't
that could be
California
worked
study
out if there was what is it, HR 40 or something like that. There was a bill to form a committee to study it, and that bill never made it out of committee, and it probably never will. So if you want to talk about the nuts and bolts of it, we haven't even admitted that it's owed. So putting the putting the cart before the horse seems to me a waste of time to talk about.
Well, I think that my senator hat comes on and says, like, they're dragging it, they're basically running out the clock to where it's almost inconceivable that you could even ask for it anymore. It's almost at that point now, in my opinion. I think if you, as blacks, were to make a strong push for reparations, the other groups would push back against them more than white people.
Well,
That's
I
my
don't give a
opinion.
shit. Why do we care about what other groups would do? You either get them or you don't. And black people need to. Black people need to realize that. Okay, who cares if the other groups are going to whine about it? Make the attempt. It's either yes or no, like they did in Tulsa. They did sue. The judge, in my opinion, wrongly said that, hey, we don't need to pay. Part of the reason is that most of the people who went through it are dead. And that's what they're going to do with reparations. They're
Yeah.
basically going to wait until the last of the people who lived through Jim Crow die. Then they're going to go, hey, pay to who? Everybody, that we might consider is dead. They're just waiting it out.
Mm. Yeah, that's kind of, I didn't think about Jim Crow, but I just thought like with the
Well,
immigration and
no
all
one
that.
thinks about Jim Crow for some reason or another. They
Yeah, I
all
didn't
want
look
to talk about slavery.
Yeah, that, I think I wonder what Leak teach your children about Jim Crow.
Well, you know what? I don't really, other than that egregious statement, I said something that pissed her off, as I usually do, and that was the end of it. To be honest, I think she said she blocked me on B
Did
Brave's
she?
channels. Well, yeah, so she doesn't see my comments. I don't, that's good. I think she should, but it tells me something about, her confidence in her opinion. She doesn't take, she needs everybody to agree with her. And I'm sure from what I can hear, she, she's B Brave's co-host up there now. So, I think she has found her home, and good for her.
They make a good match.
Well, I heard her several times today say, I think, talking about Ryan and others, well, this guy just doesn't get it. Well, you know what? I I wish people could actually, I don't know. I'm belaboring this point. Leak is a piece of work, and it saddens me to see someone so young, so just ignorant.
Mm.
And I mean ignorant in the way my mother used to use it. I tell you who's a piece of work. That is Gway. I
I like
uh
boy.
I was up here the other day and it was a bunch of people on the panel. Um she that woman is just an idiot. It's surprising, that someone can be an immigrant and be that vocal and definite about what goes on with American blacks and just politics in general. Um, that woman hasn't even lost her accent, and she's up here talking, all kinds of shit.
I mean, a lot of them. I got an African buddy, man. He been here a long time. He still hasn't lost his accent.
Well, you know what? I don't necessarily have a problem with the accent. It's just when you're talking shit with an accent.
That's what it does.
Your English isn't that good. Why? Are you sure you're criticizing me in the right tense? I mean, the problem, even if she had, valid criticisms, the way she does it just makes her seem cartoonish.
Mm, Wait, I haven't seen her much. I used to see her
She's
on
been up
CT
here.
show
She's
more.
been up on the panel.
Yeah, I used to see her more on CT show than up here.
No, she like in the past. Usually, I think when Portia's up here, she feels protected.
She kind of
You
reminds
know,
me of AP Listener.
you know what? AP listener's not as bad as Gway in my opinion.
Mm. I mean, they're both pretty passionate. That's what I mean.
Um, Yeah,
Yeah, they
I,
both
I
pretty
guess
passionate.
passionate would be a word. I don't know. For some reason, AP listener doesn't. Yeah, she'll get my dander up, but she doesn't rub me the wrong way, the way Gway does.
Mm.
And part of it is that Gway just does all this, makes all these outlandish comments without a shred of education behind it. I think if you're going to talk shit, you actually need to talk about what you know, because then you can really talk shit about it. If you actually know the ins and outs of something, you can talk all kinds of shit. And when people come up, trying to shoot you down, you just whip out, some arcane facts. But anyway, I guess we can go ahead and start watching this again. I do have one other thing in a pop the balloon
Yeah, I
that
ain't
we
seen
didn't
Pop the
get to the
Balloon in
other
a
night.
minute.
Well, the new one, this is a New York version I've never seen before, but it looks like
Mm.
it's got a I want to watch this next segment because this neighborhood does not look bad. I mean, it looks pretty decent.
Oh yeah, that's $1 million neighborhood sound.
Well, why is
That-
all this crime happening?
Man, so these kids probably go to school in this neighborhood. DC transport them all over town. And so they constantly robbing people in this neighborhood. I've shown a couple videos, same neighborhood. They just constantly robbing people. And one day, I think maybe I was on Be Brave stream, and a lady called in who lives not far from me, like, yo, I got to get the hell out of here.
These are $1 million houses. Why can't
Hell
they
yeah.
afford to bribe the cops? You would think, I mean, maybe that kind of property value is kind of par for the course in DC.
Yeah, what you're seeing though, and I've mentioned this, is that the much more that's not very affluent, right? And these people only have, well, they probably got parking off the street, but you see they have street
Yeah.
parking and shit like that. So in the more affluent neighborhood, they're getting private security in their neighborhoods.
Yeah, that's not that rare. I know growing up in Savannah, there were a couple gated communities that had private security.
Yeah, well, I'm not even talking about gated. I'm talking about like a neighborhood like this would have security, like armed security, sitting in cars, walking the block.
I wonder though, and I've probably seen too many TV shows where where the armed security is part of the criminal activity.
Yeah, yeah. I had an armed guard Airbnb guest, and he was telling me that they make as much money as the police without all the bullshit.
Real?
Yeah. In these inner cities, man, these motherfuckers are making real serious money. Like New York, DC, like it's very difficult to
Well,
get
you
a
think they
gun.
probably pay a lot in bonds or insurance and stuff, right?
The companies that they work for. And so it's a lot of fraud in that. Like it's very difficult to get a gun in New York. So if you're a security guard that is able to get a gun, you're gonna make a good
I
bit of
see.
money. Mhm.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of things to guard. So the better, most of them carry revolvers. The ones I guess with a better license can get like a semi. And yeah, that's kind of how it works there. So I had what was I telling you? I have a tenant that what was I saying, Sam?
Yeah, you said he was a Metro cop.
No, that's the one that called in. But I have a tenant right now. He's an African guy, big though. Motherfucker might be like 6'5". He's been my tenant for a long time. He makes a hell of a living just working security, man. Just standing up somewhere. In front of a bank or some shit like that, And it's pretty
Yeah,
much
but
damn it.
I would think though, being a bank guard is still a little bit more risky than, other types of jobs.
And I think the other types are like security at a 7-Eleven or at the grocery store. They have armed guards in some of these grocery stores. You can get killed at one of those grocery stores stealing, trying to, apprehend someone.
Right.
And it's everywhere, bro. It's a fucking security. Like around the corner, there's a liquor store there. Around the corner from me, they have armed guards, bro. Oh, so I was telling you, I had an Airbnb guest. He's a white guy. I mean, he's really serious. He would have been a perfect police officer. But now he's just doing private security. He's real serious. He was shot. They gave him a car. And so he, it looked like a police car, like a Charger. It had like an emblem. Have you ever seen this? It had like an emblem on the side, lights on the top.
I think I have, yep.
Right. Look, damn near like a police car.
Yellow strobe lights on top.
And he had some military training or whatever. So he's very detail oriented. And I was like, why don't you just be a cop and like make more money, less bullshit? You don't work protests and all that kind of stupid shit.
I
easier job.
I could see his point.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? Speaking of grocery store security guards, years ago, my first actual job was mowing lawns. Like I started when I was, I can't remember, in Georgia. I think you could start working at 14 or 15. But like my 8th grade summer and my 9th grade summer, I mowed lawns. That was, my father fixed up his old lawnmower and bought a new one, and I used the old one, just to mow lawns around the neighborhood. But the year after that, I think it was my sophomore year, I worked at a grocery store that was right about a 10-minute walk, maybe 15-minute walk from my front door.
Yeah.
And once I started driving, it was a 5-minute drive. So anyway, one weekend, first of the month, this is back when the food stamps were like in books. They kind of look like money. They were, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You had like books of food stamp. By the way, the biggest food stamp user in at that store is in a black neighborhood, Styles Avenue. The biggest food stamp user in that, you get first of the month or whatever, was this white guy. He had like a couple daughters, who were baby mamas, and they'd be buying like, they get the food stamps, but even the cash part of it, I mean, they'd be buying like $500 worth of food back in the 80s. They were, I guess they came from wherever they were out in the county, and they'd be shopping for the month. But anyway, we had the occasional theft. So one day, this guy had gone in there and stole a bunch of meat. I guess he, stole some steaks or something and kind of put them under his trench coat. And my assistant manager, who's the goofiest motherfucker to this day I've ever met. So this guy kind of scurries out with a bunch of meat, under his jacket, scurries out the door. So the assistant manager comes sailing by me. It's like, Stanley, come on, let's go get this guy. I looked at him and I went, the hell I will. Fuck that. You don't pay me to go chasing after thieves. Well, guess what happens? This motherfucker goes taking off after this guy, running up the sidewalk, past the other stores. It was a shopping center. This guy wheels around and whips out a fucking pistol. Oh man. My assistant manager was just like, puts his arms up, stops dead in his tracks and goes, oh no, take the meat. I'm like, you know what? So he comes comes back in, and I'm just shaking my head. I'm like, motherfucker, you will never get me as a bag boy to go running after your fucking property and risk my life. My father would fucking he would have made me quit right then and there if I'd done some shit
Real.
like that. But I, at 14, 15, I had enough common sense. There's no way in hell. Even if it was my store, I wouldn't be doing that shit.
Nothing good can come from that.
If somebody is desperate enough to steal in a crowded store, daylight on a Saturday, that's pretty desperate. So that was my, we probably could have used an armed guard, but
Yeah.
people getting killed in a grocery store, this motherfucker, all over some steaks.
That's all it takes, Stanley.
And this is back in the 80s, mind you. But anyway, that's my one grocery store. I guess technically it would be an armed robbery.
Yeah. At that point, yeah.
Let's see. Okay, so you want to watch this Pop the Balloon. I can watch the rest of this or not later. This is some.
Stanley, did you hear the national anthem being sung?
No, I didn't watch it. I didn't watch the Super Bowl.
I didn't watch it. I didn't see the national anthem, but
Who sang it?
oh no, it's so good. Named John Batiste. He looked a little gay, but I was just looking him up. He is married.
He's did he play it on piano?
Yeah. You've heard of him? I never heard of him.
Oh yeah, he used to be the band leader on the CBS late night show. Oh, he's famous. He won a fucking Grammy this over the past, not this Grammys, but the last one. Yeah, he's like a New Orleans musician. He's raised in New Orleans, plays piano. Think he plays guitar too, but mostly piano. Oh yeah, he's famous.
Yeah, I don't follow music, man. So.
I'm surprised. I didn't think he had the kind of voice to sing the national anthem. He must have jazzed it up or something.
Yeah, I think I saw a jazz in one title, so I guess he did. Yeah.
Well, he's a great musician. He did a pretty decent album. It won a Grammy. You need to look up his wife. She's white. I can't remember if she's American or not. That woman is fucking gorgeous.
Is that right? Let me look her up.
Oh my God. I was shocked.
Let me see her. Where is she? What's her name?
I don't know her name.
I just Googled him.
She's famous in her own right. I think she's an artist or something.
Let me see if I see her.
He's a great musician, but I think I like his wife better.
I think I said, yeah, she's not bad looking. Not bad looking.
But CBS this morning, like Sunday morning, did a long form interview with him and his wife. He's got a really nice house.
Yeah.
Is.
Yeah. That's what I saw. You got a place in Brooklyn. That shit's pretty nice.
Well, he lives that artist life. He's all into music and she's all into art. It's an artsy fartsy life. However, they make a good living at it.
Yeah.
So this Pop the Balloon, somehow or another is this Island Express, Guyanese cuisine, Caribbean grill and bakery.
Let me see if I can find it. Where is it? Is that where it's taking place?
It says NYC, New York.
Let's see if I can find this place. Got to be in Brooklyn. I got Bria Brooklyn. I knew it'd be in Brooklyn. Let's see where it is. I've never had Guyanese food, Stanley.
I never have either, but I know a woman from Guyana.
And
She
somebody
lives in
said
she lives
somebody
in
said that
Britain.
woman busted Stanley.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
I ain't think she's all that attractive either, Stanley.
it's
I
been a
let it
few
go.
years since I've seen her, so it's mostly memory. However,
I'm saying,
I will never accept, or I will never not question the, the taste in women of a guy named Stank D.
yeah,
If your
she's
name is
just
Stank D, I'm gonna question whether you really know.
she's just average, Stanley. She doesn't
Well,
even have long hair, at least not in this picture.
when I saw her last, she did have long hair.
Oh yeah, not in this picture when she's showing her hair, her house.
Oh well,
Indeed. Go ahead. Anyway.
I don't. I think our tastes probably differ anyway. I'll look her up in a bit.
Yeah, I'll be back in a minute though, Stan.
Okay, well, I'll wait to start this. I'll go
Nah,
back
go
and watch.
ahead. I'm probably take a little brief siesta. I'll be back in about an hour. So
Okay.
all
Well,
right.
I may or may not be here.
Okay, cool.
I hadn't planned on going 12 hours.
Yeah, I'll make
But
it up about 7.
if the numbers stay up, I'll do it. If they start dwindling.
Yeah, I'll be back about 7.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. You go take
Maybe
your nap. I
earlier.
don't think I'll be here at 7.
All right, well, I'll probably go live about 7. So see if
Okay.
this FPS rate lowering it will help me out there.
Okay.
Everyone support the channel. Hit the like button there. Support
Oh
our
yeah.
channel across
Yeah,
there.
hit the like button, share, subscribe, and also subscribe to Stanley's channel, Stanley Cross 6000. If you please. And as a matter of fact, since John's going, this Pop the Balloon is a little bit less than an hour. I'll probably wrap it up unless something interesting happens. Uh, um, I'll probably wrap it up after this hour. Y'all hit the link if you want to come up to the panel also. I saw Solid Snake was down there. Ooh. Wow. Of course, this is Guyanese. What the fuck? Wow. Man, she is brave. She is brave.
This episode was brought to you by Island Express Grill for the best authentic Guyanese food. They have the best curry chicken and roti, located at 998 Flatbush Avenue. Hello, I'm your host Shani, and welcome to the first episode of NY Pop the Balloon or Find Love. We have some beautiful
NY
ladies line up. Make some noise, ladies. Okay, so we're gonna bring out those single guys one by one. If you like what you see, do not pop the balloon. If you like their swag, you're feeling them, do not pop the balloon. However, if you don't like them, you're not attracted, you don't like something they say, you go ahead and pop the balloon. Okay? All right. Are you ready? Yeah. All right. All right. All right. We'll bring out the first guy.
All I have to say is Stank D. I wouldn't date that little Asian chick just because of the way she's dressed. The hell is she wearing?
Welcome in. Welcome. Here you go.
Thank you.
What is your name?
My name is Samson Rich.
Okay, Samson. And how old are you?
I'm 38.
38. Okay.
Holy shit, look at that beard.
And what do you do?
I'm the CEO and founder of Rich Roots, which is a beard care company that's just taken off nationwide, and I'm soon to be international.
Okay, that explains. Okay, cool.
Thank you.
And what do you like to do for fun?
I love to travel. I love to try new restaurants. I like to go out to brunches, have fun. I like to be outside and just,
You
a
like
good
to be
vibe.
outside
Okay,
with that
and
beard?
what do you like in a woman?
I also like a woman that likes to travel, who's kind, who's polite, who is confident in herself, who I could find a genuine connection with, and it's a mutual thing.
Okay, sounds good. Any deal breakers? What are your deal breakers?
If you smoke cigarettes, that's it.
That's it? Okay. All right, we did have some pops, so let's go on over. Okay. So we'll start right here. Hello.
Hi, I don't know.
What?
Sorry.
So
That
what's
beard,
your
that
name
beard
and
is
your
so
age?
thick it looks
Alright,
fake.
my name is Asha, and I am 25. And the reason I popped, you're a bit
Mujahideen, huh?
too old for me, unfortunately, but you look nice though.
Too
Okay.
old.
Thank you.
Besides the age, would it be somebody that's your type?
I'd have to hear a bit more, but as I said, you look nice.
Thank you.
Okay. And would she be somebody that would be your type?
She's very pretty. I
Mhm.
appreciate the compliment. Thank you so
Mhm.
much. The age, it could work, but I respect your opinion.
Okay. Nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's go over here. Hi, what is your name and your age?
My name is Dudu. I'm 34.
Okay. And why did you pop?
How old?
The bear, like intimacy wise, I feel like
54.
kind of hurt a bit. I was just preferences.
Okay, your preferences. Okay, that's cool. And let me ask you, would she be somebody that's your type?
No.
Very pretty. I love the outfit. I would say yes.
Okay.
Hell no,
Cool.
she's fat.
Okay. Well, we'll just move on over here, fortunately. Hello, what's
Oh
your
my
name?
God,
My
what
name's
is
Anam,
this?
and I'm 35.
What is
Okay,
this
and
woman
why did you
doing?
pop?
Honestly, you're a gorgeous guy. You have great interests, and I love that you've started your own company. And I would never ask you
Holy
to cut off your
shit.
beard because clearly it's a huge, important part of your life and work that you do. So, I mean, that's really it. It's just the beard. I'm sorry.
That's it, just the beard. Okay. And is she somebody that's your type?
Yeah, she's very pretty as well. I love the
No,
outfit.
no, no,
I
no.
appreciate the compliment. I trim it a little bit, but I wouldn't go too far.
Okay. Well, thank you so much.
Take a weed whacker
And
to
we
that
move over
thing.
here. Hello.
Garden
What's your name
shears.
and your age?
Hi, my name is Winter. I'm 25, and I popped my balloon only because of your age. Everything you said was very interesting. I do think you're a very nice person to get to know. It's just that's a little bit of a deal breaker. Maybe 35,
Fucking
36,
tattoos are a
38
deal
is kind
breaker.
of like,
He escaped.
I'm only 25, so yeah.
Okay, so just the age. Okay. And
25.
Absolutely, yes. She's
Okay.
very pretty. Love the
And
hair,
done.
love the outfit, love the accessories.
yeah, she's,
No,
she's
no, no,
glowing.
no.
I'm a young soul though.
Okay. All right, let's head back over.
All right.
Okay, so we do have a few balloons.
Mhm.
So now I'm gonna let you go ahead and pop 3 more, just by looks, based on the looks. Nothing else, just the looks for
Okay.
now.
Okay. This is really tough.
Yeah.
This
You
is
can
really
walk on
tough.
over.
This is tough. Do I need a pick?
You can use mine.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. I'm so sorry.
Well, there you go, Stank D. Bearded guy thinks you have bad taste. In women, anyway.
This is so tough. This is tough. 3?
Just off
so
looks
sorry.
initially. Okay.
Wow. God, this is tough.
Okay, I'll
This
let
is
you
tough.
go ahead and ask the question, and then you
Just
decide.
Okay,
fucking
okay.
pop the.
What do you ladies like to do for fun? What are your hobbies?
Okay, we'll start here. Hi, what's your name and your age?
Hi, my name is Layla. I'm 25. I'll give you 3 of my favorite hobbies. I am a traveling beauty. I'm also a
What?
foodie. I try many different restaurants, and I'm very much of a wine taster.
Nice.
Nice. Okay.
Nice.
Next, hello. What is your name and age?
Hello, I'm Nicole. I'm 38, and my hobbies are running. I love to read and write poetry, and I
Running?
love to travel.
Nice, nice.
Awesome.
Okay, hello. What's your name and your age?
Obviously running
Hello, my name
water.
is Janae, and I'm 34. As far as hobbies, I run a creative agency, so I attend a lot of events. So it's really like going to events, networking. I love to travel, eat good food, and enjoy life.
Nice.
Nice. Okay.
Nice.
Well, wait, where's the guy?
Hey, hello.
Hello.
What is your name and your age?
I am Akilah, and I am
Yeah,
32.
J-Dub,
And
running
some
to
of
the
my hobbies
buffet.
are traveling. Also, I'm a big foodie, so I love trying new restaurants, and also I love working out as well.
Okay,
No.
nice,
Nice,
lovely.
Nice.
All right.
Why do these women
back
lie
over.
like that?
All right. Another one.
Another question?
No,
or
we could
another
pop
pop?
another pop. Then you ask another.
Take it
question.
easy, Solid Snake.
This is so tough. This is really so tough.
I don't know why it's tough, buddy.
Yeah.
It's not that tough.
I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
All right. So why did you give her a pop?
Love the outfit. Love the
Take it
hair,
easy,
love the
Solid
accessories,
Snake.
love the chain,
Get some
love
sleep.
everything about you. You're beautiful. I just feel like that was very tough. I don't really have a reason. I'm not gonna lie. That was very tough. That was
Okay.
tough.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna ask you what took you so long to pop, or why didn't you pop? Because yeah, you didn't pop.
Well, I didn't pop because of your goals, right? So I have my own company as well. So I like entrepreneurship mainly. Yeah.
Okay, I see you sign over here. Okay.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
Yeah.
sorry. Okay, so would you like to ask another question?
Yes. How do you handle conflict resolution?
Ooh, okay. We'll start over here. Your name and age.
Layla, 25. I'm a big communicator. So if there is an issue, I would like to sit down and talk, not sit down and yell back and forth. A
No,
calm
you're
understanding.
supposed to
between two
stand
individuals.
and yell.
Okay, nice. Okay, y'all are making this hard for him.
It's difficult. Goodness.
All right. Name and age.
Nicole, 38. I look for the way I would de-escalate a problem is by looking at the body language, hearing their perspective, and giving them time to cool down, and then allowing them to say everything that needs to be said before I speak my part.
Okay, anything to
Great
say?
answer. That was a great answer.
Okay. All right, we go here. Hey, name and age.
Akilah, and I am 32. So a way I would de-escalate a situation. So I'm a nurse, so I would just kind of assess the situation, figure out what exactly the problem is, and get to the root of it without yelling, arguing, and then just come to a solution that's agreeable on both ends.
Nice. Okay.
That works.
All right. Do you ladies have anything to ask him before you pop any more balloons? Anything you want to know? Sure. Come on over.
Do you have any children?
I do not.
Okay, that's it. Okay. Any questions for him?
Unicorn.
My question is, why don't you have children, or have you just decided to wait?
The answer is actually on the deeper side, so I'll dive into it. I have immediate family cousins, friends that, you know, had children before marriage, and they're all on child support right now, and they're all going through hell. So I learn from other people's mistakes, and I'm not until I know.
Okay. Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Do you have any question for him? Come over. Sorry.
So, how do you feel if a woman has children?
How many and what are the ages?
1 and she is 7.
That is A-okay with me.
Nice. Okay. All right. So, okay. Back to you.
This is so difficult.
All right. One more.
Let me see. Okay. Oh, pop. Oh,
Yeah, you gotta pop. Yeah,
Okay.
you gotta pop one more. That's what I meant. You gotta pop.
Please forgive me. I'm so sorry.
Okay. All right.
It's kind of tame.
Beautiful. Love the style. Love the hair. The eye contact is definitely there. I really had no other reason to pop other than I don't even have a reason. I ain't gonna lie. For real. This is very tough. This is
Okay.
extremely tough.
And what made you not pop your balloon?
He's a very respectable guy. I love his attributes, the look, and pretty much everything about him was amazing.
Okay.
I
Nice.
appreciate that. I really
Nice. Okay. All right. 2 more to go.
do. Okay. Should I ask you a question?
Yeah. One more question.
Okay. So, what country will we visit first and why?
Ooh. I like that one. I'm sorry. Name and age.
Nicole, 38. I would say South Africa.
And why?
I've never been.
There's a lot of rich history that connects back to the motherland, and it connects all people from all over the world. There's a hidden history in South Africa that I've yet to fully discover. So that would be the first place.
Great.
Amazing.
Great answer.
All right. And name and age again.
Hi, my name is Akila and I'm 32. So the first place we would travel to, I would say Ghana, just because I just found out that a lot of my ancestry comes from there. So I would want to go back and dig deeper into my roots.
Oh, beautiful.
Nice,
Beautiful.
nice,
Okay.
Nice.
All right. So back over here.
This is
This
tough.
is tough. Okay.
Do you have any children? No children?
Mm,
Okay.
Okay.
And I don't know, where do we go from here?
What do you like to do for fun? I'll ask you.
I like lots of outdoor adventures, biking, skiing, running, mainly just everything outdoors, and trying new things.
Okay, cool. Nice. And I'll come over and I'll ask you as well.
Hey, my name is Akila. I'm 32. So some of the things I love doing, so I'm spontaneous. So I'm down for everything, trying new foods, traveling, concerts, wine tasting, all the above. I'm down.
Okay, nice. And one more question for you. Looking at him, what do you like about him? Because you still have your balloon popped.
I love it.
Unpopped, sorry.
I love his swag and his beard. I'm a big beard girl, so.
Okay. It wasn't anything he said or anything. It was, no,
I
just
bet,
the beard.
I bet she's
Okay.
not. I bet she doesn't like beards.
Well,
Okay. Nice. Okay.
She just wants to win.
This is it?
This is it.
Oh my God.
Hey, it's all you, Samson.
Okay. Please forgive me. Please forgive me.
No.
Oh, okay.
See,
I did not want to do that.
Get to come over
I
here.
think she
Come
would
on
have
up
been the
here.
one I
Okay.
picked, maybe. God damn.
All right. So Final question.
Peep that?
It is a yes for her? Is it?
Yes, it is.
And is it a yes for him?
Yeah.
Do you have any questions for him or anything?
Not right now.
Not right now. Okay. So we got a match. We got a match. Okay. All right. Thank you for coming. Nice.
Come, baby.
All right. So let's bring out the next guy. Welcome.
Hello, how's it
Hello.
going?
Good. Thank you. What is your name?
I'm Jonathan,
And
but I
how-
go by the name Russell.
Okay. And how old are you, Jonathan?
I'm 33.
Okay. And what do you do?
So I'm the CEO and founder of a large global record label that has artists in several different countries and many different cities around the world. And I also have a career as well as a tech manager for a large international organization.
Okay.
I've always
nice.
had straddled the world between creative and non-creative fields.
Sounds fun. So should I still ask you what you do for fun?
Well, fun is a hot commodity in my world. But I do a lot of fun. I'm a soccer player and athlete. I also am a DJ. Sometimes my friends and I go to nightclubs and I spin music. I play a lot of like disco, funk music. And when I'm also not DJing or playing soccer, I also love to read books and love global affairs.
Oh.
So
Lovely, lovely. Okay. And what are some qualities you look for in a woman?
I think the ability to have strong intellectual conversation. I have I've been in school for many, many years. I've studied lots of different subjects. So I love to read, I love to study, always love to learn. So I think curiosity, intellectual conversation is important. Activity, I'm very active. I'm a very sporty guy, so like someone who's very active. And obviously music is a huge component of my life, both in my daily work as well as like in the things that I love to do. I'm a musician and play the guitar and the piano and the saxophone as well. So I really want someone who's like very into music.
Nice. Okay. And what are some of your deal breakers?
Oh, that's a good question. It's funny. I feel like my deal breakers always evolve. I think one of the big deal breakers is probably I'm like in my early to mid 30s, and there's definitely a perspective. I really want to have kids at some point, like a family. New York City is an amazing place to be, and it's obviously a great place to be single. But at some point, I want to
You
settle
want
down and have
stability.
kids.
Nice. Okay, cool.
So I think that's important. Also, someone a big deal breaker is also someone who travels. I travel a lot. My day job incorporates me traveling to Europe quite frequently. So being able to like be flexible, get on a flight, and like go to Europe is very important to me. And lastly, I think another deal breaker is just someone who's like not as adventurous. Like I like to eat different foods, or I like to explore different things sometimes, and lack of curiosity is
Okay, lovely. There's a lot going on. All right. So we did have some pops.
Yeah.
So we're gonna go over and see why they popped their balloon.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Let's do it.
Let's start here. You can follow me.
Oh,
Come
all
on
right.
over.
I'm following you. There we go.
Hello. What is your name and your age?
Nicole, I'm 38. Gorgeous guy, great, deep, very white voice. Very nice. However,
why did you pop?
I popped because he's a little bit too busy, too much going on, and that could lead to, extra relationships outside of, the relationship. And yeah.
So you have some trust issues here. Okay.
That is very fair. That is one of the big things, very valid feedback. So I appreciate that. That's always feedback I get. Which I
And
there
then
we go.
traveling, I'm a teacher, so I can't just get up and go.
Yeah, understandable. Okay.
Very understandable,
And
but
is
very gorgeous,
she
and thank you so
someone
much.
That would be your type.
Very gorgeous. I totally agree though. Yeah, the ability to be flexible and like be able to travel on a whim, things like that makes a lot of sense. So absolutely.
Okay, nice. All right. Hi, what is your name and your age?
I'm Dudu, 34. It was very interesting. I play saxophone too, so
that's cool.
and I really like the fact that you're really engaged and like really do a lot of things. Like I like to get busy too. But the thing is, when you say your music type, I think we're gonna get like a cultural problem here. So like I've been there and it never working. So yeah,
Oh, very cool. Well,
it's just that. Eh?
yeah, I mean, I love all different types of music. Actually, a fun fact about me is before I even started DJing, like more than 10 years ago, I started as a jazz musician. So I actually played jazz music for most of my life.
Do you know
Yeah.
soca, calypso music?
I do know calypso music. It's definitely something I'm interested in. Oh, sorry. It's definitely something I'm interested in, but certainly, yeah, like my primary genre is probably be different.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, nice. Okay.
Yeah.
And is she someone that would be your type?
You are very gorgeous, and you would definitely be my type. But we also would probably differ on the music, which makes sense. So I totally agree. But I'm also down to check out calypso music at some point too. So
Okay.
yeah,
All right, nice. All right, let's move over here.
yeah.
Okay, hello. Your name and age?
My name's Anam. I'm 35, and I love your style, love your swag, everything. Love that you are a musician. I love artists. I consider myself an artist too.
Yeah.
So it's just as soon as you walked in, it just reminded me of my ex-husband. And I was just like, I can't do it. Sorry.
Okay. And same
No,
question, is
that's
she somebody that would be
great
your
feedback. I feel like we actually definitely would go on a date, and you would definitely be someone I would sit down with. But
Oh, thank you.
at the same time, I totally understand. You know, obviously, I understand.
guy.
I know myself, and I
Yeah.
know like who I could be, and so I get the concern. But yeah, you know, I'd love to hang out sometime. For sure.
Okay, all right, nice. And over here, what is your name and your age?
Hi, my name is Winta. I'm 25, and I popped your balloon only because you're a little short for me. I'm sorry, I'm already
very
5 feet without the boots. Based off of everything that you said, your looks, everything is good for me. You seem like a very interesting person. I love everything that you have going on as far as career-wise, and I would be interested if you was just a little bit taller. I'm so sorry.
Just the height. Okay. And would she be somebody that's your type?
You definitely be someone who would be like a great friend, and I definitely feel like would be a fantastic person to hang out with. I totally understand though about the height thing, and I completely get it. I've lived in other cities, and I am typically a taller human being in those cities, but in New York, I seem to be kind of like a small statue, and I am very, very fine with
Totally
that.
fine. Okay.
So I appreciate it, and I definitely,
All right.
you know, am opening to striking up a friendship.
Okay. All right. Let's head back over. Okay. So we do have some unpopped balloons. We have 4 ladies. Do you want to ask them a question?
Sure. Let's start with this. So actually, one of the things about me is that I have a gluten allergy. So I typically have like very strong dietary preferences. I don't know. Is that a deal breaker for you?
Okay, we'll start here. What is your name and age?
Layla, I'm 25. I'll say that's 50-50 for me. I have a lot of allergy issues, so I'm kind of there with you. Gluten-free now. I don't know if I can live a gluten-free lifestyle, but I could work with you. We can find restaurants that accommodate both our needs in nutrition. So pretty okay.
Okay, cool. All right, let's move over.
Sure.
Hello, what is your name and your age?
Hi, my name is Ray, and I'm 25, and I'm actually a nutrition coach and a personal trainer, and I actually made cupcakes that are gluten-free.
Wow,
If you want to try them.
I am excited to
They're,
try them. That is
I
awesome.
made them like healthified because I have
Wow.
like a little like influencer account, like Health Bun. So I like, helping people with their health and wellness and like inspiring them to just improve their overall health. And I'm also really into just holistic health. So I love learning about like the science behind nutrition and like researching a lot. So yeah, you should try to.
Yeah, this anime chick, there's no way I could ever take her seriously.
Gluten free, like to test things out. So I'm very like experimental, and I just like constantly have new ideas. So yeah, I'm very like open. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
That's cool.
Nice. Okay. We'll come back to you. We'll look over here. What is your name?
Hey,
and your
J
age?
Dub, I'm waiting
Okay,
for her to
my name
suck
is
her
Asha,
thumb.
and I'm 25. And whether
I
I wouldn't
actually
say
kind of
gluten
like
allergy
her.
is a deal breaker for
She's a
me.
little
Um,
round in the
just
hip,
because I'm also
but
a picky eater. I mean, that's not an allergy,
I
but
like the way I like her face, like her
with
voice.
that said, I mean, I understand that. I'm just like thinking down the line in regards to like, if I was to cook, like that would be a bit of a something that I need to accommodate for, or like if I was to, I'm Jamaican, finding Jamaican spots. I mean, I'm sure there are Jamaican spots that cater for gluten allergies, but if we were to go like on the island in Jamaica specifically, if we go into the country, that would be difficult. So
Okay.
yeah, it's not a deal breaker, but we'd have to see.
Cool.
Okay. Cool. All right. Let's go over here. Hello. What is your name and your age?
I'm 33. My name is Caroline.
Okay, Caroline.
I actually can't have gluten either.
There you go.
Okay.
So, and I
Can
also
anybody
love cooking, and I
damn
only cook.
bread?
I also can't have soy,
Hmm?
which I found this out in like
Jesus God,
2019.
what do
It's
these
been a
people eat?
journey learning how to
Yeah.
cook without those things, but now I've got it down pat. So, like, make all my sauces from scratch. Occasionally, I'll indulge in the gluten town. Like, if there's like a really awesome Italian restaurant, I'll be like, we have to do it. We have to suffer. But 95% of my life, I'm gluten free. So
I'm the same.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. Nice. All right. Let's head back over here.
All right.
All right. And based on those answers, I'm going to have you go ahead and pop one balloon.
Okay. I'm gonna save. Jesus, I hate this. I'm so sorry.
Actually, two. Let's narrow it down.
Two?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Just to narrow it down real quick.
Finish, don't be shy.
Oh, I was gonna say it was just a popping thing. I'm gonna save you the heartache because it is true. I understand how much love of bread and carbs is amazing, and I would totally miss that as well.
Okay.
What?
No. Go ahead. Do your thing.
Okay.
She's not that.
All right.
She's not that disappointed. Now she doesn't have to take his
I
lame
really
ass
loved your
to Jamaica to
answers.
meet her
I
family.
feel like we definitely would be like great friends. But I feel like where am I? I'm turning to. But I
You
definitely feel
probably
like
like Sankey.
maybe not a relationship. So yeah.
Okay. All right. And head back over here. And one more question, and then we get to.
Ooh. This is gonna be a deal breaker. This is probably gonna eliminate everyone.
Oh.
So I'm actually divorced.
Okay.
Is that
Oh, so you have a question for them?
yeah. So my question is, how would you feel about dating someone who's already been married?
Okay, we'll start right here.
I feel like it just depends on like the reasons why, but I feel like no one's past should ever like define them. So every day is a new start.
Nice. Okay. All right. And for you?
How recent was the divorce?
It's in like the last 2 years.
The last 2 years. Okay. And you think that you've healed enough? You're like ready for a relationship, or are you still?
So the answer I give is that I'm never fully healed. Like you never fully heal
Mhm.
from something like that, but you grow from it. So I think I've grown a lot from it. And that's like what I can bring really well to a relationship. It's not so much the fact that like I'm like completely healed from it or whatnot. Like I don't
Mhm.
think anybody can ever be, but I think you grow a lot as a person and you realize who you want to be with and who you want to invest your life in. And that's the person that you choose. Yeah.
Right. But are you ready for a relationship now?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I would
Okay,
definitely
just
say
wanna
I'm
make sure.
ready for a relationship
Okay.
now. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
We'll head back over here.
All right.
And you have a final balloon to pop.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Jesus. Both of you, I would definitely go out with. So let's start with that. But I think you and you're probably gonna hate the fact that I'm still a little bit shorter than you.
I've dated shorter. All my exes
Really?
are shorter. But go ahead.
Really? Wow.
Go right for it.
All right.
Oh, okay.
Let's do it.
All right.
Wow.
I
All
also
right.
love house music and disco, and I'm like, I'm really sad, but it's okay.
No, it's fine. Like this is a really hard selection because the reason I picked you is because I feel like, so I come from a family of like doctors and scientists, and like I really love like nutrition. Like I've been really into it the last couple years. Like I completely changed my life and like my body type. I lost like
Okay, let me translate that for you. He comes from a family of doctors and scientists, and he thinks the Asian chick will give him smart children. That is so transparent.
75 pounds from
Oh,
nutritional
wow.
stuff.
Okay.
So I feel like we would have a lot in common, like a lot to talk about, and we'd have like great conversations and like really get along.
Okay, so all right, come on over.
Yeah.
Come on over here. So, do you have a final question? Something you want to ask
Oh, yeah.
him? Anything?
Do you want to try my cupcake right now?
Yeah, let's do it. Yes.
Oh, beautiful.
All right, audience, we are going to try these cupcakes, and I'm so excited. Let's go.
Nice. Okay, let me help you
I
up.
have like a zoom in of the.
Yeah. Zoom into those cupcakes. There you go.
Okay.
All right.
I'll hold it for you if you want. Do you want me to
Cool.
hold it? Wait,
I'm gonna do the one with the 2 berries. Let's
Okay.
go.
All right.
Add for the ambiance.
Do you want me to hold the?
No, it's fine. We'll do it. Somewhat here, without destroying your microphone.
Okay. Ooh. Okay.
Oh wow, you are so good.
Okay.
You're amazing.
All right. Small flavored.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Okay, so is it a yes for her? And is it a yes for him? Yay! We have a match! Nice, gluten-free match. Okay, that's how we do it. Thank you.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for coming.
All right.
All right. Okay, let's bring out our next guy. Come on over. Oh, welcome.
Damn.
Hi, what's your name and your age?
My name is Samuel,
Uh-huh.
but most of my friends call me Sam.
Okay,
Samuel
And I'm
Jackson.
37 years old.
Nice. And what do you do?
I work for Guest Experience and Guest Service Representative at multiple venues in New York City, such as Citi Field for the New York Mets, Montgomery Park for the Brooklyn Cyclones, and UBS Arena, and ticket taker at Yankee Stadium,
Oh,
and
nice.
elevator attendant at UBS.
Okay, and
Ticket
so what do you
taker.
do for fun? That sounds pretty fun.
Yes, it's all fun watching the baseball games, experiencing the concerts and everything. What I do for fun,
Uh-huh.
I go to conventions. Like
Oh.
sometimes I hang out with friends. I go to diners, restaurants. I want to go to the park. Things I watch movies. I'm a big movie fan and sports fan as well.
Okay, and what are you looking for in a woman?
It's just one. It's such a connection. So it's like
Okay,
fun.
and what are some of your deal breakers?
deal breaker, smoking.
Smoking.
I don't
okay.
smoke. I don't
All
smoke.
right, that's it?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have all our balloons popped. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna start here. I'm gonna ask the ladies why did they pop their balloon.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. Your name and your age.
Why is this dude leaning? Maybe he has some physical ailment.
Ayla, 25. Just the appearance. That's all.
Okay, just your parents. Okay. And may I ask what did you not like about his appearance?
The outfit. Yeah. Apart from that, my mother said if I don't have nothing nice to say, don't say it at all. So yeah.
Holy
Got
shit.
you. Okay, all right, we'll move over here. Come on over.
Little prudy.
Your name and your age, and why did you pop?
Okay. Hi, my name is Asha. I'm 25, and I popped. You did look older than my typical range, so I popped.
Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
she's
Come
got
come on
ass
over with me.
aplenty.
We'll move to the next person.
I can appreciate the confidence you have and your height. However, you're just not my type as far as the sneakers and the blazer, and just a little too skinny for me.
Okay, and may I ask you, would she be someone that is your type?
Maybe want to know more.
Maybe. Just what about initial?
Outfit's very good.
Oh, very good. Okay, all right. We'll move over here. And what is your name and age?
the 34. You just too Meg, like your heart and everything. It seems really sweet, but I like to feel like wrapped up when I'm with my mom.
Okay, and would she be somebody that's your type?
Well, I need to know more, but you never know.
Just off looks, no?
The
You know?
looks
No?
looks good.
Looks good. Okay, all right. Next lady, what is your name and your age?
I'm Caroline, 33. I'm not really into sports, and I think because of your jobs, I don't know. I feel like we don't have a lot in common.
Okay. I gotta ask you the same thing. Is she your type?
It's very understandable. That's a lot of it, like
Okay.
the hobbies and the work and stuff. So I understand. Yeah.
What about, is she your type?
After, very good though.
Very good.
Yes.
All right. Okay. And what is your name and your age?
Anam, and I'm 35. You said that you don't like girls that smoke, and I do smoke cigarettes occasionally. But also I'm a bigger girl, and I do like a guy that can handle like a bigger girl. So
Okay. And I gotta ask you the same thing. Would she be somebody that's your type?
Could be. Possible,
be.
but like
He's not man enough for her.
Yeah, I don't mind like the size. That's good.
Okay.
More the love.
More the love. So not the size, but the smoking. That's the deal breaker. Okay, cool. All right. And what is your name and your age?
Yes, Winter. I'm 25, and I just popped the balloon because it's just an attraction thing for me. I didn't feel an attraction there, and also you do seem a little older for me, a bit much older for me. That's
A bit much.
Okay, and I gotta ask you the same thing. Is she somebody that you think is your type?
After this good, another one.
Okay. All right. Well, unfortunately, everybody popped. So thanks for coming, though.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Thank
He
you for
doesn't know
coming.
where he's going.
Okay, let's bring out our next guy. Hey, welcome. There you go. You're welcome. What is your name?
My name is Bobby. I'm a journeyman with the Local 3 electrician.
Okay.
And I own my own company as a New York State licensed home inspector.
Okay. Could you hold the mic up a little
yeah,
bit?
sure.
Okay. And how old are you?
I'm 39.
39. Okay. And what do you like to do for fun?
I like to work out.
Mm-hmm.
I like to go to restaurants, try new restaurants. I like to get massages.
Okay.
A
And
lot.
oh, nice. And what are you looking for in a woman?
I'm looking for a woman that is in tune with her sensitives, with her femininity.
Mhm.
I have to be rough all day, So when I come home, I want peace.
Can you explain rough?
I just don't want to. I don't want to argue when I go. When I come home.
Come
from
home.
work.
Okay, got you. And what are some deal breakers for you?
Some deal breakers are not someone that can't cook, but someone that won't.
Okay.
So if you can't, as long as you try, I'm okay with that. Smoking is a deal breaker,
Mm-hmm.
and just someone that's not kind.
Okay. Just keep the mic up. All right. Okay, so we did have a few pop balloons, so let's go over and see why they pop. Hello, what is your name and your age?
Hi, sorry. My name is Asha. I'm 25, and you are very handsome. One, you're a bit too old for me,
Sure.
and also it's a bit too much
How old are you?
tattoos. I'm 25.
Okay.
Yeah, the too
Yeah,
much
that's too young.
tattoos.
That's
Yeah,
too
yeah,
young,
yeah.
for sure. All right.
Okay.
Yeah. That's too young. That's too young.
Okay. All right. Besides the age, would she be somebody
Yeah,
that's your
she's
type?
beautiful. She's a very beautiful woman.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. All right. And let's go back over here because we have a pop. And
Pop. My name is Layla,
Mhm.
25, but you said 25 is too young.
25 is too young.
Yeah.
okay.
Kudos to you.
Okay. And would you approach
Yes,
her?
again, another very
Another?
beautiful woman.
Okay.
Sure.
All right.
Cool.
Just the age. Okay. Let's scoot over here. Hello. What is your name and your age?
Caroline, I'm 33.
How you doing, Kat?
Good. The peace at home comment kind of triggered
Really?
little warning signs because it kind of sounded like it came from a past relationship that maybe you haven't fully dealt with? That was a very specific
I wouldn't say that.
deal breaker.
I wouldn't say that. I just say that it's something that, I mean, you see it a lot. You see a lot. And like I said, I deal with it a lot at work.
Mhm.
I deal with a lot of, like I said, I'm an electrician. So
Right.
it's a lot of craziness at work. So when I come home at this age, I just want calm.
Gotcha.
I want
Okay.
peace.
No, that makes more
That's
sense.
really
Then I
it.
apologize. Yeah.
No, of course.
Okay. And would she be somebody
Yeah,
that's
again,
the
she's a
type?
very beautiful woman.
Okay. Nice. Okay, let's move over. Hi, what is your name and your age?
My name's Anam. I'm 35, and I'm good. Thank you.
And why did you pop your balloon?
Honestly, it was just a cigarettes comment because I smoke, but occasionally I only smoke with friends, so it's like a social thing for me.
All right.
But I mean, I hate being told that I can't do something. I'd like to make it my own decision, you know.
course, of course.
But that's something I might do for the right person. But you're absolutely gorgeous. I love your tattoos. I have some
appreciate
too. But
Oh, nice, nice.
yeah, I can show you the whole sleeve later if you want.
Well,
The peace at home comment, it wasn't triggering necessarily, but it's something that could be subjective, and I don't. It depends on what the situation is like. Because I love being in my femininity because I feel like I'm around so many men that I feel like I have to bring out my masculine side sometimes, and I really.
Right. I mean, you seem very, calm, and your demeanor you have a great demeanor.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
The masculine side thing, that's
Yeah.
what I can't. That's what I
Right,
can't
right,
deal with.
right.
That is something that was from the past. To answer your question,
Yeah.
that is something that I dealt with that I don't
Right.
want to deal with.
And neither do I. So
Yeah,
I'm
the
just
whole
like,
masculine thing
it's
is
like that's why I say it's subjective because I don't know how that would mesh. You know what I mean?
Of course.
Yeah.
okay, understandable. And would she be somebody that's
Yeah,
your
again,
type?
another beautiful woman. Beautiful.
Okay, all right, let's move over. Hi, your name and your age?
Hi, yes, Winter, and I'm 25.
How are you?
So one, not only am I maybe a little too young for you, you also said no smoking, but I wanted to ask a question because I don't smoke cigarettes, but I do smoke marijuana socially, occasionally. So I wasn't sure if you just meant like no smoking at all.
I mean, well, the marijuana doesn't bother me as much if it's
Right.
anything in excess is too much.
Right, okay,
So
understandable.
if it's too much,
And she does
I
it
can't
in
deal with but
excess.
Okay.
A little bit of smoking.
All right, but I do think you're handsome. I love the tattoos. I have a lot of tattoos as well.
I appreciate it.
So yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's head back over here. All right, so we have 2 unpopped balloons. Would you go ahead and ask the ladies a question?
What do you do for a living?
Oh, wait, I'll come over.
You're
Your name and age?
I got it. I have to. I'm sorry. I have to. I got it.
Oh, wait, I'll come over. Your name and age?
I got it.
Wait, hold it.
Wait,
I
I'll
don't get.
Go ahead and ask the ladies
Why
a
the hell
question.
did he pop her balloon?
What do you do for a living?
Oh, wait, I'll come over.
Oh, she's a teacher.
Your name and age?
I got it. I'm sorry. I have to. I have a past with teachers and principals. And,
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
I'm
So,
sorry. You're very beautiful.
Okay. and-
Ooh.
all right. So
Another teacher?
I'll come over. So why did you pop?
I actually understand why that white girl popped. That's some bullshit. Basically, what he did is he wanted the white girl.
And I'm not teacher, but if you cannot deal with your issue, to get to know the lady.
I mean, it's not that. I know that life. I know that. I'm not saying. I
It's too
respect the career, I
goddamn
really
late,
do.
dude.
I respect
Move
the
the
career
fuck
of the DOE.
out.
I don't know if you're in the DOE. I'm not sure where you're from, but I respect it. It's a beautiful thing. You know what I mean? It's a beautiful career, honorable.
But
But
you don't respect it enough for you
it's
to know.
not that. It's not that. I just know what it comes with. And I know it comes with a lot. I'm not saying
No,
you
it
personally that
doesn't.
that you're personally the wrong person, but I know that life comes with a lot. So I'm
Fuck
not willing to
that.
go down that road again.
What about somebody in law now?
In what?
In law.
In law, I've never had somebody in law. So
Okay.
maybe you pop too soon. I
Pop
don't know.
prematurely.
That's possible.
Okay. So what are you thinking? Did you think you popped too quick?
I like a man that's emotionally mature, and I don't feel it with you.
Oh no.
Not at all.
Why you say that?
Just the interaction there.
Okay. So what's
I like this
long
woman.
to pop? The smoking thing, like you coming back and forth.
No, I know
Yeah,
what I want.
fuck that. I like this woman, even though she's a little out of my weight range. She's got character. I like that. Good for her. She deserves a Stanley in her life.
You're sure because you're going back and forth, so it
I
doesn't
didn't.
seem like
Well,
you're
she
sure.
said cigarettes and weed, and I said if you smoke marijuana
Oh, hey,
occasionally,
Uh-huh.
I'm okay with that. I'm not gonna, I wouldn't totally 86 that.
her accent is awesome. You've never dated a white girl with an accent, Stank D? Try it sometime. You'll like it.
But cigarettes, yes, for sure.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, we have no more balloons,
okay.
so we'll take it back over here. And thank you for coming. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, this dude came off. This dude came off like an American man, didn't he?
Oh, that's nice. Thank you. Okay, let's bring out our next guy. Come on over. Come on. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello.
The
You
fuck?
guys are gorgeous.
Oh,
Good job.
okay. All right. What is your name
Kareem,
and your age?
27.
And what do you do?
I am a dental assistant.
Oh, okay. Nice. So what do you do for
fuck.
fun?
I'm mostly a very chill guy.
Mhm.
I gym. I travel from time to time. I go out. But then I'm a big homebody, I would say.
This guy reminds me of
And what are you
Gary.
looking for in a woman?
Someone that's poised, very confident. You know what I mean? They just take like a presence in the room. Like,
Okay.
yeah, just love that.
Nice. And what are some of your deal breakers?
I don't really have one.
No?
No, not really.
No. Okay. You just love beautiful women. Okay. Well, nobody popped us yet. So, okay. We have one pop over here. So, all right, let's go over.
What's up, Bobby? How you doing?
Hi, what is your name and your age?
Yes, Winter, I'm 25. I do think you're very attractive. It's just I kind of have a thing for taller men. That's all. It's nothing more to it for me.
The
Wait a minute,
fuck?
how tall are you?
6 footer, get out of here.
Oh,
Yeah, no, you're not that short. I'm not saying you're very short. I just,
taller than me
You
with
know what?
haircut.
This is what happens when you
How
just
tall are you?
lie. Just say the
I'm on
dude
the
is
6.
dressed.
Okay.
I'm on the 6.
Okay.
I'm on the 6. That's crazy.
Okay.
This bitch is crazy and a liar.
She looking at you. Okay.
It's cool. It's all right.
Okay.
Women who
You know,
lie
I'm
are
asking.
dangerous.
Half West Indian, half American.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You want to be specific or no?
Oh, I'm from St. Martin. Big up. Big up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
You will she be typically your type? I know you say you love the ladies, but
Typically, not really, but
No?
she's very beautiful.
uh-huh.
Thank you.
But I don't feel like we will have that much of a connection. I
Okay.
feel, yeah.
That's
All right.
okay.
Yeah, that's
That's
cool.
fine.
I will.
I think you're handsome though.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you.
welcome.
You know what I mean? Thank you.
Okay, let's head back over. Okay. So we still have a lot
Yeah,
of balloons on
enough
top.
for us, Bobby.
So
Thanks
I'm
for
gonna
asking.
let you
As a matter of fact,
based
once this
off
is over,
initial attraction. I'm
I'm in
gonna
about
have you
5 hours
pop two
almost.
balloons.
I'm not going to be going too much
Just
longer.
Balloons.
yeah, right off the bat. Just-
Damn, that's crazy. This is gonna hurt.
Okay, I'll
That
come
was
over.
impersonal.
All right. I gotta ask though, why did you pop two balloons? Let's start with her. What is your name and your age?
I'm Caroline. I'm 33.
Okay. You're very beautiful. Just not my type. Not what I typically go for. Yes. And the same.
Same
Same,
thing?
yeah.
Okay. All right. All right, let's
mosey
head
on
back
back.
over. All right. You have any questions? Do you want to ask the remaining ladies?
Huh. What is your ideal date?
Ooh, okay. Let's start right here. Your name and your age.
I'm Layla. I'm 25. My ideal date, I'm a foodie, so I do like nice restaurants.
Oh, cool.
I'll let you pick, but I'm more so the picker. And I like restaurants on the water or something fairly new to try with my person. So we'll always be open to different things.
Okay.
I do have a plethora of ways I eat, so
Mm.
be your choice.
Okay,
Nice,
and
nice.
I see you have your balloon on pop. Is he someone that's typically your type?
Yes, very handsome, of course. You have I wouldn't say the arrogant kind of thing, but a lot of confidence. I like that. Seem like a strong guy.
Nice. Okay. All right. Okay, let's move on over. Hi, your name and age?
Okay. Hi, my name is Asha. I'm 25. And for a first date, I would say I'd like to get to know you over like dinner or maybe like lunch or something like that. But dates in
It's
general,
always going to be about
I like
food
to
with these women.
have fun. I remember there was this one, I forgot what it's called, but Spyscape, something like that.
Okay.
Like the Squid Game experience, like something that's like not necessarily like we're running up and down, like it depends.
Right.
But something that's fun and different.
Okay, nice. Would you be that be something you're interested in?
Yeah, 100%. I'm big on fun, so
Okay.
yeah.
Cool. All right. Oh, we got a pop. What is your name and your age?
Nicole, I'm 38.
Okay, Nicole, and why did you pop?
Well, I popped because he's a little bit too young for me, and I feel like that what the question is a little superficial. I feel like if you ask like where a woman would go for a first date, the guy should kind of have an idea of the types of dates to take women on, and it's subjective depending on the type of woman you're dating. You know her so well that you know exactly where to take her based on just getting to know her. So the question was kind of
That's it for you. Okay, cool. All right. Besides the date thing, is he somebody that's typically your type?
The fit is not really my thing, but I like the.
That's crazy.
I like the, you know, it's eclectic. It's eclectic. It's like I like the hair, but you know, not really
Eclectic?
100%.
It's a fucking disaster.
Cool. And I gotta ask you the same thing. Is she somebody that's your type?
She's very
He
pretty.
looks like
She's
El
very
DeBarge.
pretty, but not typically who I would go for.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you. Let's head back over.
Oh,
She still have a balloon. Yeah.
so we didn't ask her.
Oh, I'm sorry. Alright, it's fine. What is your name?
I'm Dudu. I'm 34. Well, I know what I don't like. I don't like to be impressed by something you cannot maintain. That's something I hate. But I'm also with my friend here. I like experience, like fun things. And I don't like to be sitting in a restaurant. I know my type.
Copy.
Nice, lovely. Okay.
Well put.
cool,
Well put.
Well put. So we'll head back over. Okay. Based on the answer, I'm gonna have you pop one balloon.
One.
Yeah, one. Okay. And why did you pop? Let's go over.
Once again, not typically what I go for. Is not my type, per se, but very beautiful.
Okay.
Very beautiful.
Okay.
Yeah.
And thank you. And why did you have your balloon on pop?
You're not really my type neither. Your age is very young, but I like your energy and I like the fact that you're West Indian. So I was just waiting to see what you were up to.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, lovely. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Now I'm gonna ask the ladies if they have any questions for you. We'll start here.
My question for you is, how long ago were you dating or with somebody?
Like a year ago.
And why didn't it last?
They moved.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't do long distance.
Okay. All right, we'll move over here.
You kind of took my question, but I would say, given you guys left on good terms,
Yeah, of course.
what is one attribute that you would say your ex would use to describe you? One good attribute and one bad attribute.
Good attribute, very fun. Bad attribute, not consistent.
Anything you want to follow up with that?
Consistent how? Consistent on what?
Right. That's a good question.
Consistent on just like being present to her, like as much as she wanted me to. As just like at the time I couldn't commit to that as much as I wanted to.
You said at the time. So how about now?
Yeah, I got time now.
Okay, yes, time now. Okay, he's grown. Okay, all right. Let's head back over. Okay, and one final question for the two ladies with the balloons.
What's your zodiac signs?
So you got your pop. Okay, let's move over. And why did you pop?
I mean, I was kind of iffy from the consistency thing. I kind of need somebody that will be there for me. I mean, I do a whole lot of things and I also suffer with depression. So I would need someone that I feel that I can, obviously you're not my therapist, but someone that I feel like I can rely on and is there. But also the zodiac thing, I don't believe in them things.
You don't believe in them things? Okay, cool.
No.
What's it?
But
What is
if
it?
you, I'm Aquarius.
It wasn't gonna work out.
Okay. There you do. Okay. All right. So besides the zodiac thing and the inconsistency, looking at him, like, is he somebody that's you would go for?
If he approached me, I would entertain it. The fit is nice. It's not necessarily my style, but I can see the vision.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I'm not gonna knock it. But yeah, I'd say so.
Cool. And I
Thank
gotta ask you the same thing. Is she? your type?
100%. Yeah.
Okay. Nice.
I don't walk up to people, but I will walk up to you.
Ooh. Okay. All right. All right. So we have one balloon left. Come on over. Is there anything you want to ask him?
You didn't answer my zodiac question.
Well, I'm a Cancer, a strong one. So.
Big Pisces.
Oh God.
Oh, you blew it. You blew it.
I understand.
Alright, so I thought it was gonna be a match, but unfortunately, it's not a match. But thank you for coming.
Of course.
All right.
What's up, man?
Okay. Well, that's it, guys, for today's episode. We did find some couple matches. However, next time we'll try again. All right.
I don't know. I was kind of underwhelmed. However, you know what? That white chick, apparently she's from what is north of Italy? Is it Albania?
And Slovenia is to the right of Italy. North of Italy is Switzerland and Germany.
Okay.
Albania is east. Albania is
Okay,
like
maybe
east.
I'm thinking of Albania, or Moldavia. I think
Yeah,
that's
that's
right
right
in there.
Moldova's next to it. Slovenia.
Let me look at this right quick, because that white chick with the big butt, she did something that was really interesting. You know how sometimes girls will reaction pop, like a guy pops a balloon or says something they don't like, so they'll just pop too.
You mean
You
like
know,
yesterday
in
when someone said the
basically
word crazy?
in what is it? For the sisterhood. Well, that woman actually popped a balloon because this guy was a dick, and it was obvious. Well, let me show you what happened here. It was obvious that this
When they're
dude.
crazy.
Let me find that plumber dude. We had
Yeah,
a crackhead.
I put a video in the back chat, by the way.
Okay. This dude right here, he was a plumber. And yeah, right here, he just does something that really, take a look at this.
Oh, wait, I'll come over.
Yeah,
Your name?
they ask this lady in the yellow skirt what she does, and she says she's a teacher. So this dude just kind of, apparently he doesn't like teachers. But It's just a total.
as
I see
well.
that. I appreciate it.
So yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's head back over here. All right, so we have 2 on pop balloons. Would you go ahead and ask the ladies a question?
What do you do for a living?
Let me stop this right quick. Let me
Maybe she's a major liver. That's where I live.
Can you hear me?
You're in and out. You're back now. You were just out.
Hey Ryan, can you hear me?
Yeah, you were in and out. You're back now. Hello.
Can folks in the chat hear me? My earbuds just died.
You got something else?
The integrated. And okay, can y'all hear me now? Okay. Ryan, I can't hear you. Why can I not hear you? What did I do wrong? It's really weird when these damn earbuds. Let me pop out and come back in. I guess I'll do that. These damn earbuds.
Yo.
Okay, I can hear you now.
All right, I'm walking, so just hang on a minute.
This dude, this is why I like this white girl. She wasn't really doing it for me before she did this. Now they ask this woman, the hostess asks the woman what she does, and this is the sequence here, or he asked.
Wait, I'll come over.
Okay, he says
Your
a
name and
teacher.
age?
I got it.
Pop.
I'm sorry. I have to. I have a pass with teachers and principals. And,
Okay, all right. So
Okay, so he has a past. He has a past with teachers and principals. Apparently, school was traumatic for him. So he just pops this woman's balloon because she's a teacher. And, the way he does it is just, to me, kind of clumsy. So this is what the white girl does.
This fat girl.
okay, and all right. So
Another teacher?
I'll come over. So why did you pop?
And I'm not teacher, but if you cannot deal with your issue, to get to know the lady.
I mean, it's not that I know that life. I know that I'm not saying I respect your career. I really do. I respect the career, the DOE. I don't know if you're in the DOE. I'm not sure where you're from, but I respect it. It's a beautiful thing. You know what I mean? It's a beautiful career, honorable. But
you don't respect it enough for you
it's
to know.
not that. It's not that. I just know what it comes with, and I know you
Which
know.
is what?
It comes
Which
with
is
a lot.
what?
I'm not saying you
Working a
personally,
full-time job?
You're personally the wrong person.
It's not that hard. What's he talking
Well,
about?
no, he was just like, it's bad enough that he popped the balloon because he had a traumatic time in school with teachers and principals, but he could have just fucking waited and talked to her about it. He just fucking pops the balloon. I can't deal with it, Pop.
Stanley, think about it. Think about it, right? Teachers
So
are probably
this
the most
woman's like, well,
compassionate people, right? Like compassionate, caring. Teachers are like the most compassionate, caring people. They're working for peanuts, right?
Yeah.
Peanuts. And why would you pop for a teacher? I mean, yeah, do I want to?
Well,
I mean,
that's
they don't make
not
any
really,
money.
that's part of it, but how he did it. He didn't even he's in stride.
Yeah,
He
he probably got the
doesn't
tension.
even park himself in front of her and look her in the eye and say, "Hey, this is why I'm popping. He just fucking like pops it just instantly. And this girl here isn't buying that.
He
She
probably got in trouble a lot.
Well, you know what? That's you were a kid. Now you're an adult. How
Yeah,
about
you're
how
grown up.
about grow up?
Yeah, be an adult.
Listen to
So
what this woman says.
That life comes with a lot. So I'm not willing to go down that road again.
What about somebody in law now?
In what?
In law.
In law, I've never had somebody in law. So
Okay.
maybe you pop too soon. I
Pop
don't know.
prematurely.
That's fine.
Maybe she popped too soon.
Okay. So what are you thinking? Did you think you popped too quick?
I like a man that's emotionally mature, and I don't feel it with you.
Oh no.
Not at all.
Why you say that?
Just
Why
with
did
the
she
interaction.
say
there.
that?
Okay. So what took you so long to
after
pop?
that, the smoking thing, like you coming back and forth.
No, I know what I want.
You're sure because you went back and forth, so it
I
doesn't
didn't.
seem like
Well,
you're
she
sure.
said cigarettes and weed, and I said if you smoke marijuana
Uh,
occasionally,
uh-huh.
I'm okay with that. I'm not gonna, I wouldn't totally 86 that, but cigarettes, yes, for sure.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, we have no more balloons,
okay.
so we'll take it back over here.
So you know what? I said she escaped her American man.
yeah, what is she anyway?
I was actually looking at her Instagram on my phone. I think she's from Italy. She's got an Italian flag and a flag next to it that I don't recognize. I was about to look it up.
She's probably in Italy or maybe moved to Italy, but it's probably Eastern Europe. A lot of those
That it does sound Eastern Europe.
Belarus. It sounds like a Slavic accent, you know. So to me,
But anyway, I looked at her Instagram. I don't know. You know what? She ordinarily wouldn't. No, I didn't DM her, Stank. Um, I don't know. That response I just kind of liked. So that's the advantage of being old. You have a sliding scale. Like ordinarily, she's too bottom heavy for me. She could really stand to lose some weight.
yeah, she is.
However, that one little like act of solidarity, like you know what? Yeah, you're a good looking guy, but you treat this woman like shit. Well, you know what? It wasn't very emotionally immature. Emotionally mature. She didn't want that kind of bullshit. So anyway, I looked at her Instagram. She's actually, I would be okay. I could maybe figure out how to tell her or encourage her to lose some of those hips. But
Yeah, she needs to get on I'd put her on a diet and a treadmill.
you wouldn't put her on shit. You gotta suggest it.
Well,
But
I would.
believe it or
Yeah,
not, when she's made up and on Instagram, she's passable. She's got a really
I'll
pretty
do it
face.
subtly. Do it very
Uh,
subtly. I would do it very subtly. Come up with like, look, I really love to hike, and we're
I'm
not going to
just
be able to.
I
We've got to
figure
get
I
into shape.
figure with those hips, she's got to know how to make goulash.
Yeah. Did you watch the Super Bowl, Stanley?
Nope, wasn't remotely interested. Other than I wanted Jalen Hurt, Jalen Hurts to win.
Oh yeah, it was dumb. Just a
I don't
stupid
even.
thing.
I don't care about the Eagles. I'm not an Eagles fan, but I wanted him personally to win. John came up earlier, so I had to interrogate him on what he thinks of black quarterbacks now. And
I mean, I don't. What did he have a problem with black quarterbacks?
you don't remember that whole spiel where he keeps going like replay. He's played like that Lamar Jackson pass that he didn't see the open
Oh yeah,
receiver or
yeah.
whatever. He's played
I
that
thought
about 80 times.
he was just going in on.
No. He went on a whole spiel about black quarterbacks. These running
Yeah,
athletic
I
quarterbacks.
thought it was running quarterbacks.
Uh, Anybody who's not a drop back passer like a white boy like a Joe Montana. Apparently, if black people don't do that, they're not as good as white people. So I was glad to see Jalen Hurts for several reasons.
He's not really a
Because of
running quarterback though. He's not really.
because of what happened to him at Alabama, and to be able to go back to John and say, well, what now? These black quarterbacks are good enough. These black running quarterbacks are good enough to win a Super Bowl.
I mean, I think we're conflating things because like Josh
No,
Allen's a
I'm
running
not
quarterback.
conflating what he said.
Well, no, we're not. Okay, yes, you're right. What John's saying is one thing, but I think the thing is, if I think the thing about your legs is you just want to create time, right? Just get away and create time to make a pass. Whereas, like Jalen's good because he can get away, and Mahomes can generally. And
Well,
create
no,
enough
what
time to
he's
make.
saying, what John's thing is blacks are not natural quarterbacks. One of the
I
things
don't.
he talked about tonight was Cam Newton could have been. I think he said he could have been a Hall of Fame defensive end or something like
Yeah,
that.
probably could.
And so he's saying that all these blacks should be playing lesser skilled positions because they're naturally good at they're not naturally good at being quarterback.
I know. I mean,
Which I
that's a
think
ridiculous
is
argument.
typical anti-black rhetoric.
But it's a dumb argument. Let's be frank. It's not really a
Oh,
good argument.
you know what? Be Brave would tell you, Ryan, you don't get it, and put you backstage.
Fuck you, Stanley. You motherfucker. This dude come up yesterday and rambled
Oh, I
for like
watched Be Brave's show
15,
today.
dude, 15 minutes, right? Just going on, boo, 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 this dumb shit, right? I mean, it was just yammering. It had no linear thought, right? I come up for 15 seconds, he dumps me in the back. I'm like, are you kidding me, you little bastard?
Yeah, well, you know what? Be Brave. It is really annoying that if he will go, well, Stanley said, and this is a direct quote. Number one, it's not a direct quote, and number two, when you do that, like today's thing, it was an answer to a question. Okay, so Be
What was
Brave
it? I don't even know what it was.
is a coward. Okay, he could have just as easily have clipped it and played that clip on his show. I bet he just doesn't know how to do it.
Well, he's not
He
very good at
doesn't
lip.
know how to clip a show or put up a show for folks to watch. But I'm telling you right now, I don't know why more people don't call him out on his bullshit. Okay, he is misquoting what I said and not even bothering to give context. He just gets up there and says I'm wrong.
Well, I think you heard
Too
me
many
agree with
people
you, though. It
indulge
is a
his
factor.
too many people indulge his hee-haw fucking
Okay.
analysis.
But that
And
aside, did you see that I agreed with
I'm
you?
glad he doesn't bring himself up here. At least he has good enough sense not to come up on my panel to tangle with his betters.
All right, well,
Because
hold on.
I'm not going to fucking indulge a dumb fuck.
Okay, but listen. You did hear
No,
that
I
I
won't
agree.
listen.
No,
There is nothing you can say positive about Be Brave that
I'm
I
not
would
saying anything
even.
positive about Be Brave.
Well, dude, you're his sidekick.
Dude, no, Leak's his sidekick. You do know that I did
Well,
agree with your.
Lee's a fucking idiot too.
No, Leaked or Lead?
I'm
Or
sorry,
both?
what? I'm
I
sorry,
said Leak.
Leaked is a fucking idiot too.
Yeah. Well, I argue with it. She was mad at me yesterday, so
Well, who gives a fuck if she's mad?
yeah, I don't care. I just like
You
to
know, that
debate.
bullshit about she won't teach her kids about slavery because she doesn't want them to think they're slaves. That's like the dumbest shit. It's like, what fucking cornfield, what cornfield were you raised in?
I mean, it's what you that's her thing. It's what she wants to
You
do.
know what? Her thing is being stupid or sounding stupid. It's one of the two or both.
The kids might be mad down the road for that, or they might be like, "Hey, man, thanks
No,
for
you
that."
know what? The kids will be too ignorant to know they should have learned about it.
I mean, that's predictive. I don't know.
People like that raise ignorant children. That's America's problem. Leaked and Be Brave are America's dysfunctional couple.
I don't. I think there's a lot of. You sound like Be Brave now. You're saying this is
No,
America's
actually,
problem.
I don't sound like Be Brave. I'm criticizing Be Brave. He's 70 years old. Either he is just too forgetful to remember what I say, or he's doing it on purpose and not giving context. I literally went into his chat today and said, number one, I was answering a question. Why don't you play the clip? So everybody, there can be no mistake about what transpired, what I said, and what the question was. But he thinks just because he's a white man, he can fucking get away with it. And you know what? He's absolutely right.
Well, I think I don't. What do you mean by that?
I mean exactly what I said.
Well, people give him a hard time.
Because he's a white man, he thinks he can half-ass it and act like he's a great thinker. Typical white mediocrity.
I mean, Stanley, I think there's a lot of
No,
black
no, no,
folks
no,
on
no.
the internet that do
No,
the same thing.
you're not going to owe Stanley me.
Well, are you
I
telling me
am
that
very
they're not?
intentional in my criticism, and I am very right that this dude doesn't even play the clip. He just says Stanley said this, therefore I am right and it is true. Nobody checked him on that except for me.
Hold on. What
Nobody
exactly was it? What
gave
was it again?
him pushback.
But what was it again? Tell me.
I don't give a fuck now. My point is that nobody even questioned it.
You mean as far as the quote he made of you? I didn't know what quote
The
you made, or I
fuck
would
do
have.
you think I mean, Ryan?
Okay, you don't even let me finish what I was saying earlier. I
No,
was trying
no,
to
no, no,
say
no,
that
no. You know
I
what?
sided with you. I literally sided with
Okay,
you. And you don't even let me say it.
it really, the siding doesn't matter. What matters is exactly being quoted correctly and in context. And then you criticize, then you pick it apart.
So you're mainly offended by his poor debate skills.
No, I'm offended at his anti-academic hee-haw fucking politics.
Okay, I understand now. You're mainly offended by that. I got it.
I'm offended that people fucking take a fucking low brow motherfucker. He says that Stanley says it, therefore he builds a whole show around it.
Yes, but I actually agreed with your actual argument. Like your argument was it's a factor, and I said it is a factor for sure. He disagreed with that. So
Be brave, I am satisfied that Be Brave knows better than to come up and deal with me, because I like shredding him. And I don't let him get away with it, and I will put his ass in the back if he wants to get all hee-haw. So he says he doesn't come up on this show to talk race, and I admire him for knowing his weaknesses and who his betters are.
Can I make a general announcement to the chat?
Oh, go right ahead.
All right, it's off topic though, but I want to do it before the chat gets too far along. Can I make it real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
I pasted a video of David Schweikert. If anyone that's interested, and most of you may not be, but it's about the federal debt. And this guy's an independent from Arizona. He is right now on a tirade about the Republicans that are getting ready to blow a lot of money. And he's furious with them because they're threatening to primary him. The Republicans. He's very mad at the Republicans. He's an independent. He doesn't jump on one side or the other on most things. But the Republicans are threatening to primary him because they want to blow a lot of money in reconciliation. So he's losing his shit right now. So I posted a video. It's Forbes is just a publication, but it's Schweikert going on about the danger that we are in as a nation because of the absolute spiraling debt situation we're in, which Janet Yellen on the way out said the same thing. I've been saying it for a long time.
I'm going to tell you right now, America voted for these folks, and my heart goes out to him.
Well, he's been going on for about 10 years, both parties. I mean, he was shitting on Biden a year ago.
This is 41 minutes.
Yeah, it's a little long, but
we're not watching 41 minutes.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not asking for you to play it. What I'm saying is,
can you tell me where is this? Is this him on the? Oh, is this him right here?
I don't. Yeah, you should be able to just click on it. But we don't have to play it. I just was saying.
I did click on it. Did you? You know how to save it with the timestamp, right?
No, I'm using my phone, so I don't think I have a lot of the features.
No, you can save it at what you do when you go to share the link. Okay. There'll be an option like a slide switch that you click to save it. It'll ask you, do you want to save it, and it'll list the timestamp. You click that switch to on, and then make the link, and then it's shared. The link is shared with a timestamp, so it hops right to wherever it is you want.
That? Where do you do that though?
Hold on one sec.
In comments.
You go to let's see. Let me find a video here. Say you're watching the video. Go to share, and then click copy link. Oh shit! It didn't do it that time. Why did you not do that?
It's not working on mine.
Oh, you know what? It doesn't work on lives. It's got to be a completed video. So let me do.
Well, I've been arguing with people because, of course, they don't think it's a big deal. And we can just they believe it's made up, and we can just print more money. But unfortunately, it's just not the case in any way, and we're in big trouble. Basically, it's really
yeah. Well, you know what? It's Trump's problem now.
Well, it's going to be all our problem, including yours and our kids. I mean, it's just so damaging.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know what? Republicans don't care. They only care about making sure the rich get richer.
It's everyone's going to have to take it.
When I say Republicans, I actually mean MAGA, who's pretending that it's populist and they care about people, but they don't really.
No, I don't know if anyone does. Congress, Stanley. I mean, I don't think anyone does. None of them care. If they cared, they would all have addressed this 10 times, all of them, over the last 20 years. They know it's coming. It's just so painful, this thing. And this guy, he lists it. All right, so I pasted it. Now what do I do?
See, J-Dub, I knew I was right. J-Dub confirms what I said. And I'm sorry. Hey, J-Dub, it's actually my bad. I didn't mean like rank and file, like the voters. I mean that the people you vote for only care about making their donors and the rich people rich.
J-Dub, save the video, buddy. You'll see what I'm talking about.
So basically what's going to happen is y'all voted against your own self-interests. But don't worry. I'll make sure I tell you so at the appropriate time. I told you so at the appropriate time.
I don't agree with that, but anyway, go ahead.
Well, I'll go ahead and play a little bit of this.
Dude, this guy. Well, fast forward. Well, you can play a little bit, but it bores a lot of people. But it's so fucking terrible.
Apparently he spoke for 41 minutes.
Well, he does. He goes on and on.
Yeah, it's almost 41 minutes.
Okay, so check this out. I'll give you a little synopsis, just not a synopsis, but one thing he says.
The wheels are coming off.
Think about this. Stanley.
Yes.
They're proposing to cut The 40,000 because of this, offered buyout retirement. It'll cut
Okay,
40,000.
hold on. Before you get too far with that,
Yeah.
it's been injuncted, though they do have some takers. It's been enjoined. Is it injuncted or enjoined?
Well, I was just going to speak about the math of it because they're saying we're going to save all this money, right? 40,000.
Well, wait, you don't need to prove the math to me.
Well, I'm just check this out. This is the grave danger of this. 40,000 government workers would leave and we don't have to pay them anymore. Okay. Even with the 7 months, whatever. That's
okay. Why do we need to go over the math?
Hold on. Just hear me out, please. Just listen.
Why? I believe you.
I think I'm saying it's 6 billion, but check this out. He will point out that's 1 day of interest. That's 1 day of interest, not even principal, just interest. 40,000 employees. Think about how much money that is. They're only saving 1 day in interest. That's how deep the hole we are in. You can cut 40,000 jobs and you save 1 day of interest. It doesn't that blow your mind?
Not particularly.
Okay, really? Okay, well. Anyway.
Look. What can I say? It has been like this for quite some time through both parties have had presidents in and no one's paying attention to it. America is more reactive than proactive. It has been since day one. So no, this level of basic what would I say? What would I call it? I was going to say incompetence, but it's not incompetence. They know that the bubble's going to burst. I'm thinking what they're doing is they just kind of plug the dam until it's time for them to leave, then they run for the hills.
That's what's going to happen too. And by the way, it's going to affect.
Hey, Stanley.
Yes.
Stanley, I want to hear more about those hee-haw politics. You made me laugh my ass off when you said that.
About what?
Hee-haw politics.
Oh, yeah, well, that's what he's doing.
I mean, the thing is, I'm not trying to be an alarmist, but if anyone wants to play this in the future or whatever, like he points out what we're looking at. All these baby boomers are going to eat up Medicare. And
Can you put it in the back chat, Ryan? I'd like to watch it on my spare time.
Yeah, in the spare time. I'll put it in the back chat 12th. So you should
Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah, I'll do it again too, just so you have it. Let me say paste. Actually, I think I can send it right to you. Hold on.
You don't have my email, do you?
Hold on. Check out the back chat. See if it showed up for you.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
Well, the deal is, I don't need to watch someone tell me that the bottom's falling out. We've known it for decades.
He does it in a very. He uses some charts like Ross Perot, who I voted for, by the way, because he used charts to explain things to people.
Yeah, I liked Ross Perot, but I didn't give a fuck about politics back then, Ryan.
Yeah,
I was too busy chasing pussy in those days.
I think I was like 18 when he ran, but I
So
always
you
liked
were busy. You were busy chasing pussy too. Don't lie.
I just remember high school. I think I had probably some class, and I was like, I like him, but just because he made more sense than the rest of these clowns. He's like, here's the chart. This is what we're looking at. I'm like, well, shit, that's easy, and we can go back to it in the future. So,
well,
yeah.
The only thing
And by the way, I'm not trying to be an alarmist.
The only thing I have to say to Congressman Schweikert is sorry you're wasting your time.
He really, I mean, it's sadly he is because
They're going to primary him and be done with it.
Yeah, anybody that talks about it, and it's like I said, you can't pile this on either party. They're both incompetent. They're both absolutely negligent. And in the future, we should look back upon the Congress and the presidency over the last 15 years and say, what, more than that, 25 years. They've been kicking this can so far down the road. It's egregious. I mean, it's treasonous.
Well, you
what they're doing to
can't
us.
you can't blame Bill Clinton.
Bill Clinton was the last guy, man. I mean, he was the last guy that got the things in order. You can't. I mean, I think he did tremendous.
What do you mean he caused the housing bubble crash of 2007 by making banks give credit to people who don't deserve it? He was a disaster.
No, that was Bush. Bush did that, buddy.
They both did that. Thank you very much.
Actually, you're wrong.
Yeah, it was.
So who signed NAFTA into law? Bill Clinton.
What does that have to do with the housing bubble?
Has a lot to do with it.
You'll need to explain that to me because I don't understand the connection.
So, how did the fall or the Great Recession of 2007 happen? Obama and Bush, right? What caused
you're
that?
talking. Okay, I thought you were blaming it on Clinton.
Yeah, that's who started it.
I don't think so.
The only thing you can indict Clinton on is Clinton and the Republicans signed. They got rid of what was called the Glass-Steagall Act. The Glass-Steagall Act was 1933.
Exactly. But
right?
that just basically changed the amount of capital on hand. It just broke down the wall between, you remember banks had to be banks, brokerages had to be brokerages.
Yeah. So
but I don't
banks
see what
couldn't
that
get
had.
risky.
What does that have to do with the housing bubble?
So 3 things were separated: insurance, banking, and investments. They did not want banks doing risky shit. Well, after Glass-Steagall was gone, banks said they made loans, a bunch of them. And then as a bank, you can sell those loans to other banks or roll them up into bonds and sell them in the stock market, which they did. They got into the investment part, right? And then the stock market would sell those bonds and take the shittiest bonds and roll them up into one package, and they were high risk.
Well, hold on one second. You're talking bonds versus mortgages.
Yeah, so if you have a whole bunch of mortgages,
okay, I know the difference. I know how all that stuff. I had a Series 7 way back in the day, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I pretty much know, the rudimentary parts of it. I'm still struggling to figure out. Are you saying that things got a lot more? They've after Glass-Steagall, they felt better about derivatives, like coming up with all these esoteric investments.
Yeah. So what happened was, if you're a bank, let's just say you got $100 million in mortgages that you're sitting on, right? You're making money off of them. The banks took the lowest 20% that were likely not to sell, and they rolled them up.
Please tell me.
I'm trying to. Let me finish.
No. You know what? I don't have this kind of patience, and I don't have this kind of time. Okay, I just need you to tell me how Glass-Steagall had something to do with the housing bubbles. I don't need to know how the individual investments are made. I know that part.
Banks began selling derivatives, basically.
Okay, that's all you had to say. That makes perfect sense. They weren't able to do it before.
Yes. So they began selling these terrible investments.
And they started coming up with all these schemes.
Yes. Whereas before, they were separate. And then, so Clinton and the Republicans both chose to get rid of it. It was a bad idea.
I remember it being a big deal.
And then in 2008, in 2009, I think that's what led to Dodd.
Okay, but in my opinion, you can argue that that Clinton allowed it by opening that door, but Congress is the one that changed the act, not the president. The president signed it for sure.
Yeah.
but the president can't sign what's not put before him. And if I recall, didn't Clinton get out of office? Was it 94?
No, it was 2000.
No,
2000.
no,
No,
it
no, no,
was
no.
no. Clinton was before 2000, right?
Okay, Clinton took office in January
Bush.
21st
Bush
of
was
93.
okay. No, actually, he's right.
Yeah.
Because Bush took office in 2000. So, I don't think blaming Clinton for the housing bubble. I'm not sure that works. I mean, banks didn't have to do what they did.
Well, it was twofold. Once Glass-Steagall was gone, banks got risky, and then George Bush just took a can of gas and dumped it on the fire because he said, "Hey, I think everyone should own a home," and Bush pushed Congress to pass a law, which was it's a noble cause, right? But basically, like if you guys know about PMI, that came to principal mortgage insurance, which is 10% of your friggin' mortgage for no reason. He allowed banks to charge PMI and for higher risk investments, first time home buyers and shit. And that was a Bush thing, but compassionate conservatism, allegedly. So it was both. I mean, you can't really blame it on one person. They exacerbated each other. So, but there was no risk managers involved at all going, "Hey man, what are the risks of this?" So, but if someone really did a risk management assessment,
we can all agree that it was Bush, Obama, Clinton, basically, that caused these recessions, right?
Well, that was
No. Wait, what does Clinton have to do with the recession?
Well, look at the policies
Okay,
he
let
signed
me
into law.
you know what? I think I am getting tired and cranky.
We've had several bubbles pop.
Okay, dude, Clinton basically allowed he got rid of the law. He didn't tell the banks to do what they did. There are people like you who don't like regulations. All he did was deregulate something.
Yeah, what he did was make banks give
Motherfucker, I'm
loans to
not, you know what?
that
I'm going to cut you off and boot
deserve
you
it.
out. I'm going to do a be brave. I've literally told you my position, and you're going to keep on saying the same dumbass thing?
All right, Stanley. I don't want to upset you, man.
I'm not upset, okay? Literally. I tell you why you're wrong, and I'm not theorizing. Clinton deregulated. That's what Republicans like. He cooperated with them, and no one told the banks to abuse the privilege.
Yeah, he was a globalist shitbag just like
Okay,
Bush and Obama.
You know what? You barely fucking know what a globalist is. Okay, he deregulated the banks like the banks and the Republicans wanted him to do. What does it have to do with the goddamn? What does that have to do with him being a globalist? Glass-Steagall was not an international thing.
Might have to take a refresher course on that whole glass.
You might fucking have to take a lot of refresher courses.
It was passed in 1933.
Come on, Stanley.
No, goddamn
Because
it!
banks are
I'm
taking
going
on
to
risk.
speak my mind. If you want to get your ass up here and challenge me, do it. And when you fuck up, I'm going to let you know about it. You could have just fucking shut the fuck up, but you had to keep going.
I want to hear more about
What the hell is wrong with you, hee-haw politicians?
That's what I wanted to hear.
It is literally incredible that you would blame a man who did what Republicans wanted him to do. There were probably plenty of people in the Democratic Party who did not want to roll back Glass-Steagall. It had been in place and working for decades.
Yes. 7 decades approximately. Wonderfully well, by the way.
These God damn it.
Well, can I just state something? I found both parties, Republicans want to regulate, but just in different things. For example,
Well, they want to regulate
women's
trans.
sports. Women's sports, yes.
They
So,
want to regulate people's personal lives, but they don't want to regulate business.
What are you talking about?
The fuck do you mean? What am I talking about?
Like, I don't want to regulate no one's life.
They want to tell
What do you
parents.
mean?
They want to tell parents what they can and cannot do with their children. That's regulating. But you can't regulate a bank.
I'm talking about
The
mutilation
fuck
of
think I'm
children.
talking about? Was I not?
Yeah, we should regulate
Is your
that.
hearing drunk too?
We should regulate the mutilation of children.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
motherfucker, no, you shouldn't. You shouldn't regulate abortion either.
Look, we can't
Beyond,
regulate.
beyond, I should clarify that you shouldn't regulate it beyond the 4 months or whatever Roe v. Wade called for. That was reasonable.
I think Roe v. Wade didn't talk about abortion, actually, but I'm just saying.
Well, somehow or another they came up with the 120 days or whatever it was. It was associated with Roe v. Wade, and I don't.
Yeah, it was a different.
It was probably legislation
It was
based
partial
on Roe
birth,
v. Wade or
93.
something.
Yeah, it was.
We
But
shouldn't.
no.
We
As a
shouldn't.
matter of fact, I think there was statutes based on that ruling, and they came up with the 120 days or whatever it was through that way.
I thought it was a different case that hit the Supreme Court at some point in the
Might have
90s.
been, but for some reason, I'm associating it with Roe v. Wade because when they overturned it, there was
Yeah, they
something. I'd have to go back and research it. I don't recall. But the bottom line,
Stanley,
no, God damn it, I'll let me finish. Republicans and conservatives and some Democrats feel comfortable regulating what happens in the home and parental decisions and medical decisions, but they don't want banks regulated. They want to regulate your personal life, but they do not want their business interrupted with regulations.
Generally, no. And if you're actually a real Republican, you don't believe they should have bailed out any banks, any car companies. Republican,
no,
actual conservatives
should
believe
never happen.
let things fail naturally,
Bullshit.
and then, no, I'm serious, like a legitimate.
No, and I'm serious. It's bullshit. Because if that were true, the banks would have never been bailed out.
Well, no, I understand that, but frankly, they're not
As a
true
matter of fact,
conservatives.
if it were true, the Republicans running the bank wouldn't have wanted a bailout.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. They weren't real true because you believe in market forces, right? Not government
No,
intervention.
there's not a Republican in the country who would want a pure market.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're full of bullshit.
Okay, well,
they make the laissez-faire,
Republican-
hands-off argument. and-
Republicans are not necessarily Hayekians.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the mindset. But I still think they're full of bullshit because I'm like, well, hold on, you didn't let the banks fail, which I don't want to let the banks fail either because I'm an independent. But I'm just like, well, hold on, guys, you want market forces, except when a bunch of banks are going to go out of business, and then you're like, no, like you got to let the market collapse and a depression if needed. It cleans out the junk. You clean out the garbage that way.
Hey, let me say something right quick to this Palomino boy. You know what? if I'm so wrong, why don't you bring your ass up to this chat so I can chew you a new one too?
So like
If I thought I was wrong, I wouldn't be saying it. I'm not wrong.
great,
I'm not wrong. And your lame ass in the chat isn't going to convince me that you're right.
the great
So-
wrath of Stanley.
So
Hey,
check this out.
I'm not mad at all. I'm frustrated.
If they let the market collapse in 08, here's what would have happened. Everyone would have said, okay, they would have went into a depression for a short time. We would have came out of it because we're a productive country. And people wouldn't over speculate into the stock market and Bitcoin. Bond prices would be higher because businesses would finance through bonds. So like bailing these companies out over and over. I mean, Biden did it too, right? So we keep bailing them out. It leads to over speculation.
Do you know what you sound like saying a short depression is acceptable?
Go
Why
ahead.
would you fucking do that if you can avoid it?
So we haven't had
listen to the question, because I feel you drifting into a story that will be irrelevant to my question.
because
If
the market.
if you can avoid a recession, why would you not do that?
I believe in expansionary times and contracting times because it's natural. It's a natural market function.
Okay,
There has to be.
they have fucking bought you hook line or caught you hook line.
Stanley,
Who has,
can I ask
Stanley?
you a
The
question, sir?
Marxists would have you for breakfast. Okay, accepting a recession as necessary. I'm sorry, a depression as necessary is almost inhuman.
When you have the expansion and hyperinflation,
Okay, your argument is anti-human. It is pro-suffering. Okay, don't tell me about
It's not
I know how the business cycle works. I've had an
yes,
economic
okay.
class at least once in my life. I understand that. I'm saying that anyone who says that a short depression is acceptable if it can possibly be avoided is essentially saying, hey, y'all, some of you out there at the very lowest end of the pyramid are going to have to starve for a bit, but it'll be good for you. Think of it as a fast.
Okay, well, I don't think anyone would starve with the government benefits that we give our people.
Okay, and you know what? You sound like Be Brave with that bullshit.
I don't. Okay, well, from an economic standpoint,
okay, you know what?
Downturns are necessary. Downturns are absolutely necessary.
I have said in the past that economists make the most horrible cultural critics and social policymakers because everything is bean counting. You literally said from an economic point of view. Okay, and that's one way of looking at it, but there are other ways of looking at it that are much more humane.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, I'm done. I'm basically saying you look at it through your economic lens, but you risk being a monster doing it.
So
Or
you can
being
either have.
seen as a monster.
When I say a depression, I don't mean a starvation era depression.
Okay,
But when you
depression.
have, it's
Ryan.
not. It's not. Okay, so
Yeah,
listen.
okay.
A depression is typically a prolonged period, right, where it's not just a recession, where your GDP is down by a percentage, right, for 2 quarters.
Okay, hold on. You're looking at GDP, you're looking at systems. What about
I
the
think
people? What
I
about
think
the
we're defining. I know, but we're defining it differently. I'm talking in
Oh, no,
simply
no. I'm not defining it at all because I'm not going to look through an economic lens.
Okay, so that's where we're going to differ.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So when you get, in my opinion, when you have an overinflated hyper situation like we've had, and you're growing just stiff, 5% a year, 6%, whatever it is. When you get a depression, you don't go back to negative. Like you might be down by 5% or 10% in a year. But if you go up 10 years in a row and then you get a dip by 10%, it's not, no one starves in those situations. I'm not talking a 10-year depression. Okay, Stanley, I'll rephrase. A recession is okay
Do
every once
you
in a while.
recall my question?
Go ahead.
If
What is it?
you can avoid a depression, why would you not do it? Okay,
Well,
I don't care
okay.
whether it's 10 years or 5 years or even 2 years. If you can avoid it, why would you do it? And how are you going to justify to the people who
Can I
will
give you a
be
great example?
adversely affected by it?
Can I give you a great example?
Oh, I'm sure you will.
In 2008, several investment companies were going to go out of business. We propped them up. We allowed Lehman Brothers to go out of business, but not Goldman Sachs. If we let Goldman Sachs fail, when we started to recover from the recession that occurred, companies wouldn't take major risks like Goldman Sachs was doing. It clears out the garbage, the high-risk companies, the inefficient companies. Recessions are good to clear out shitty companies that do dumb shit. When you bail them out, they keep doing dumb shit, right? So that's the issue that I have. Is
Okay.
recessions get rid of the garbage, they clean out the rot.
Right. Well, let me put it to you this way. Nowhere in the last few sentences that you have uttered have you talked about people.
Okay, I talked about businesses though.
Okay. Well, are you saying that corporations are people?
I mean, they're taxed like people, but no, they're not people.
Okay.
It's
So let
a
me
group of
go
people.
back because, see, I know you talked about corporations. I said nowhere in that paragraph did you talk about people.
Okay, well, so people suffer in recessions at all socioeconomic levels, and I don't like
Now look at
recessions.
this, J-Dub. Stanley hates your degree. Why would I hate his degree? Did you get an economics degree?
Well, I took heavy economics courses, but
Did you get an economics degree?
no, I didn't finish with an economics degree.
Did
But
you get a business degree?
yes.
Okay, so J-Dub, why would I hate his business degree? Oh, these poor people, they're misunderstanding me. I'm literally saying that I don't look at political problems necessarily, or human problems, social problems through an economic lens. Sometimes I will go so far as to say I don't care how much it costs.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, that's what they did bailing the companies out. They didn't care about the cost. They wanted to spare the people a depression.
Yes, exactly. Thank you for saying that, Stan.
And that is literally, I think that's a good thing.
Well, most people would say they bailed out the banks and say it's bad, right? But I'm glad you at least told the truth, which was
Absolutely. Why not tell the truth?
Yeah. Well,
There's nothing wrong with thinking about people before systems.
But I will say this, that I will tell the group here that the banks paid back the money that they were bailed out by, just so we know.
And don't
With
forget
interest.
the car companies, they got bailed out too.
Yeah, and they're supposed to pay back what they borrowed. And they did,
Look
by the
at
way.
this dumb son of a bitch.
Well,
Man,
they're
I
not
guess-
legally at
yeah.
first.
The hell, Stanley?
They do become an entity, but they're not legally a human. But they become a legal entity, so he is
Well,
partially
see,
correct.
Palomino thinks they're legally human. He also thinks you can legally adopt a corporation.
I will tell you though that
That's what CEOs do. They legally adopt their corporations.
we do pay them we do tax them like people though, so we can't argue. We got to stop taxing them like people, or they're going to be treated like people by law.
What did he say? Don't Don't speak to an airman that way. Who's an airman?
I think you said seaman
Who?
or airman. Seaman?
Well, see, what he doesn't understand is every goddamn airman out there would be calling me sir. So I will speak. Stank D, he must be making a joke. That's funny, Stank D.
Yeah.
Don't speak to him in that way.
Yeah, there were a few 600 level economic courses that I just wasn't going to do. So I said, you know what? I'll transfer to electives. I actually, in the beginning, was an accounting major, but I've always been around that, business, finance, accounting, somewhere in there. So, but anyway, the long and short of it is I'm not talking prolonged depressions or recessions here. I'm just talking market corrections.
I don't prolonged or not. I'm just talking if you can avoid it. I think you should.
Okay. Well, okay. Well, that's fair. So I don't know.
I mean, bailing out the banks isn't the worst thing that could happen.
I believe in recessions, the shitty companies tend to go out of business, right? And it makes way for other companies that are efficient and do better, So I'm okay with recessions. We need one currently, by the way. We need a recession. We haven't had one a legitimate one since 2008. The stock market's literally price PE ratios are so high, it's amazing. So anyway, yeah, just so we're aware. So
yeah, well, you know what? I look forward to you getting up on that Senate this dais right here and speaking your piece so they can primary you too.
Well, that's what they'll do. And frankly, you got two parties that don't want to rein in spending in any way, and
they're going to primary your panel hood.
Well, that's and by the way, the American public is so illiterate economically that they don't understand what's coming to them, and they don't believe anything. Frankly, they don't believe in. They don't believe they don't believe we went to the friggin' moon. Amazingly, astoundingly, they don't believe we went to the moon. They don't believe in COVID. They don't believe in. You could just tell people anything, and forget all the evidence.
Well, that's pretty much like at least 50% of the John Galt channel.
Listen, Stanley, I fully agree with you. So yesterday, I'm trying to explain the DNA of most of the indigenous Americans that were here for 20,000 years was from the Bering Strait, like they crossed from Russia. And DNA analysis shows like the Amazonian indigenous populations are from Eastern Siberia, right? Like, and Inuit, and they had come down.
Oh, wait a minute. I gotta stop you there, Rad.
No. Let me just. Can I just finish what I'm saying?
No. Let 12th man give you his.
Can I counter? No, but can I just finish?
You don't think there was an Atlantic ice bridge at the same time? Or did the ice bridge only happen on one side of the planet?
Can I finish what I was told yesterday?
Let me mute and have this battle of the Titans.
You just didn't. Okay. All right. So can
I was there for at least part of this conversation.
Yeah. So the theory is that there was, not ice crossings, but actually crossings from Africa to, there's no land bridge.
Now, hold on one second. I thought that land bridge pre-existed. I thought it was mainly animals. I didn't think.
The land bridge was.
Go ahead. I don't know. Yeah. For some reason, I thought that land bridge pre-existed man's existence.
So
it happened during the last ice age, Stanley. But there was also an Atlantic ice bridge to where the Solutreans came across the Atlantic ice bridge. So there were white people here too way back when. So, but
No,
what happened?
actually, there's no proof of that.
Actually, there is.
Actually, remember we watched those
Look
videos?
at
There's nothing there. I'm not looking it up. I've already done it. There's nothing in those videos that didn't say theorized, but no proof.
well, how did
I don't
Italian?
give a shit about any of that.
How did Italian daggers end up over here
I'm gonna be honest with
way
you.
back then?
I'm gonna be honest with
So
you.
you're buying into the
I'm gonna be
brainwashing.
honest with you. I'm as much a paleontologist as you are, but I don't
Well, I've
think.
studied it.
Are you
You
a
think the ice
paleontologist?
bridge that the ice bridge only happened on
Okay.
one side of the planet,
Okay,
but
12th
not
man.
the other?
12th man. I understand that you've studied it, just like Be Brave has studied things. I've studied things. You're not an expert.
Well, I know I can look at the facts. Like
I don't think.
how
I
many,
don't think. I don't think there are any facts. But if you think they're facts, that's good enough.
how
You're
do
just
you
not.
get prehistoric daggers off the
See,
coast of Florida
if I say I'm gonna meet,
made by
if I
Italians?
just say I'm gonna meet you where you are, can this conversation end? Because we've had it before.
Yeah, white people were here too
You
in this
believe.
story.
You believe, and it's important that white people be here first. I understand all that, but
I didn't say first, Stanley, but they were here too.
of
I
course, white
said I
people were
didn't
here
say
first.
first.
White people were everywhere first. They invented Earth.
Now you're putting words in my mouth, Stanley. That's not fair.
But you believe that, though, don't you? White people
I
dis-
believe
white people
I believe
discovered
that white people came over from Europe
white
during
people
the Ice
white
Age,
people
just like
white people
the
invented
Siberians came over
when
here
white people got here.
during that time
When
period.
white people crossed the Atlantic, the Western Hemisphere, they imagined it into existence. It was a flat Earth until Europeans got here. Then it became
Oh
round.
God, Stanley. You're out of control, dog.
So
Like
just
I
so we
said,
know,
you
just so we
believe
all
what you want
know,
to believe.
so so the Solutrean hypothesis, as it's called, is people came from Northern Europe,
No.
but
It's the Solutrean facts.
yeah, well, the DNA evidence suggests otherwise, that we came from that the Americas came from Asia across the Bering Strait, not
Well,
from
what it
from
was is that the white people were tender and tasted good. So those
Yeah,
savage
they lost.
Indians, the savage Indians ate them all.
Yeah, they
I would say
destroyed
that
them basically. Yeah,
I would
they
say
came
that
down. They
well,
came
the
down
DNA.
from the north and destroyed the original white people that were here. That's what,
But the argument yesterday was made that they actually crossed the Atlantic from Africa to
So
Peru.
it was a prehistoric race war.
Yeah, of course, but they said they crossed the Atlantic from Africa, and that they were black people in the Americas, South America, which there's no evidence of that either.
So there were blacks, whites, and Asians
Yeah,
back.
there's no evidence at all. No, it's all the DNA though is points to, China and Russia, right? All the DNA evidence in the Americas points to that. The bones they've found in the ground from 10,000 years ago, etc., points to an Asian descent. So all these people have all these dumb theories, and they say, well, because they have the one theory that they're from Africa is that some of the statues they made look like black people. I'm like, oh,
I,
that makes sense.
I bet Stanley still thinks Christopher Columbus discovered America, even though
Well,
the
I
Vikings
I
were here
suspect
a
I
thousand
suspected
years
I
earlier.
suspected all along that America was here. Uh, Christopher Columbus just kind of bumped into it.
Yeah, it was
He
already
did.
happening.
He did. Yes. And
Oh,
so did the Vikings.
here's another buddy of mine who is a fellow Salutrian believer,
Who?
Harry.
Harry said Eastern Eurasia,
Oh,
which
oh,
is
my bad.
true. He's absolutely
I, I'm,
correct.
I thought I saw Europe.
Yeah,
What
see,
he
they had
said?
even the stone tools in America were from Asia, basically, the Clovis points, like that.
Well,
The
yeah, the
chart.
ones that killed all the tender white meat.
Well, no, Stanley, that's not. There might have
See,
been.
artifacts found off the coast of Florida and other East Coast places show
Look at the
they were
Capriano.
prehistoric way back then, so they came over the ice bridge just like the Asians did on the Bering Land Strait, but
Well, years
there
ago,
were more of them. There were more of them, and of course, the journey from Europe across the Atlantic during the last ice age was a lot more gorillas. You know what I mean?
years
So
ago,
there were a
years
lot
ago,
fewer of it.
years ago, I was taking a buddy of mine, to lunch. Now we had an hour for lunch, so we hopped in the car and we're heading to, wherever it was we were going. So he gets in there and he picks up this blonde hair off the passenger seat. He holds it up to me and he goes, "Stanley, boy, you're going to be in trouble if your wife finds this." I looked over at him and I went, "Well, you know what? I don't think she'll be that upset because it's her hair."
Bingo.
Well, basically, the artifacts off the coast of Florida, we know they're European because there were blonde hairs found
That's
with the
ridiculous.
artifacts.
That's funny. There is blonde hair, by the way, in South Pacific populations.
Oh yeah, the Aboriginals.
Yeah, there's blonde there. They think it's to do with possibly heavily fish diets, because like Scandinavia is heavily fish protein. Heavily fish diets can lead to blonde hair. The mutation.
Wow, I did not know that, right? So if you eat a lot of, why isn't my hair blonde? Or is it?
Well, I don't have to answer.
Hey, we're gonna have a bunch of women eating fish.
So like Cheddar Man, they look at yesterday someone was disputing genealogy via DNA. Yesterday was somebody was people believe in anything on these channels, man. The earth is flat, DNA is just made up. I'm like, it's literally the human genome, well, that's just what they tell you. That's just what they tell you, man. I'm like, what are you talking about, man? That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. DNA is just made up.
That's one of the most frustrating things I find with liberals is, like, if you say anything that questions what they know, then they get all ballistic.
Well, see, the interesting thing, you said something very interesting. You said question what they know. So if they know it, of course they're going to be annoyed that you're,
Or what they've been brainwashed with knowing.
Oh, okay. You said no at first, because if I know something, you know what? Of course I'm going to stand by it.
That's what you were taught. So
12th man.
You're afraid
You know
to
what?
question.
Here's how I work. If you were any kind of expert in the field, I would probably, maybe have my doubts and ask you a bunch of questions, but I would go, well, damn, you know what? He's an expert and I'm not. Now, in this case, neither of us are experts. I'm not particularly upset. I'm just telling you, I think you're full of shit. I don't believe it. And we watched those videos months ago, and I wasn't convinced.
Fair enough, so.
Yeah. Yesterday, I was told that DNA couldn't predict skin color. Also, by the way, you know,
Is that right?
no. Of course, they can predict skin color, Stanley. They can predict everything.
Well,
They
you
can
can
predict
predict I mean, you can predict eye color.
exactly
But
everything.
it's a
It's right. It's all.
prediction.
It's right there. You know.
Yeah, but it's a
So,
prediction. It's a probability.
well, I
Well,
think that they found the actual parts of the DNA that dictate the skin color. So when I say predict, I think they can tell. Look, you know what I'm
Uh,
saying? I'm pretty sure.
well,
So,
they can tell, but who the parents are is part of the equation.
well, I think it says
I
on
mean,
these
if
specific
my wife
numbers.
is white and I'm black, you can predict that, more probably, the skin won't be as dark as I am or as,
It's a
light
blend.
as
Yeah.
my wife, but it is possible. Their probability, genetics is probabilities.
Yeah, you're right. So, and yeah, but on the genome, allele 36, Y27, J kinase, it's all proteins and shit, right? So, but they can get pretty close with what they're trying to do. You know what I'm saying? So,
Well, the other thing that gets really tricky, at least before, say, 23andMe, and it's probably still as tricky,
yeah,
I often find problems with racializing IQ. Basically saying blacks in America have lower IQ than whites. Well, the problem is that the legacy Black Americans have a large part of their of their genome is European.
yeah, I think 20 to 50%,
So
right? Something like that.
right, but the thing is can you really call us black? Black is literally an economic, a socioeconomic construct. It is not a biological term.
Yeah.
So when you go and you want to base something that, where you're talking genetics and probabilities and all this stuff, and you say, well, this is the black number. Well, black is not a biological term.
Yeah, it's a dumb argument. I'm with you. I agree.
So, the race part, and I've literally told, I forget the dude's name. He's fairly famous. He's not he literally worked. The guy who co-wrote The Bell Curve,
Yeah.
with Charles Murray,
Yeah.
he was a psychologist, like a Harvard psychologist, and I forget his name. I'd have to go back and recall it. But I know a dude, well, not well, but I've talked to him over Discord, as a matter of fact. He was he was he went to Harvard, and he was actually like a student aide, or what, how students will work for labs sometimes. He
Yes.
worked for this dude in his lab, like literally for him. But anyway, he's an IQ guy. He is, into racializing, IQ, basically classifying DNA or IQ by race. And every time I went to talk to him, but bring up the point about what is black, and black is particularly tough because it's not African. It's basically we're all mulattoes. That's something CT said. So, you know, taking something that's supposedly based on biology and classifying it by a social construct, I don't see how those two pieces of the puzzle fit. Okay, Golden Palomino, you're asking a question. No, I don't think all races are identical in all ways, but I do think that race is not a biological term. And if you knew anything about biology, you would know this. I mean, I use the term race because it's a shorthand, you know, it's a colloquialism basically. But I have had enough biology to know that race, it's not a biological thing. And I have had enough chemistry and biology to be sure of my argument.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. It is interesting to hear people talk about genetics on YouTube on these channels. So
Well,
I
some of
also
them may actually know what they're talking about. I know there's one guy, he's an Indian guy, Rajiv. Damn, I can't think of his last name. I know someone who knows him. He actually is a geneticist or
yeah,
biochemist.
yeah. So talking to him would be awesome, right? But a
Yeah,
lot of people don't.
I might, because I actually have been meaning to review a show that he interviewed Megan McCardle.
Yeah.
Now my personal channel isn't big enough, but at some point, I know someone who knows him directly.
Yeah.
You know, I could probably try and get him on, but he would. I
You
don't.
should explain to people what the difference between recessive and dominant genes are, because apparently this black dude was up
Well,
here one night.
the only thing I
I gotta tell
remember.
you, it's funny. It's funny. I gotta tell you, Stanley. Just listen. He thinks the reason there's a lot of black people in the NFL because they have more dominant genes. It's like dominant versus recessive. Like, do you not understand? He literally did not have a fucking clue. And I'm like, dominant
Well,
and
I'd
recessive
like to
genes.
know. I'd like to know what he defines dominant as.
Apparently, I'm more athletic because the argument was that's why the NFL has a lot of people. I'm like, that's not what dominant and recessive genes are, dumbass.
Well,
So, but
basically, recessive genes, you need more of them to be
yeah,
dominant.
yeah. So, and
You know,
it's a
like
mutation.
brown
It,
eyes. Brown eyes are dominant over blue, I think, if I
yeah,
recall.
yeah.
Now, I've had genetics classes, but it is literally almost 40 years ago, and
Well,
the field has changed so much.
yeah. But what's just interesting is he thought it meant somehow physically more capable or something. And I'm like, no, man, that's not how genes work, you dumbass. So
Well,
like
I just
so like a green-eyed receiver wouldn't be as good as a brown-eyed receiver.
what?
Yeah, in other words, he thought it was dominant genes were more better athletically. They were dominant athletically. So his argument, and that's why the NFL has.
Well, didn't you know there's a football gene?
I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me? That's
There's
the
a
dumbest thing I've
football
ever heard.
gene. There's a baseball gene.
Oh,
Is
Jesus.
there an NFL gene? I gotta wonder
No.
after last night. I mean, man, they got spanked by the Eagles bad.
Yeah,
No,
well, I don't know
well,
what
you
they're
know
gonna do.
there is
Or
a term.
Kansas City.
There is a term called any given Sunday.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, it was just a one-sided game, surprisingly. I was shocked. I was really surprised, to be honest with you. I didn't think Philadelphia
Yeah,
would
Hey,
answer
my
the question.
mama,
Palomino.
my
Hey,
mama was
Palomino.
upset, right?
I'm not one of those people. I know probably when you were in grade school, the teacher would always tell you that there's no such thing as a bad question. Well, I'm not of that mind. There are bad questions.
Yeah.
If you
I
don't
just
think races are identical, then you should know that testing won't yield the same results with each race.
I don't know
What
what
is
that means.
what testing are you talking about?
I don't know what he's
Testing, blood testing? Apparently, you don't have the precise language, Gene. What
Yes.
kind of testing, Palomino? Blood testing? Paternity testing? Just what kind of testing are you talking about?
Who knows? Just more internet kerfluffle. More
What
internet
does
absurd.
this mean? Baby doll test has been cured by sportsmanship?
I don't know what it
Oh, you
means.
mean like the one where the black kids prefer the white doll? Is that what you're talking about, DiCapriona?
Yeah, probably.
That's
But I don't know
actually
what. But what's it have to do
all
with
the white
sportsmanship?
girls. All the white girls choose black NFL players. Is that what the joke is?
Well, now it means that. What'd you say, Stanley? The white girls. There's no white girls on the internet because
No,
they're either
white
autistic.
girls. He said the baby doll test has been cured by sportsmanship. So I'm thinking, if you're familiar with that test, way back in like the '60s or something, black
Oh, yeah.
children tended to prefer white dolls because the culture tells everyone that white is more beautiful than black. So what DiCapriono was saying that that test, the baby doll test, that's all been like upended by sportsmanship. So, the black NFL players all have white girlfriends. White girls today choose black choose black
Only the
football
NFL
players.
players. Only the ones with money. Oddly enough.
Damn, I might have to. You know what? That's going to be a good show title there.
What's that, Stanley?
I'm going to call the show Baby Doll Test Has Been Cured by Sportsmanship.
I don't know if that's accurate, Stanley.
Oh,
You can say
it made me laugh. That's
you can say it's
that's the test, Ryan. If it makes me laugh, then it's worthy of being a show title.
well. That's similar to what Be Brave would do. So
That's similar to what Be Brave would say about what titling shows.
yeah, it's not rooted in any actual facts. It's just what amuses him.
Oh, come on. Well, hold on. My show
It would be equal if you did it. Put it that
is
way. There's
just
no
a
science
random.
to it.
Well, wait.
There's no science to it.
Okay, well, wait. The title of my show has nothing to do with the show.
That's actually a lot like Be Brave as well. So you guys are similar in that regard.
Well, he probably got the idea from me then.
Yeah. I'm like, this just isn't true. He's like, no, it's what I believe. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, there you go.
Oh, look.
There you go. You're good then.
Well, you've heard that the way I title shows generally, the funniest thing I've heard all day becomes the next day's show title.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I thought it was some educational topic.
Oh,
You were
no.
on
As
education
a matter of
for a
fact,
while and you just gave
go
it up.
back. If you ever get a chance, go back and look through the titles for like the past month or two. They're all just like today's show is, I bet most of these chicks' comedy is about men, periods, and chocolate.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. And I
Well,
saw that and
that was something
I
Innate
did see
Ways
that.
said. I think it was Innate Ways that just made me laugh. We were
Yeah.
talking about women in comedy.
They're it's not very nice, I don't think.
Oh,
But
I
it is
thought it
true.
was hilarious.
Yeah. There's a lot of I can't take female comics seriously anyway. So.
Apparently,
Yeah.
no one can.
Yeah, they're not good.
I
So
I take him serious since my
there's a
favorite
good
comedian of
comic.
all time is Joan Rivers.
What about there's a guy called Nate Bargatze I like from
I've
Tennessee.
I've heard of him.
Well, it's funny because he doesn't curse the whole show.
Right,
Like
it's intentional. He and
almost
Jim
like the
Gaffigan. Jim
oh, he
Gaffigan.
doesn't curse?
They call
I don't
him.
know.
No, he doesn't. I don't think Patton Oswalt does either. They call him
I don't think
clean comics.
Bill I don't think Bill Cosby ever said a curse word as a comic either.
I think
So
he made a point of it.
yeah, that's the brand, right? But I
Well,
don't
it's a
even know
good
what's so
brand.
funny. Yeah, I think it's awesome, by the way. Yeah, excellent. And Bargatze said he didn't want his kids to have to hear it one day. I was like, you know what? Total respect. If you can have comedy without that, it's really
Well,
it's got to be
you actually can.
well, it's got to be hard to write it too, right? It's got to be
I
harder
wouldn't
to
think,
write it.
to be honest, I wouldn't think if you're having to use curse words to make it funny, that's kind of dubious comedy. I would think.
I think it just lends to more exaggeration in some of the stuff, right? When you use more, Chappelle, for example, so more exaggerative language, so to speak.
Well,
But
I watched a little Chappelle clip today about Little Nas X,
yeah,
and yeah, he uses curse words, but the actual last joke, like the last 5 minutes, there were no curse words in it. It was really
I
just
don't,
it was
I don't
really
think he
just
needs to.
timing. It was what he said
Yeah,
when he said it.
yeah. Well, that's Bargatze. I think it's all the timing and the delivery, right? But
Right,
Chappelle's a good storyteller,
right.
and he doesn't really need curse words, in my opinion, right? So, and he's got a 30-year record of delivering on comedy, reinventing himself. So, he's pretty awesome at what he does. But yeah, he could write without. He probably don't need to curse. I think he just does it for fun.
Oh, Kelvin, that's funny. Kelvin
What?
says, I had a Stanley Show title once. Proudest moment of my life.
There you go.
I think he's slightly kidding.
Well, oh boy, it's going to be a long day.
Yes, and you know what? What time? Let me hold on one second, because I've gone way longer than I thought I was going to go. I
Well,
thought
you're
I was
getting.
going to
Go.
stop at 4 hours.
Mm.
We're at 6:37.
You're way over shift. You're saying?
No, I've really been thinking more about making sure I get rest because I do get cranky, but I've always been this way.
Well,
My social graces fail. Once I'm too tired to hold my temper.
yeah. Well, tired or hungry. I'm not well. I'm not nice. Tired or
Hungry,
hungry.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Hungry, I think I'm okay. All right, so we'll listen to a few minutes of this guy. He
Oh, you
looks like
mean?
he looks like an accountant.
Oh, he's a nerd, but he says it, man.
The gentleman from Texas ended a couple minutes sooner than we expected. For anyone listening, whether it be staff, another member, anyone that actually gives a darn, give me your first 4 minutes, because the first 4 minutes is I need to explain why we've been joking about it in a dark way. We're in the budget wars. It's about reconciliation. Why is there such angst by some of us? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I chair the Joint Economic Committee, so I'm the idiot with all the economists. I'm number 4 in Ways and Means. I'm not good at many things in life. I'm okay at math. What's going on that is stressing us? Last night, I could barely sleep because I had read report after report after report, and the math was devastating.
Well, see, I know he's a nerd because stuff like that is supposed to put you to sleep.
And there you go.
And
He's a nerd.
he can't sleep.
Yeah,
The math kept him up.
absolutely.
What a nerd.
And this is what we need to understand. Here's
There
our
it is.
reality. And forgive us, we've been going as fast as we can in our office to find some way to explain what the hell's going on. At the end of this budget year, so September 30th, end of this budget year, United States debt by Congressional Budget Office is projected to be $37.2 trillion. Okay. They're projecting over the next 10 years, we add another $20 trillion. But if you then on top of that, so the debate that's been going on is we have these provisions of the 2017 tax reform. Thank you. The 2017 tax reform that are expiring at the end of this year. If you go take it to 2035, because that's sort of the 10-year window, 9 budget years.
Who is that?
It's another $5.5 trillion. Then you add onto that the interest, because it turns out if you were to finance it, not pay for any of it, that's another 1.3 trillion on top of that. Then if you were to come in here and then take the president's requests.
You know, Ryan, I'm hoping that's his wife.
No, that's an underling, sure. She's
Under something.
She's certainly not paying attention to it, that's for sure.
Oh, did you see how pretty she is?
Yeah, she is. But she's I got one of them already, you know that.
Oh, one of what?
Sit that type right there. Her.
Oh, really?
Yeah. All the way.
Okay.
Blondie.
So let's just, because we have a couple members here, just say, just do everything, make everyone happy. Screw my retirement, the next generation. America will be fine. You add it all up, by 2035, you have over 74 trillion in debt. You're somewhere in the 155 or so % of the entire economy is borrowed. Today, we're a little less than 100.
And that's the problem.
So the point I'm trying to make here, even if you do the calculation of publicly sold debt, because as I've tried to explain, you have like the Social Security Trust Fund, which is gone in 8 years. But we borrow the money.
You know, sitting here watching her preen, I keep having the Three's Company theme song run through my head.
Prissy, she's close to Prissy.
Come and knock on my door.
Maybe not as dopey. Maybe not as dopey though.
No, the way she's chewing her gum and preening her hair, no, she comes off as pretty dopey.
Money out of that, and we do pay interest on it. But if you take everything where we sell bonds to the world, to each other, to our retirement accounts, to pensions. When the day we got elected, Mr. Speaker, so long time ago, what was that? November. U.S. sovereign debt that was held by the public was around 28 trillion. These numbers right now say that number that took, 240 years of publicly held debt, we intend to double in 9 years. In 9 years, we're going to functionally add another 28 trillion of publicly held debt. Actually, a little more if we do these things on finance. Finance them and don't try to pay for them. This is my 4-minute spiel. When you see some of us stressing out, when you see some of us, he's being disharmonious. Maybe it's because I own a damn calculator. If these numbers don't make you pucker up and scare the crap out of you, you don't understand.
Like me.
Yet the hallways around here are full of people that demanding we give them more money, or they want more barriers to entry, or they don't want to change their business models. They want to do it in archaic fashions because it might make them have to compete. This is no longer the next generation. This is your own retirement. Look, I accept, I'm traditionally, I tease behind this microphone. I'm pathologically optimistic. My wife and I were both 62 years old, and we have a 2.5-year-old. We've adopted, but we also have a 9-year-old. When my little boy is functionally 24 years old, the math says every single tax in America needs to be doubled just to maintain baseline services. The wheels are coming off. Do you really think the bond market? Oh, we want to keep buying U.S. sovereign debt, even though you've gone and doubled it in 9 years.
Good luck.
You don't think we're going to start to pay? We did a math problem a couple weeks ago on this floor, and we showed that if we stressed the bond markets, if we got up to a 6% handle, and it wasn't that many decades ago, U.S. sovereign debt was kissing up around 6%. In 9 years, 45% of all U.S. tax receipts went to interest. You think this is a game? The bond market is on the edge of running this country, not us.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a member of Congress and you claim that you care about debt and deficits and the next generation and working people and people's retirement, and you don't have this poster up somewhere in your office, how do you understand the math? The wheels are coming off. And I'm going to show in a bunch of these slides, there's a path. We can produce some level of stabilization. It means
So
doing
he
really
did
hard
a
things, which you know how.
his undergraduate was real estate and finance. He's got an MBA from Arizona State.
Yeah.
He's adopted.
Hmm.
He was born to a teenage mother, wound up with foster parents or
He's a good guy, man.
adoptive
Is he-
parents.
He's an independent, right? Still an independent? Independent.
Let's see.
He acts like an independent anyway, but I'm pretty sure he is, if I remember. I'm glad to see him hammering on this because he hammered the shit out of Biden and the Democrats also. So I'm glad he's doing it to the Republicans and telling them we can't spend all this money. So, but if I remember, he's an independent from Arizona.
He's just a couple years older than I am. Yes, he must be. It doesn't say Democrat or Republican. Excuse me. He came into when he was elected to Congress, he was a Republican. So his district is mostly most of northern Phoenix as well as Scottsdale. Apparently, there's a mathematician with the same name, believe that or not. All right, well, we'll watch his first 4 minutes, and then I think he's probably done his first 4 minutes.
How good we are at doing hard things, because once again, there'll be an army of people outside the door all upset with us because we're trying to do hard things. You've known this has been coming for decades. When I was an idiot kid, in the 80s, I remember my statistics professor. She basically did a chart. This is like 1983, saying, okay, here's baby boomers. This is going to happen. There's this huge bubble. The thing we weren't prepared for is U.S. fertility rates started to collapse in 1990. We don't have enough young people. I'm going to show some charts of how hard it is to keep up productivity and growth. And it's not just the United States. It's all across the world. There's a shortage of young people. but we're going to pretend that we can just grow our way out of things. That's complete, not untruth.
Yeah.
If we do what a handful of our members are asking and just look the other way and just give everything to everyone without paying for it. And look, I think it's outrageous. There's a discussion. It would be immoral, I believe, to allow the tax rates to go up on working people. But it's also immoral not to find a way to pay for it. Are you ready to condemn this country in 9 budget years, 10 calendar years, to functionally our financial Armageddon? Because this is actually in the 10-year window now. This is not.
He's preaching doom and gloom. If it's that dire, then we need to start trimming back on defense budgets and all kinds of things. And we will know that it's dire when they start trimming the defense budget. Until then,
no, it's
no,
dire.
Yep. Actually, we will know that when they start trimming back the defense budget, we know the shit has hit the fan.
Stanley, I'm pretty sure that when we trim all the budgets, we'll know. We'll know.
We'll know what?
Well, in other words, they won't trim any of the budgets. They grow every year, all of them. The defense budget was massive this year and last year and the year before. And so are all the other budgets. We grow it every
when
year.
They start cutting weapons programs.
That's your theory, you're saying.
I'm not even theorizing. I mean, we know the ship will have hit the fan when they're gonna go, hey, you know what? That new class of submarines, now got to scrap it. Can't afford it.
You can delete the defense budget, and it won't fix the problem.
Oh well.
You can delete it.
Okay.
It's 8%.
Well, let me put it to you this way. I'm sure there are things that can be trimmed across the spectrum.
Yeah.
I know it will be a problem. I know there will be a real problem when the defense budget gets trimmed, because that'll be the last thing. That's going to be the last thing they ever trim.
Biden trimmed it in 21. He blew it up in 22. Yeah. Well, let's put it this way. He proposed trimming it with the Democrats. I think they trimmed it in 21. But it might have went.
Good for him. Bless his heart. He was a good president.
He blew it up in 22, 23, et cetera. So, but either way, you can't get there by just trimming defense. You just can't. You got to trim everything, or we're in trouble. He'll explain that. The interest is more than the defense budget. Just the interest right now, which has never happened, by the way. So.
No, Palomino. I have a phone with a calculator, and if push comes to shove, it's funny. When I was going to say, well, I have a son who's good in math. He can do that shit in his head. When he was a kid, when I first started baking, I basically taught him fractions by baking like cookies and making bread. You know how you got to take, like, what's half of a cup? You know, you want a cup of something? Here, take this spoon and figure out how to make a cup.
Yeah, we won't ever get there.
What?
Well, he said, I was just telling J-Dub, like, you can't just cut defense at this point. You got to cut. The biggest 3 costs are Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. That's 60% of the budget. So without cutting that, we're fucked. And by the way, when you cut that spending, by the way, that'll hit economic demand, which will hurt the economy, even though we have to.
No, systems of people over systems.
Okay, but you don't understand, Stanley. This is what blows me away. We just had 20% inflation, okay, which hurts people because we gave people a shit ton of money and they
Okay,
went and spent it.
bullshit. Okay,
Okay.
there were several different causes for that inflation. Don't fuck with me on that.
Well, what are the call? Explain the causes.
The supply chain, COVID fucked up the supply chain.
Okay.
Okay,
Why was
that,
it? Okay.
in my opinion, and I'm not your level of economist, but that was a major deal.
Okay. I just want to say this.
And
Why
adding the money didn't help, but we were going to have inflation anyway.
Okay, but when you give people money
Listen
and they
to
spend
what I'm
it,
saying, because you're not confirming or denying. We were going to have inflation. I think the money exacerbated a problem that was already going to happen.
I would say that it was fuel to the fire. I don't disagree.
Okay,
And the
so
best thing,
you know what? Once again, and you weren't here when I did it, but having something be horrible and then it goes to, disastrous, well, it was never good in the first place. Panicking or making a big deal out of a horrible situation becoming a disaster, it was never that great in the first place. And again, when you go, it was the money that caused all this inflation. That is an incomplete picture. And people who don't know any better are going to believe it was just the checks, the COVID checks. It wasn't.
I would even suggest this. When people aren't at work and supply chains are, so therefore supply is slower because people aren't making it, right? We should have even pulled more money out of the economy and said we gave it to people and they overcooked the supply chains. We should have probably taken money, raised taxes for a period of time to cool off spending. Instead, Trump and Biden said, here is trillions of dollars.
Okay, well, how are you going to do that with all these people out of work? How is that going to look politically? See, the thing is,
politically, it's disastrous.
You can't run a country doing pure Hayekian economics. Okay, Hayek and Keynes had this huge back and forth. I know you've heard of it. There was also a guy named Polanyi who had a pretty, in my opinion, he was almost the exact opposite of Hayek. Keynes, is the more famous of the.
Well, Keynes has been winning for a long time.
Keynes has been winning, but you know what the basic argument was? Basically, Hayek says man serves the market. The market drives everything. Man is secondary to the market for his own sake. Okay, and Keynes was pretty much saying that no. The market is a tool, it serves man. Okay, you've got to make an economics that takes people into account and makes people primary to profit. And we do not do that. And I think you can balance profit and people and still be successful. It's just you'll be a half billionaire versus a billionaire. And I when people go, well, that's economics. And Glenn Lowry, you remind me of Glenn Lowry that way. First thing they want to do when there's a people problem is whip out a calculator. And I really find that abhorrent.
It's because you don't understand my thoughts.
No, it's that. Oh, no. Au contraire. Don't for a minute think I don't understand. I don't care. I don't care to be the sort of person who wants to monetize people's pain.
That's not what I'm doing, Stanley. And
I'm not saying you're doing that. I'm saying economists looking through an economic lens, I'm not even talking about you specifically. I literally just mentioned Glenn Lowry. A lot of, I think economists make the worst social critics, cultural critics, because they tend to look at everything as transactional. There's got to be a winner and a loser on each side of the transaction.
I think that you're shortchanging that, and
Well,
you
I
know,
may even be hyperbolizing, but I actually do think that economists make the worst social critics.
well, I think social critics and all these dumb theorists that have no economic understanding are the problem. So we kind of see it
Okay,
different.
well, see, you could be right about that, but how about people who know enough to know bullshit when they hear it?
Well, like I would say Glenn Lowry knows bullshit when he hears it.
I would, but you know, the one thing Glenn Lowry, I kind of denigrated him. Glenn Lowry is capable of balancing people in economics. He's just not, he just doesn't do it instinctively.
But see, you're thinking economics is about being cheap and pro-business. It's
No, I'm not thinking that at all. I think economics is necessary. I think this country would not be great without economics, but I'm also, as a Black American who knows a bit
It
about
doesn't
it,
have to do with race at
okay,
all. Zero.
okay, you will let me explain it.
Well, feel free, but go ahead. Go ahead.
As a Black person, I know the damage that can be done using economics as an excuse. Okay, the only reason that slavery existed in America was literally for economic reasons. There
So
were
you're going to talk
there were
about
other factors too, but no, making people having
literally,
the first slaves
literally.
getting here in the first place was economics. Okay,
Yes.
Number one, extra labor was needed. Number two, the blacks who came here, the Africans who came here, some might have wound up slaves, but the majority of the first number of blacks that came here, they were indentured servants. Okay, the reason they became slaves is because white indentured servants, if they escaped, could blend into the crowd, and they tried to make Indians slaves, but the Indians knew the land too well. If they got away, they were gone forever because they knew where to go. And, there were people out in the woods that would, help them out. Africans were very distinctive from the other two populations, and there was no way they were going to escape and not be noticed. That's why it was convenient to have them as slaves. And then when slaves, inevitably, white men and black women got together, not so much the other way around, but the kids of these the kids of these marriages, back then, you claimed, throughout Europe, the child inherited the status of the father. Okay, well, they changed it. What is it? Partus ventrum something or another. Basically, slaves were special because now they would inherit the status of their mother. If your mother was a slave, then you were a slave, regardless of the status of your father. This all the long story short is that slavery was an economic proposition. Okay, the racism, believe it or not, came after the slavery part to justify it. So, economics is a two-edged sword. It can be used for good. It can also be used for evil. That's why I use an economic lens when it's necessary to use it. It's not my go-to lens.
Okay, so thanks for sharing that. Can I share now back to you? Can I do that?
Go right ahead.
If Trump and Biden,
get tired of it.
If Trump and Biden happen to hand out too much money, that would in and of itself lead to there's too much free money in the economy. people just start buying shit, it drives up prices, right? Because there's not enough supply and there's too much demand, it
I
drives
understand
prices up.
how all that works. My
Okay,
question
okay.
to you is, what were you really going to take money out of the economy during a pandemic with so many people out of work?
No, I probably would have had a similar policy that both Trump and Biden did. However, they kept their foot on the gas. And it's not just them, that Jerome Powell also did by keeping rates way too low for too long. So there's multiple
Well, I
parties.
think
But here's some of the damage, okay? Let me just get to that. This is how it affects people. The average American family got about $5,000. Well, that's average, right? So we're talking about like working class. If you got money, on average, they got $5,000. If that American family makes $75,000 a year, which I guess that's probably the average.
okay, no, it is above the average. In most American families, I think it's right around 50 to 60,000.
Well, if you adjust that per area, right? So you got some areas making 60, 50,
Okay.
75. Like DC,
I still think
75
it's
doesn't.
less than 75, but maybe I'm wrong. I actually haven't looked at it in a while.
We've lost in purchasing power. If they happen to give out too much, if they happen to get the average American family got $5,000, that family, if they make $60,000 a year for 4 years, they've lost 20% of their buying power because that's been inflation for the last 4 years. Each year has gone from 9%. It was, I think, 1.9%, 9%, 6.5%. If you compound that over 4 years, the average American family got $5,000 but lost thousands, $20,000, 20% of their buying power. So that's how economics affects people, families, right? If you happen to hand out too much money and it overcooks the economy and you cause inflation, what you handed out is a pittance compared to the damage it does. You see what I'm saying? That's how
I
economics
see what you're
impacts families
saying.
and people.
I see what you're saying, but
Fuck it. It's just the people. It hurts people. It hurts people.
the
I
problem,
happen to think they handed out too much money. They had rent forgiveness for years. When the unemployment rate was down to 4%, they still had rent forgiveness. Student loan
okay,
forgiveness pump money into the economy.
the problem is politics.
PPP loans pump too much money.
The
So yeah,
problem
politics is the
is
problem. Sure.
politics. Okay,
Yes.
basically both sides, and it was mostly Trump, basically trying to keep the people from revolting.
I think it was both. I mean, Trump
No,
was stupid.
Trump had the longest time under COVID. He started Warp Speed. He was there at the beginning. Biden inherited what Trump had left him.
My argument is that what Biden got, he didn't have to push for the American Rescue Plan.
And you
And I
know
believe,
what? He had campaign promised it.
yeah, well,
He caught a bunch of flack for giving people less than he had promised on the campaign trail.
well, he shouldn't have promised it. I mean,
Okay, you know what?
my whole point is this.
Politicians promise shit when they want to get elected.
My point is, we take something that we got to help people. Let's do this. Let's. Both parties said, let's give some money out to keep people afloat. They happen to give too much, and it cooked supply chains. It cooked everything.
Well, how?
And then they've done tremendous damage to the average American. These two idiot parties. And that's how economics hurts people.
How exactly would they have calculated the right amount?
Two ways. So once Biden took office, he could have said, okay, here's where we are. We got to get unemployment down. Let's assess where Trump's programs are working and where they're not. Right. So in other words, I've said it to you before. Where was their means testing? There wasn't at all. There wasn't at all. He just gave the money out in American Rescue Plan. They pushed it through. And it would have gotten worse, Stanley. He tried to pass Build Back Better, another $6 trillion of money.
I notice you want to concentrate on Biden. Most of the time under COVID was spent under Trump.
9 months was under Trump.
Where's the Trump critique?
I said both parties handed
Okay,
out too much money and didn't meet assessment.
let me insist that you give equal time to your criticisms.
I criticize, I can also do the Federal Reserve. We can talk about that in a minute too. But so Trump did PPP loans and then said you don't have to pay them back. And we're talking about the fraud that occurred is unbelievable. Trump also wanted to directly give people paychecks instead of mean testing any of it and going, let's see, did you lose your job? Did you,
Well,
what is your,
I think the problem was time. He just didn't want to linger. He
no,
wanted
of course
to
not.
take action.
Of course, you want to get
But I mean,
reelected. So,
not you so much, but I'm hearing a whole lot of people going, "Oh, that Trump, he's a man of action." Of course he is. He's a man of reflex action. That's what he did. He did not want to. Trump doesn't want to take the time to study. He wants to shoot from the hip. So
well,
live by the sword, you die by the sword.
okay, but you seem to be wanting, and so let me talk about the Federal Reserve. As soon as the Federal Reserve passed the American Rescue Plan, which is that was once Biden took hold, he said, well, you know what, we got to finish fixing the economy. The unemployment rate is down to 5.5%. What he should have done was look at the national savings rate, which was really high at the time, and said there's a lot of slush in the economy. And Jerome Powell, the idiot, should have also said, if they pass this American Rescue Plan, you're going to pump $2 trillion into the economy. We better start looking at raising rates. And he kept his foot on the gas for 9 more months with almost zero interest
I'm
rates.
confused. What does the saving? Are you saying we should have taken money out of the economy and make people live on their savings?
Okay, so the national savings rate is how much money people are sitting on.
I
Whether it's
understand
savings
that.
accounts, money markets.
Okay, you have a bad habit.
I'm trying to explain it.
Of
You cut me
reading.
off.
You don't need to explain it.
Well, you asked what the savings rate was.
No. I asked you, are you actually saying that they should have taken money out of the economy and make people live on their savings? That's what I asked. I didn't ask what the savings rate was.
Okay. You're asking 2 questions.
No, I'm asking one question. Do you think they should have taken money out of the economy and made people live on their savings?
Well, no, I do not. But you're not really
Okay,
framing
so
it right
now
then.
you need to tell me how the savings rate is relevant to your argument.
So the savings rate is a national figure
I
for
know
money.
what it is. How does it figure into your argument?
Well, when it's historically at 5%, the savings rate was at 20%, which means people were sitting on a whole shitload of money.
Right. Are you suggesting they should have spent the money they were sitting on instead of getting PPP loans? Well, the loans might have been necessary because that was for payroll. But again, I'm going to ask you.
It's an indicator.
I need to connect the savings rate to your argument. I know what it is.
Okay, I'm trying to do that.
I know what the term means.
It's one of the indicators that there's too much money floating around in the economy, right?
Okay.
There's savings. I mean, you got 20 grand in
So
savings,
they
50
should
grand.
have taken money out of the economy and made people use the money they were sitting on.
Exactly. Or the money they were earning.
This is like the 3rd time I've asked you this.
Okay. Go ahead. So yes, to answer your question, yes. So there was a glut of money that people were sitting on and spending consistently, which was driving the price of stuff up, driving inflation, right? So what happens is, too few goods, blah, blah, blah. You know all that stuff, right?
Right.
But so the point is that you can take money out of the economy a couple ways. You can raise taxes, which I'm very disappointed the Republicans didn't say, let's raise taxes. Because
Ryan, the politics of it is you don't want to act like it's normal times. Okay, following the recipe would have been great had there not been a pandemic. people are already kind of on edge because so many people are dying and they're having to stay home and all this stuff. Do you really want to start tightening the belt in the middle of a pandemic?
There was no means testing, and that's what it would have fixed everything. Neither party did any means
I
testing.
did wonder about that PPP loan because every damn body and their brother, I think I heard Elon Musk had a PPP loan.
Yeah, I mean, businesses did. And frankly, between PPP loans, between rent forgiveness, when people didn't even lose their jobs and just were making plenty of money and buying
Well,
crypto.
you're going to be talking mean testing there because a lot of people actually did need that.
Okay, but a lot of people didn't. Tremendous amounts of people didn't.
Okay, so
Huge amounts of people.
testing, I agree, probably should have been means tested. However, you're up against time. You need to take quick action.
Well, it's
I mean,
okay because
I basically, I don't disagree that all those measures needed to be done. I would add at the right time. That wasn't the right time to be all classical economists.
you know, the whole point is all that money they handed out on average $5,000, and it's cost Americans 20 grand, right? Or more.
Oh well, it was an
in lost
emergency.
wages. Well, okay. I mean, if you're poor economic management, and here's where we are. So, because the two parties are too politically motivated, that's all they care about. You know,
Okay,
oh, we
well,
got to do this and that.
there were several mismanagements. I think Trump mishandled COVID. He should have implemented testing when it was recommended, and he didn't do that. There were things I think he could have done to mitigate the severity, and he chose not to do it. So that's just there were several different things, in my opinion, that were mismanaged.
And the thing is, Stanley, you know, economics doesn't interest me because of I want more money. It interests me to see how resources flow through the overall economy and things. It's really about people in the end for me. It's about people. I'm aggravated because our politicians didn't manage it economically intelligently, and it cost American families. I mean, unless you got a 20% raise over the last 4 years, you've gone backwards financially, and that's disgusting that these two idiots would do that. And Jerome Powell's involved too, by the way. He's not off the hook. Both, and by the way, both people renominated him. So
Okay,
so
well,
it's
I'm
for people.
also going to point out that Larry Summers, I think, was he the one? Most
Yeah, he's the one that
economists
warned
weren't.
Biden.
Most economists weren't like up in arms over this. I think Larry Summers was the one that kind of was, and people just ignored him.
They ignored him, yeah. And he was Clinton's guy, by the way. He was a Democrat, still a Democrat. But he told the Democrats, do not do this. It's too much money. I've done the math. You're over injecting money. He looked at the savings rate. Oh, there's a lot of money sitting there. He looked at credit cards. They're way down. People have paid them off. They're sitting on a lot of cash. By the way, you can look at TV sales. They're through the roof, overcooking all the supply chains, buying all this shit from China. Guess what? At the end of the day, they borrowed and spent a shitload. And Trump did it too.
Again, it was during a pandemic. It was more bread for the masses. They basically said, hey, we know it's bad, but we're going to do it anyway. We don't want to revolt.
I guess it's
okay. I don't know. Weren't you around during the pandemic?
yeah. And look, I know very few people that didn't have jobs. Very few that lost jobs. There were more people working during the pandemic.
The 12th, man.
I mean,
Well,
I
the
do
deal
know.
the deal is if you've been watching the news or keeping up with it, there were people, there was also George Floyd. There were a lot of things going on, and you just, basically they were just trying to keep people, from revolting. Remember, they were burning down police stations.
I do know that two of my children made more than double what they were making by being on unemployment, which was mind blowing to me. Mind blowing. One of them spent the money on fishing
Did you make
tackle.
them? Did you make them give it back?
No, but I'm like, well, one of them called me crying and said, I just lost my job. And a week later, she said, Dad, guess what? I'm getting more than double what I was making. And I'm like, really? Federal government, huh? Sure, old Trumpy boy did that. You're getting how much? What? I couldn't believe that they would be dumb enough. No means testing at all. Just here's money. And by the way, this now is the inflation rate is still 3.5%. They're still trying to flush inflation out of the economy. They're still trying to flush it out of the economy.
Okay, well, but the bigger issue, Ryan, is what else would be wrong if you can make more on unemployment than you can being gainfully employed? There's a couple other things that need some attention.
I mean, what?
Wages should be higher.
Well, okay, go ahead.
Well,
How do you get them higher?
if you can make as much money not working as working, people are going to not work.
Yes,
I'm
absolutely.
just saying that there are a lot of things that kind of percolated to the surface during COVID, and one of them was how bad wages are. The other thing is how bad conditions are for the working class. In my opinion, COVID in the short term cost Donald Trump the presidency. In the long term, it got him the presidency back.
It absolutely did. You're absolutely correct. I totally agree with you there, 100%.
People learned the essential workers, while people, are working from home and all this stuff. While, other people who are more working class have to actually go out and basically risk their lives to keep a job. That was a bad thing. The other thing, and this is kind of the germination of my, pretty much crusade against bad parenting. It fucking shocked me that people were getting pissed off about their children being home from school. Part of it was because a lot of essential workers had to work. So there was no way, for certain kids, kids below a certain age to be left home. But the thing that struck me most is how much people who could work from home all of a sudden had to deal with their kids all day, and they fucking panicked. They were fucking like, practically tearing open the school doors because they didn't want to deal with their little brats anymore.
And they're trying to work too, though. But no, I agree.
So bottom line is that's when I started noticing that, these people don't like their kids. They want the kids in school and their asses flirting with their work wives.
Well, let's put it this way, though.
You're not far off, Stanley. I mean, that's what they use the school for, is a babysitting system,
but Stanley,
and not really for education.
Think about this. My kids probably should have made just the same thing they made, not more than double, right? And they probably would have stayed working or went home, and they would have come back. But instead, they sat on unemployment as long as they could, because I told them to. Sit on it forever if you can. If the government's dumb enough to give you more than double for you not to do any work at all, take advantage of it. Why wouldn't you?
Well, wait, the government's not dumb. Actually, in the end, it's the businesses that are dumb.
Well,
look at them trying to get people. They had to fucking beg people to come back to work.
Oh, no. What we saw there in a supply and demand situation was workers were in short supply, so prices went up for workers. Wages rose for workers.
And they should have gone up for some, whatever the mechanism was before the pandemic.
Well, see, when you have unlimited workers entering the country, you can't drive prices up for wages. They stay low.
Oh, I understand the basic economics of it, but yeah. I don't think it was because there was unemployment was pretty low before COVID.
Yes, but here's the thing.
So I mean,
There was such
that there was an excess of workers. I find that hard to believe.
well, it was at equilibrium. But when we saw there was still demand for stuff, and there weren't workers. Wages. That's when wages went up. Everybody was in there looking for a raise. Wages went up.
Hell
but
yeah,
they didn't.
because they needed workers. I'm saying that there was not a big excess of workers out there. If it was at equilibrium, that's fine. But there wasn't, there wasn't a
You mean
huge.
prior to COVID?
Yeah.
Yeah, imagine if we keep limiting the number of workers.
Okay. All
Guess
I'm
what?
saying
Working class is gonna move up.
The unemployment numbers were fairly low before COVID. Okay, there weren't a teeming mass of extra workers out there. I think companies, and I guess in this case they really couldn't have foreseen. However, I don't think they've learned lessons from COVID either.
Imagine we keep cutting workers though. That'd be
We
good.
mean cutting them.
Well, in other words,
you mean with AI coming?
no. If you continue to limit workers and limit workers and limit workers to any
What do
given
you
thing,
mean limit workers? Limit how?
limit the numbers. When Walmart doesn't have people to man the stores, it'll drive wages up. That's what happened during the pandemic. I've been
I
advocating
don't
for that
know
for
about
20
that.
years.
Aren't they? They're going to
Pandemic. You mean
As a
pandemic?
matter of fact, they're going to cut workers. They're installing AI.
I mean, you
Yeah,
can't do that
that's
everywhere.
right.
They're going to try to do that.
Mhm.
But here's the thing.
Did you hear Portia talking about the fully automatic, fully AI or robotic McDonald's in her area?
Yeah, I've heard about that. They want to do that. I mean, and that might happen in certain industries, but it won't happen across the board.
It won't happen across the board, but what I am saying is that wages aren't going to go up. The number of robots are going to go up.
Well, I do know that, so McDonald's will probably have 6 to 8 people instead of 50, right? They'll have to pay them more because it's more technical. So, hopefully those other people.
Do you think those 7 to 8 people? Do you think those 7 to 8 people are going to get wage increases? McDonald's is going to tell them, okay, motherfucker, we can go to 7 and replace you with a robot.
I mean, so you just okay. It's not.
Hold on, Ryan. Can I ask Tenley a question?
Oh yeah, sure.
What do you think about the F-35s being pilotless? Like,
This isn't even on topic. This isn't even on topic.
Drone.
He's talking about planes now, F-35s.
Well, wait, what do F-35s have to do with economics again?
No, nothing.
Well, we're talking about robotics, right?
No.
Well, we're talking about robotics replacing workers.
Yeah. So what about
Are F-35s
robots replacing pilots? Like, you don't really need a pilot, do you?
Yes, you do. You may need fewer of them.
I'm glad you think that.
You may
Elon Musk doesn't think so. He thinks
you may need fewer of them.
My original point, Stanley, was that if we limit the number of workers, forget AI, if you limit workers in a given thing, it drives up the price of the workers. And we should be, the Board of Labor and various systems of government should be looking at how do we drive up the working class wages, which have been stagnated since the 70s? How do we drive them up, right? How do we not impact them by our stupid policies like H-1B visas, right? Which they didn't really run the numbers on that the way they should have, which had a negative effect on American software developer wages. They didn't look at that. They should have. It's terrible they didn't. They caved to big stupid business.
Ryan, wait a minute, Ryan. Look at what it was when we got paid in gold and silver. Look at the minimum wage, what would it be now? Like $50 an hour?
Okay, why
If
do
we were
why do
still
we do
paid by
that?
gold
Why
and
do we
silver?
always do these hypotheticals that have nothing to do with nothing? The what ifs, how's that helpful?
Well, you don't understand the devaluation of the dollar, Stanley, and
No,
how
what you don't
progressed.
understand, no. What you don't understand is that point is irrelevant. We are here, what is it, February what? 2025?
February 10th.
We are literally here February 10th, 2025, and
Hey, I got a conference
we
call.
will not be going to a gold standard in the
Back, I got
next
a
couple
conference call.
days.
I'll be back. I got a conference
So
call.
the dollar will continue to be devalued,
And
and
yes,
that's
it
the
will
crux of
continue.
it.
It will continue to be devalued. We are not going to a gold standard.
Because the government
the what ifs are unhelpful.
Because the government knows what to do with your money better than you do.
Okay, irrelevant
That's
to
why the
my,
dollar is
irrelevant to
being
my point.
devalued.
What you're doing is spewing drunken talking points from your last Fox and Friends episode.
What? I didn't tune in there today, Stanley.
Not yet.
Not yet. How much has the dollar devalued since 1964? About 90%.
You know what? Not only do I not care, I'm confident that it's irrelevant because we're not going to be changing it anytime soon. We have to deal with the here and now. We have to meet the economy where it is.
Let me get crack on here to explain it all.
How is crack? You know what? Crack explaining it is not going to change day to day. It's just more what if. It's a historical point. And I appreciate history, but I don't know that it's relevant to what me and Ryan were talking
I'm
about.
surprised you didn't go after a history major, Stanley, in a way.
No, my
You're still good.
parents would hear nothing of it. Plus, I mean, I was one of these rare kids who actually knew what I wanted to major in. Luckily, it met with their approval. As it turned out, it wouldn't have mattered whether I never used the chemistry degree. So, but you know, it's pretty good when you want to read the back of a bottle of chemicals. But anyway, to be honest with you, I really need to be wrapping this up. When Ryan comes back, we'll say our goodbyes.
Well, thanks for having me on, Stanley. It's been a blast.
Yeah, I'll be back on tonight. I'm not exactly sure what time. It depends on if Portia's doing a show or not. And hold on one second. I think HB. I know there's Gone Trucking.
I miss Portia.
Well, she was on air last Friday.
Yeah, I know. Last Friday. What'd you do for the Super Bowl, Stanley? Anything special?
I uploaded a couple YouTube videos. Remember, you were fussing that I didn't turn the live chat off?
Yeah. Yeah, and you showed your real face. That's pretty cool, Stanley. You got a hell of an afro, bro.
Oh, it was, if I actually combed it out, It's actually down past my ears. He's
Yeah, I'm along here hippie too.
Yeah, well, I'll cut it when I need to. I may get it trimmed a bit over
How
spring
long
break.
it been since you've been to the barber, Stanley?
I think it was last spring. It's probably been almost a year.
Dang.
No, wait. You know what? Actually, it is about a year because I think I got it trimmed a
I
little
don't
bit.
even go that long.
Got it trimmed a little bit for my mother's funeral. Oh, well, Ryan's gone. I assume he's not going
Yeah.
to be here. So, folks, I'm going to go ahead and sign off because I've gone almost.
Hold on, Stanley. Can you share Sam Fisher's link
Yeah, I'll put
one
it in the
time?
chat.
Before we sign off?
Well, what do you mean you cut your own hair, J Dub? Do you shave your head, or do you actually? How do you get the back? Ugh.
I know how we're in first place, Stanley, but and it's unbelievable support I've been getting.
Right.
Even though the Tom Goley shows that he's gonna do a whole stream about defeating my dog.
Wow.
He's a cunt. Fuck that bitch. He's talking about me dealing with an outhouse. Like, you'd end up in the bottom of my outhouse if you ever came around here. Wouldn't be the first person that got tripped up, came down the wrong block. Don't come down the wrong block, right, Stanley?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen a post a while ago about the Anchorage FBI saying they're rounding up all the Guidos, getting them fuck up out of here.
All right. Let's see. Oh goodness.
Can you show Sam Fisher, Stanley? Show our picture we got going right now.
Okay.
I appreciate it, Stanley. Yeah, there it is. Very beautiful. What do you think about that picture, Stanley?
Oh, looks good.
Is he begging for votes yet?
Looks like he's begging her for attention.
Yes, my friends across the bay here. That's their
Hey,
daughter.
J Dub, come on out to Carroll County. Think you might still be able to get a haircut for $10.
I get a beard trim for $15, but
Now it won't
if I
be
wanna,
it won't be a black barber shop.
it's a white barber shop. Stanley.
Well, it's funny because up in Northern Virginia, out where I lived, they've had a mixed barber shop. it was an all-female barbershop. And yeah, they get guys in there by the dozens, and it was multiracial.
Oh wow! Remember that in your
As a matter of
B-word,
fact,
Trump?
at the place I go to out here, it's a black barbershop, and the woman who does beautician work, cuts my hair sometimes. She's actually probably one of the best barbers I've had. Female barbers, in my opinion, make better barbers than men.
Yeah, they are. Well,
They take their
women
time. They take their time, and I guess they kind of know how they want a man to look. Like if you were my man, this is how I would cut your hair.
Yeah, yeah. That's my barber is a female barber. Stanley.
Yeah.
She does
Some
the big.
barbershops have strippers. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to go to those barbershops.
Nah.
No, I like my barbershop to be a little sanitary.
Yeah. Not a bunch of AIDS and
Yeah, I don't want a barbershop with sticky floors.
That sounds like a glory old joint or something.
All right, folks. I am going to sign off. If you look in the chat, please make sure you subscribe to my channel. I'm actually putting like essays and reactions to essays on there for now. Probably, at least for the short term, I'm just going to do like, reaction to political stuff, but I'll probably do other stuff at some point. But make sure you subscribe to my channel. It's Stanley Cross 6000, at Stanley Cross 6000. And make sure that you like the show and subscribe if you're new to the channel. I think I'm going to be on somewhere around maybe 9 to 10 tonight, depending on if Portia goes on, then it'll be later than that, but we'll stay tuned. I know I saw her putting stuff. She might be planning a show, so it might go live anyway.
Maybe John will be coming on.
Guys, you know what I forgot to do? Because I honestly didn't know I was going to go on this long. I probably should have done some morning news. But I'm going to forego that. I'll have to be more conscious of it. And actually, I need to stick to my schedules from now on. But I got to having a good time. So I have to thank y'all for, kind of hanging out.
Yeah.
I had a pretty good time, too.
Thanks for having me on, Officer Stanley.
You're welcome. So y'all have a good morning. HB is scheduled to come on. I saw 6 o'clock, but he's running late. So just stay tuned. And I think John is going to do an hour special or something this morning as well. So y'all just stay tuned.
Is he doing an hour special with Be Brave?
I don't know. He just mentioned that he was going to do something this morning. I don't know exactly what. I haven't looked. All right. Tally ho, folks.
Tally ho, and check you later.
Bye.
Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go.